personality. Cloudcuculenders, plural of cloudcuculender. Clouded, filled with clouds, cloudy. Clouded leopard, any of the two species of felid in the genus Neopheles. Clouded leopards, plural of clouded leopard. Clouded over, simple past and past participle of cloud over. Clouded up, simple past and past participle of cloud up. Clouded yellow, a bright yellow butterfly, Coleus croceus of the family Piridae. Clouded yellows, plural of clouded yellow. Cloudedly, in a clouded way. Clouden, to make or become cloudy or clouded. Cloudened, simple past and past participle of clouden. Cloudening, present participle and gerund of clouden. Cloudens, third person singular simple present indicative of clouden. Clouther, agent noun of cloud. Clouthers, plural of clouder. Cloudery, a mass of clouds or anything resembling clouds. Cloudestly, a surname. Cloudest, second person singular simple present indicative of cloud. Cloude, third person singular simple present indicative of cloud. Cloudfall, the flow of a cloud over a mountain ridge or cliff. Cloudfalls, plural of cloudfall. Cloud forest, alternative form of cloud forest. Cloud forests, plural of cloud forests. Cloud form, the type or shape of a cloud. Cloud forms, plural of cloud form. Cloud-free, lacking clouds. Cloudful, abounding with clouds, clouded, cloudy. Cloudfuls, plural of cloudful. Cloudier, comparative form of cloudy, more cloudy. Cloudiest, superlative form of cloudy, most cloudy. Cloudification, the conversion and or migration of data and application programs in order to make use of cloud computing. Cloudify, simple past and past participle of cloudify. Cloudifier, an agent or substance that makes a drink, etc. cloudy. Cloudifiers, plural of cloudifier. Cloudifies, third person singular simple present indicative of cloudify. Cloudify, to convert, enhance, or migrate data and application programs in order to make use of cloud computing. Cloudifying, present participle and gerund of cloudify. Cloudnewly, in a cloudy way. Cloudiness, of the sky, weather, etc. the state of being cloudy. Cloudinesses, plural of cloudiness. Clouding, present participle and gerund of cloud. Clouding of consciousness, brain fog. Clouding over, present participle and gerund of cloud over. Clouding up, present participle and gerund of cloud up. Cloudings, plural of clouding. Cloudings of consciousness, plural of clouding of consciousness. Cloudinid, any extinct animal in the family Cloudinidae. Cloudinids, plural of cloudinid. Cloudish, resembling a cloud or clouds, cloudly, cloud-like. Cloudland, dreamland, fantasy land. Cloudlands, plural of cloudland. Cloudless. Without any clouds. Cloudless sulfur, a yellow-peared butterfly, Phobicene, found in the Americas. Cloudless sulfurs, plural of cloudless sulfur. Cloudless sulfur, alternative spelling of cloudless sulfur. Cloudless sulfurs, plural of cloudless sulfur. Cloudlessly, without clouds. Cloudlessness, absence of clouds. Cloudlet, a little cloud. Cloudlets, plural of cloudlet. Cloud-like, resembling a cloud or clouds, thus often fluffy. Cloud line, the line formed by the surface of clouds. Cloud lines, plural of cloud line. Cloudling, a small or miniature cloud, an immature or formative stage in the development of a cloud. Cloudlings, plural of cloudling. Cloudly, of or pertaining to a cloud or clouds, cloud-like, cloudy, nebulous. Cloudogram, a visual representation of a phylogenetic network composed of superimposed trees. Cloudograms, plural of cloudogram. Cloudrunner, synonym of cloud rat. Cloudrunners, plural of cloudrunner. Clouds, plural of cloud. Clouds of tidal, plural of cloud of tidal. Clouds on tidal, plural of cloud on tidal. Clouds over, third person singular simple present indicative of cloud over. Clouds up, third person singular simple present indicative of cloud up. Cloudscape, a work of art or other image depicting sky and clouds. Cloudscapes, plural of cloudscape. Cloudscraper, a very tall building, is skyscraper. Cloudscrapers, plural of cloudscraper. Cloudseed, to plant salt into a rain cloud in order to trigger rainfall. Cloudseeded, simple past and past participle of cloudseed. Cloudseeding, present participle and gerund of cloudseed. Cloudseeds, third person singular simple present indicative of cloudseed. Cloudsful, plural of cloudful. Cloudspotter, one who engages in cloud spotting. Cloudspotters, plural of cloudspotter. Cloud spotting, the observation of clouds as a recreational activity. Cloudsack, alternative form of cloud suck. Cloudtop, the topmost layer of cloud. Cloudtops, plural of cloud. Cloudtop. Cloudward, synonym of upward. Cloudwards, towards the clouds, upwards. Cloud wash, to add the word cloud to a service or product in order to suggest support for cloud computing with minimal changes to the product or service itself. Cloud wash, swept by or enshrouded in clouds. Cloud washes. Third person singular simple present indicative of cloud wash. Cloud washing, present participle and gerund of cloud wash. Cloud water, water obtained directly from clouds or mists rather than rainfall. Cloud waters, plural of cloud water. Cloud wise, in the form of a cloud. Cloudy, covered with or characterized by clouds. Cloudy wing virus, an icosahedral virus commonly found in honeybees, especially in collapsing colonies infested with Varroa destructor. Cloudy wing, any of various butterflies, mostly of the genus Tharibes. Cloudy wings, plural of cloudy wing. Chloe, studded with nails of a specified tincture. Chloe, alternative spelling of Chloe. What? A surname transferred from the common noun. Pluffenili, a district of County Donegal, Ireland. Cloughfield, a suburban area in Rossendale Borough, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 8222. Clough Jordan, a village in County Tipperary, Ireland. Cloughoge, a village near Newry in County Armagh, Northern Ireland. Clovis, plural of cloth. Plur, a field. Plur, simple past and past participle of clur. Pluri, present participle and gerund of clur. Plur, third person singular simple present indicative of clur. Put, plural of clue. Plus, a surname. Plauso, a surname from French. Clauso-West, reminiscent of Inspector Clauso, a bungling police detective in Blake Edwards' farcical Pink Panther series. Clauser, a surname. Clausers, plural of Clauser. Plautus, plural of Claus. Plouston, a habitational surname from Old Norse. Ploustons, plural of Clouston. Plut, influence or effectiveness, especially political. Clout chaser, a person who attempts to gain political or social power and influence, especially through association or conflict with public figures. Clout chasers, plural of clout chaser. Clout goblin, synonym of clout chaser, a person who attempts to gain political or social power and influence, especially through association or conflict with public figures. Clout goblins, plural of clout goblin. Clout lists, a usually secret list containing the names of people who are to be given special access, benefits, or influence in a political or social situation, especially as a result of having personal, professional, or financial relationships with those in authority. Clout lists, plural of clout lists. Clout nail, any of various types of nails with large flat heads designed to fasten sheet metal to wood, fasten clouts to axletrees, etc., often clinched. Clout nails, plural of clout nail. Clout on, to steal something. Clout nail, a wrought iron nail heaving a large flat head, and used for fastening clouts to axletrees, plowshares, etc. Also for studding timber and for various purposes. Clout nails, plural of clout nail. Clouted, clotted, coagulated. Clouted cream, archaic form of clotted cream. Clouted creams, plural of clouted cream. Clouded on, simple past and past participle of clout on. Clouder, one who clouts or strikes. Clouderly, clumsy, awkward. Clouders, plural of clouder. Cloudy, alternative form of cloudy. Cloudies, plural of cloudy. Clouding, present participle and gerund of cloud. Clouding on, present participle and gerund of cloud on. Cloudings, plural of clouding. Cloudless, lacking especially political influence or effectiveness. Clouts, plural of clout. Clouts on. Third person singular simple present indicative of clout on. Cloudy, have him. Clovamide, the polyphenol derivative of rosmarinic acid 2,3,3,4-dihydroxyphene, IL-2, Z3,3,4-dihydroxyphene, IL-prop, 2 and oil amino propanoic acid present in cacao. Ho, a very pungent aromatic spice, the unexpanded flower bud of the clove tree. Clove hitch, a bend formed by two half hitches in the same direction. Used to make a line fast to a spar or to a larger rope, it will not slip. Clove hitches, plural of clove hitch. Clove hook, an iron two-part hook with jaws overlapping, used in bending chain sheets to the clews of sails. Clove hooks, plural of clove hook. Clove lily pilly, synonym of ribery. Clove pink, a plant with clove-scented flowers, Dianthus caryophyllus, formerly used as a flavoring and for fragrance. The ancestor of the carnation. Clove pinks, plural of clove pink. Clove hitch, alternative form of clove hitch. Clove hitches, plural of clove hitch. Clove, flavored with cloves. Cloveless, without cloves. Clovelly, a small harbour village and civil parish in Torridge District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SS 3124. Cloven, past participle of cleave. Cloven feet, plural of cloven foot. Cloven foot, synonym of cloven hoof. Cloven hoof, a divided hoof as on bovine animals. Cloven hoofs, plural of cloven hoof. Cloven hooves, plural of cloven hoof. Cloven footed, having the foot divided into parts. Cloven hoofed, visci. Cloven hoofed, having the hoof divided into two parts as the ox. Cloven hoofed, alternative form of cloven hoofed. Clovine, the tricyclic sesquiterpene 1s, 5s, 8s, 4,4-H-trimethyltricyclo 6.3.1.015 dodac 2-ene present in clove oil. Cloven furds, A village in the Scottish Borders Council area, Scotland, historically in Selkirkshire OS Grid Ref NT 4536. Clovenness, the state or condition of being cloven. Clovipink, alternative form of clovepink. Clovipinks, plural of cloviping. Clover, a surname. Clover clamp, a metal clamp usually joined to another by a chain, meant to be worn on the nipples to cause pain. Clover clamps, plural of clover clamp. Clover grass, plover of genus Trifolium. Clover lice, plural of clover louse. Clover louse, synonym of aphid. Cloverdale, a city in Sonoma County, California, United States. Clover, covered with clover. Clovering, the making of a cloverleaf tongue. Cloverleaf. In the form of the leaf of a clover plant, clover-leafed. Cloverleaf interchange. A junction of two highways, one crossing over the other, having a series of exit and entrance ramps, arranged in the form of a four-leaf clover, such that traffic may proceed from either highway in all directions. Cloverleaf interchanges. Plural of cloverleaf interchange. Cloverleaf model. A model that depicts the molecular structure of tRNA, showing how its chain consists of two business ends and three arms. Cloverleaf models. Plural of cloverleaf model. Cloverleaf skull. The abnormal skull resulting from craniosynostoses. Cloverleaf skulls. Plural of cloverleaf skull. Cloverleaf tongue. A person's tongue folded in a certain configuration with multiple bends, thought to resemble a cloverleaf. The ability to form this shape with one's tongue is thought to be genetically inherited. Cloverleaf tongues. Plural of cloverleaf tongue. Cloverleafed. Simple past and past participle of cloverleaf. Cloverleafing. Present participle and gerund of cloverleaf. Cloverleafs. Third person singular simple present indicative of cloverleaf. Cloverleaves. Plural of cloverleaf. Cloverlike. Resembling or characteristic of the plant clover. Cloverroot. Synonym of Avens. Synonym of herb Bennett. Cloverroots. Plural of cloverroot. Clovers. Plural of clover. Clovery. Resembling or containing clover. Cloves. Plural of clove. Cloves syndrome. A rare overgrowth syndrome with complex vascular anomalies. Clovetree. The plant that produces cloves. Clovewort. Clove pink, which has clove-scented flowers. Cloveworts. Plural of clovewort. Cloven. A surname from French. Clovis. A male given name borne by several prominent people in Frankish/French and Germanic history. Clovis point. A fluted spearhead or the like created by people of the prehistoric Paleo-American Clovis culture. Clovis points. Plural of Clovis point. Clovoxamine. A drug related to fluvoxamine. Clow. A surname. Cloud. A surname. Clowards. Plural of cloward. Clown. obsolete form of cloud. Clother, a group of cats or other small felines. Clothers, plural of clouder. Clouds, plural of cloud. Cloudus, a surname. Plower, a surname. Plowers, plural of clower. Plows, a surname. Plowasses, plural of clows. Clown, a slapstick performance artist often associated with a circus and usually characterized by bright, oversized clothing, a red nose, face paint, and a brightly colored wig. Clown about, to have fun in an irresponsible manner. Clown anemone, clownfish. Clown around, to have fun in an irresponsible manner. Clown beetle, any beetle of the family Histeridae. Clown beetles, plural of clown beetle. Clown car, a circus clown routine in which an implausibly large number of clowns climb into or out of a small car. Clown cars. Plural of clown car. Clown doctor, a clown who visits hospitals in a costume which is a combination of attire worn by a clown and a doctor to entertain young patients. Clown doctors, plural of clown doctor. Clownfish, alternative form of clownfish. Clown horn, synonym of bulb horn. Clown mantis shrimp, synonym of peacock mantis shrimp Odontodactylus silaris. Clown mantis shrimps, plural of clown mantis shrimp. Clown nose, a fake nose, typically near spherical, bright red in color and sometimes capable of producing a honking sound when squeezed, commonly used by clowns and occasionally as a prop by people during parties. Clown noses, plural of clown nose. Clown eye, to mock, to ridicule. Clown prince, a crown prince seen as a clown. Clown princes, plural of clown prince. Clown shoe, a comedically oversized shoe, usually brightly colored and with a bulbous front. Clown shoes, plural of clown shoe. Clown show, a chaotic situation, a disorganized or mismanaged mess. Clown shows, plural of clown show. Clown therapy, a form of drama therapy that helps patients discover their inner clown. Clown world, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See clown world. Clown worlds, plural of clown world. Clown car primary. Plural of clown car primary. Clown car primary. A primary election with a large number of serious candidates, usually more than 4, making it possible that the winner will have been chosen by only a small portion of the electorate. Clownage. The antics of a clown. Clownsel. An incel who identifies with the Joker from the Batman franchise. Clownsouls, plural of clownsel. Clowncore, an aesthetic focusing on imagery and fashion related to clowns. Clowndom, the world or sphere of clowns. Clown, a large village and civil parish in Bolsover district, Derbyshire, England. OS grid ref SK 4975. Clown. Simple past and past participle of clown. Clowned about. Simple past and past participle of clown about. Clowned around. Simple past and past participle of clown around. Clowned on. Simple past and past participle of clown on. Clowneries. Plural of clownery. Clownery. The behavior of a clown. Clownishness, tomfoolery. Clowmiss. A female clown. Clowmisses. Plural of clowness. Plowmy. A surname. Plownies. Plural of clowny. Clownfish. Any of the colorful fish of genera Amphibian and Pimazan subfamily Amphibianae of family Pamasentodii, native to the Pacific and Indian Oceans, notable for their mutual relationship with sea anemones. Clownfishes. Plural of clownfish. Clowneel. The herb Stachys palustris, supposedly used to heal wounds to the feet made with a sigh.
Even though you probably don't exist.
Plural of clown heel. Clowy, comparative form of clowny, more clowny. Clownies, plural of clowny.
I just sat in my chair, dude.
Superlative form of clowny.
Yeah, I just sat in my chair. Are you proud of me?
Clownish behavior. Clowning about. Present participle and gerund of clown about.
Syntax and demon.
Clowning around. Present participle and gerund of clown around. Clowning on. Present participle and gerund of clown on.
Lists. Clowning potato. Probably from over a year
like
ago.
A clown.
2 years ago. Okay.
Clownings. Plural of clowning. Clownish.
I know syntax more than anyone else.
Or characteristic of a circus clown. Comical. Ridiculous. Clownishly. In a clownish, undignified, or foolish manner. Absurdly, ridiculously. Clownishness. The state of being clownish. Clownishness. Plural of clownishness.
There was a thing where
clownism. Clownish behavior.
Actually, I kind of want to know what kind of
without a
what
clown.
kind of city is
Clownmy. Resembling a clown or some aspect of clowns. Clownmy. Of relating to or befitting a clown. Clownish. Clown-like.
Definition.
Clownology. This day of a clown.
A woman's female friend.
The fear of clown.
Yeah, like, it's so weird whenever I hear that.
Clowns. Plural of clown.
As in
clowns about.
This
Third person singular simple present indicative of clown about.
I know it makes sense in
clowns
there.
around. Third person singular simple present indicative of clown around. Clowns on.
Holy moly, it went up a lot.
Singular simple present indicative of clown on. Clownship. The role or art of a clown. Clown shoes. Ridiculous.
No.
Cheap. Non-serious. Clown show. Alternative spelling of.
Like, I don't.
Clown show. Clown shows.
Holy,
plural of clown
solid.
show. Clown step. A subgenre of drum and bass music with simplistic bouncing bass lines.
Anyway,
clown.
yeah, this
someone
level,
who acts in a clown-like manner.
Hold up. Yeah, this
Clouds.
level, I made
Plural
this
of
as
cloud.
a challenge originally, but then I realized, hey, what if it syncs with club step, and then I could just use it out of the part and say on club star 2. And then I did it, and then it works.
A calcium channel blocker. Cloxacillin. Acetylcynetic antibiotic CHClN3O5S in the same class as penicillin, effective especially against staphylococci, which secrete beta-lactam.
Yeah, this is a hard ass part.
Cloxacillins.
Like,
Plural of cloxacillin.
yeah,
Cloxazolin,
too.
a benzodiazepine drug with anxiolytic, anticonvulsant, hypnotic, sedative, and skeletal muscle relaxant properties.
Extremely hard, because, you know.
Cloxazolidine, a synthetic steroidal
harder
estrogen,
than
an analog of estradiol with a 2,2,2
just compared to
trichloroethoxy substitution.
And then
Cloxotestosterone,
just see how much of a
particular
difference that
anabolic
makes, dude. Like,
steroid. Cloxabendo, an antipsychotic drug.
yeah, these 5
Fill up
clicks are
or
really
choke
hard,
up
though,
to stop
yeah.
up. Ploy.
Holy
surname.
gosh, dude, holy.
Ploys. Plural of ploy.
Oh my god.
Ploy. To fill
I don't
up
have
or
it there,
choke
but
up
I didn't,
to stop
so
up.
Doesn't
Ploy.
matter.
A surname.
Kind of
Ploys.
impossible time.
Plural of ploy.
Again,
Ploy.
yes, in
Obsolete
nearly
form of
impossible
ploy.
level.
Ploy.
In this
Simple
nearly
past
impossible
and
level,
past
dude.
participle of ploy. Ployness. The condition of being cloyed. Ploys.
Yeah,
Third
and then
person
second half,
singular
although,
simple present indicative of cloy.
technically,
Ployus. Second person singular simple present indicative of cloy. Ploy. Third
Hold up.
person singular simple present indicative of cloy. Floyer. Present participle
Yeah,
and
so-
gerund of cloy. Cloyingly. In a cloying manner with
Ooh, okay.
distasteful excess. Cloyingness.
yeah,
A quality of being
doing
cloying.
this is,
Cloyless.
this part
That
is
is not
hard,
cloy.
really hard. I don't know if this is the hardest part of the level, because it's basically the only one
Employ.
I've ever played, other than,
Cloyment.
I should do a
Satiety.
practice more. Like, I want to be better than Skittle at this spider. So first since
Cloy.
become
A
first
small
victor
town
of the
south
spider.
of Middleton,
Or second
County
victor,
Cork,
I guess.
Ireland.
I'll also be the
Cloys.
first non-CVS
Third
2
person singular
victor,
simple
which is
present
cool.
indicative of cloy.
Although I don't know how.
Cloisome. Cloying. Cloister.
Oh, that was
Obsolete
nice.
spelling of cloister. Cloister. Simple past and past participle of cloister.
I should check on chat just in
Cloistering.
case there's people
Present
there.
participle and gerund of cloister. Cloisters. Plural of cloister. Plazapine. A
Shut up.
sedative drug
Shut up,
used
fix what I
to
was
treat
thinking. Anyways. Live dictionary again. Holy, live dictionary is it's a long
Frenia.
stream.
Plazapines. Plural of clozapine.
R.I.P.
Plus,
Intel Core and
A
Rudy.
form
right?
of written examination
That
in
guy's
which
probably gone,
candidates
though.
are required to provide words
And
that have been
this-
omitted from sentences,
and
thereby
at this
demonstrating their
salon
knowledge
roll
and
sales.
comprehension of the text. Clothes.
And a Disalon roll
Plural
sales.
of flows.
Probably that's.
Pawn.
And
Alternative
Disalon roll
spelling
sales?
of
Is that how
claw.
you pronounce it? Probably
Pawns.
not.
Plural of
Disalon roll
pawn.
sales, like what?
Dalby.
Ugh.
Initialism of
Whatever, I can't be
constituency
talking. My
Labour
name
Party.
is Phil Zergaitis or Guy
Hail
Lester,
Gas.
and it's just Disalon
Initialism
Lester.
of commercial lunar payload services,
Or
a project
Phil
to
Zergaitis
send
or Guy
small
Lester,
payloads
actually.
to the moon.
Wait, what is it on YouTube?
TLP.
I forget.
Plural of
I forget my
CLP.
own name.
Sailor.
Phil Zergaitis or Guy
Initialism of
Lester.
common language runtime.
Sir.
Sailor.
Hold on.
Abbreviation of
Yeah,
clear.
no, I'll do that later.
CLR specific. Specific.
Yeah, like this is a pretty cool part.
To the common language runtime. CLS. Initialism of
I love
common
Spider.
language
Like,
specification. A specification. for
Spider is by
entity.
far my favorite game mode.
Yeah.
DBH, like
Plural of CL. CLS.
Spider.
Abbreviate-
I love Spider, dude. Like
Of clauses. CLSC, a non-profit community center in Quebec that offers
Ooh,
public
that was
health
nice.
services, a community medical clinic.
oh, almost.
CLSC, plural of CLSC.
I almost did it right in a row.
Abbreviation of class
Oh,
identifier.
What?
CLSIS, Plural of Siaosid.
Oh, okay then. Like that was really good.
Initialism of coordinated lunar time.
Not what I need,
proposed unified time zone for the moon.
That's also not what I need, but still really good. Let's practice the second half real quick.
Plural of Siaotit.
This second half is definitely harder than the first.
Initialism of customer lifetime value. Initialism of consultant-led unit.
It's hard to say how much I love
An
Spider,
association
but, like,
of members joining together for some
Spider
common
game
purpose,
mode, like,
especially sports
so
or
good.
for recreation. Blood Blues.
It's such a shame
Genre
that
of
people don't do
popular
this
blue.
much more.
Blues music intended to be played in nightclubs. Blood Cell.
It
A
has
dome-shaped
it's
cell
so
with short
easy to make
microvilli
gameplay of.
found in the
Actually, no,
bronchioles
that's
of
a
the
lie.
lungs and capable of secreting glycosaminoglycans
But when
in
it's good
order
like
to
this
protect the
level,
bronchial
it's more satisfying to play than any other game mode.
blood cells. Plural of club cell. Club chair. A type of armchair
Like maybe
usually
wait
covered
is
in
more
leather and
satisfying.
heavy.
Like, in terms of satisfaction, like in terms of
A low
satisfaction
back.
when something becomes consistent.
Club chairs. Plural
I'm
of
gonna
club chair.
put Spider at
Club
highest,
dry.
obviously.
Any recreational drug
Probably
commonly
ball
associated with nightclubs and raves or the club-going culture in
And then
general.
wave maybe.
Club drugs. Plural of club
Yeah,
drug.
wave.
Club set. A prison
And then
offering
Q.
greater comfort and more facilities to inmates
Then
than is
Swin.
typical.
Actually, no, I'm
feet.
gonna just
Plural of
completely
club
remove
foot.
Swin from
Club
this
fender.
ranking because I haven't played
A
Swin enough.
backless three-sided bench in front of a fireplace. Club
Sorry,
fender.
Swin, maybe next year or
Plural of
something.
club fender. Club foot.
And then
Alternative.
there's what are the... Oh yeah, robot. Yeah, robot pretty high up there.
Spelling of clubfoot. Club fungi. Plural of club fungus.
I should have just
Club
make a
fungus.
ranking or something.
Any
I can't
member
have
of
this all in
certain
my head.
species
But
of
speaking of robot, I'm
Basidiomycota
gonna play
characterized by
that
branch.
Cuban and robot.
Club-shaped sporophores Basidia.
This is just a
Club
whatever
good.
I want
A
stream.
good that is non-rivalrous and excludable.
No, it's
Club
the
goods.
Cuban
Plural of
and
club good.
Dart Pause.
Club gourd.
Not by
The
Sobot.
snake gourd. Club hair.
Not
A
Snowmark
hair
Dart Pause, I
having
don't
a
think.
club-shaped bulb that is in a resting state prior to shedding. Club hairs. Plural of club hair. Club hull. To tack a square-rigged sailing ship in a narrow
Yeah, so
space by using a lee
This
anchor
level
to
is
turn the
also
ship.
pretty good.
Club kid. A denizen of a nightclub.
It also has spider parts, but the
Club
spider parts I
kids.
think are just spam. Okay, well, there is one exception. I actually kind of looked like imagine like
Plural
playing
of
this
club
level
kid.
like
Club
having
law.
no idea what
Government by
do,
violence.
and then-
Lynch law. Anarchy.
like
Club
imagine you're
med.
playing this level
The
like
EU med
you're a noob at the game, like
group. Especially
then
Greece,
some
Italy,
guy who
Portugal,
knows something
and
about
Spain.
the game like decides to troll
Club
it, like, hey, you should play
dermatitis.
Sekuben End.
A form
It's a
of
very fun level.
dermatitis resulting
And then
from rubbing limes
you start
or
playing
other
it,
citrus
you
fruits
manage to
against the skin.
Get to here,
Club moss.
and then you see like
Any of various simple microphilous vascular plants of the family like Podiaceae that resemble
this.
mosses and produce spores. Club moss.
then you wonder how do I get
Plural
there,
of club moss.
and then you find
Club
the secret way.
music. Electronic dance music.
But yeah, like
Club
that would be
night.
pretty cool.
Alternative form of club night.
And
Club
then
night.
you get mad at your friend or
Plural
something.
of club night.
Like,
Club 9. But yeah. Club
like
9.
this duel is also like
Plural of club 9.
actually. Yeah, this duel is pretty hard.
Club out. To live with one's
How do
family
people
or
do
in
wait
another
if
house
this is so good that they can just
while
run it and
apprentice to
stuff
a
like
master,
this?
as opposed
I don't
to
get
living
it.
with the master.
How am I even doing that clip?
Club penguin.
How would I do in that clip so
Euphemistic
consistently?
form of
And now I'm
child
just
pornography.
so bad.
Foot rush. Any rush of the genus Serpus or related
Yeah,
genera.
yeah. And by the robot I meant wasn't like, jump. Yeah, like
Club rushes.
Robot is a very
Plural of
fun game.
club rush.
Oh, okay.
Club
that was a
sandwich.
pretty good run.
A type of sandwich, often
17,
served as a
18.
double-decker with 3 slices of bread and usually cut into quarters. Traditionally made with turkey, bacon, lettuce, and
that was nice.
tomato. Club sandwiches. Plural of club beverage consisting mainly of carbonated water with or without a few other minor ingredients such as potassium citrate. Club sodas. Plural of club soda.
I suck at mini way.
Club steak. Strip steak. Club steaks.
And then
Plural
this part is
of club steak.
That part is hard.
Club tape.
Yeah, this
A
part
ticker
is
tape service
quite
for
possibly
news
this level's hardest
or
part.
stock reporting.
This
Club
one
together
is fine.
to contribute money
Let's do
jointly.
the spider.
With others. Club topsail.
Ooh.
A kind of gaff topsail used mostly by yachts having a fore and aft rig. It has a short club or jackyard to increase its spread.
Like
Club topsails.
I don't even know these blocks. I don't
club
know
topsail.
these blocks well enough.
Club foot. Club footed. Club footed. Possessing or characteristic of the club foot. Club door. Alternative form of club door. Club doors. Plural of club door. Club headed. Having a thick head like a club, the weapon. Club hop. To spend a short time in each of several nights. Clubs. Club hop. Simple
I feel like
past
this part
and past participle
would become pretty satisfying.
of club hop. Club hopper. A person who club hops. Club hoppers. Plural of club hopper. Club hopping. The action of making a series of short visits to a series of nightclubs. Club hops. Third person singular simple present indicative of club hop. Club moss. Alternative spelling of club moss. Club mosses. Plural of club moss. Club root. Alternative form of club root. Club rush. Alternative form of club rush. Club rushes. Plural of club rush.
Come on.
Club walking. An annual procession, usually held on Whitman Day, of members of a Sikh club, common in British villages in the 19th century. Clubability. Alternative form of clubability. Clubable. Alternative form of clubable.
Okay, is anyone in chat? I haven't read chat
A surname.
in a while.
Clubability.
No, okay.
The quality of being clubable. Clubable. Sociable. Clubableness. Quality of being clubable. Club.
I guess
Simple
I'm just
past
playing
and
Pikmin
past
now.
participle of club. Clubbed out. Simple past and
this
past
level is, like,
participle of club
Some parts
out.
are actually pretty easy.
Clubbed together.
Like nothing goes
Simple
too
past
easy.
and past
What is
participle
this
of
level's
club
easiest
together.
part?
Clubber.
Like somewhere in the beginning.
One who
probably,
partakes
like,
in clubbing. One who
Oh yeah,
frequents
this spider is
nightclubs.
extremely easy.
Clubbers. Plural
Oh, I
of
know.
clubbers.
Okay, maybe
What?
it's...
A clubhouse manager. Club. Comparative form of clubby.
Okay, hold up. Now it's
More
personal.
clubby. Clubbis. Plural of clubby. What is superlative form of clubby? Most clubby.
This part really
Clubber.
reminds me of
In a
that
clubby manner.
of
Clubbiness.
photography of both
A
Batman
tendency
and
or
Popstar.
choice to socialize only within a
This
limited
reminds me
circle.
of that because
Clubbing.
in that part
Present
you have
participle
to
and gerund of club.
click
clubbing out.
slowly
Present
with
participle.
both hands though, because like it's like 10 CPS.
And gerund of club out. Clubbing together. Present participle and
I'm not built
Gerund of club
for
together.
fucking like
clubbings. Plural of clubbing. Flourish, somewhat resembling a club.
I have an
Clubism,
idea though.
Clubmanship, cliquishness. Clubes, a member of a club, one
It's
who
a terrible
frequents
idea, but I'm
clubs.
gonna do it anyways.
Clubests, plural of clubus. Hud, plural of club. Hut,
Auto clicker. 7.
resembling or suggestive of a social club or clubhouse.
Yeah,
Club
yeah,
down,
no, I mean, I
the
ain't
world
doing that.
or sphere of clubs membership organizations.
Like, what is like 10 CPS
Club
on
face,
60?
the leading face of a golf club, the side of the club head that strikes the ball.
That's
Club
like
faces,
6, so
plural
I'm
of
gonna
club
multiply that by 4.
face. Clubate,
That's 6
plural
times 4.
of
Come
club
on, you got
foot.
this. Lock
Club
in for
fellow,
this.
a fellow member of a club. Club fellows, plural of club
24.
fellow. Club
No,
fist,
not 34.
a
it's
large
24.
heavy fist. Club fisted, having a large fist.
This is 5 CPS? No, I don't want to do that. So 12.
Clubfists,
So 12.
plural
12.
of club fist. Clubfoot, a congenital deformity of the foot in which the ankle, heel,
Okay.
and toes are twisted. Clubfooter, having a clubfoot. Clubfootedness, the condition of being clubfooted. Clubful, as many as make up a club. Clubfuls, plural of clubful. Clubdoor, someone who
Fine.
goes to a nightclub for pleasure.
Boom.
Clubdoors, plural of club door.
No, still have to go a little bit further.
Clubboing,
Boom.
attendance at nightclub.
Just a tiny insignificant bit.
Clubgrass, a Eurasian and North African grass.
Okay, so now I'm gonna
Corine
just
forest canescens.
boom.
Clubband, a short,
No, I'm
distorted
just gonna make
hand.
some gaps. Like macro buffs this shit. You want it to look like this?
Clubhands,
No.
plural of club hand. Club paw, to force a sailing vessel to change tack by dropping the lee anchor and hauling in the anchor cable to swing the stern to windward. Club hauled,
Dude. Dude. What the hell?
simple past and past participle of clubhaul. Club hauling, a risky maneuver whereby a sailboat tacks turns into and through the wind by dropping one of the front anchors, the intent being to turn the boat in a tighter space than would be possible using the rudder and sails alone, especially when difficult conditions such as light winds or heavy swell make tacking more difficult than usual. Club haulings, plural of club hauling. Club hauls, third person singular simple present indicative of club haul. Clubhead, the head of a golf club, the part of the club that strikes the ball. Clubheads, plural of clubhead. Clubhouse, any building used by a club for meetings or social activities. Clubhouse lead, the position held by the clubhouse leader. Clubhouse leader, the player with the lowest score among those who have finished the round, while other competitors are still playing. Clubhouse sandwich, sandwich. Clubhouse sandwiches, plural of clubhouse sandwich. Clubhouse turn, the turn to the right of the grandstand. Clubhouseful, enough to fill a clubhouse. Clubhousefuls, plural of clubhouseful. Clubhouses, plural of clubhouse. Fuanet, any spider in the family. Clubayanity. Fuvanids, plural of clubayanet. Fuyanite, any spider of the family Clubayanidae. Clubianoids, plural of clubianoi. Clubism, alternative form of clubism. Clubland, the part of a city where nightclubs are located. Clublands, plural of clubland. Clubless, without a club in various senses. Club-like, resembling or characteristic of a club weapon. Clubbing, one who frequents or belongs to a club attender or member.
Okay, so now let's get rid of this, all of that. Bam. No more show hitboxes. But yeah, that's not possible. Good.
Clubman, a man who attends a social club. Clubmanship, cliquishness is between members of a club. Clubmaster, the proprietor of a social club. Clubmasters, plural of clubmaster.
Hadn't considered that. Hold up.
Clubmate, a person who is in the same club as another person. Clubmates, plural of clubmate. Club member, a member of a club. Club members, plural of club member. Clubman, plural of clubman. Clubmobile, a mobile club room, typically a converted trailer. Clubmobiles, plural of clubmobile. Clubmoor, a suburb and electoral ward in the city of Liverpool, Merseyside, England. OS grid ref SJ 3893. Clubmoss, alternative spelling of clubmoss. Clubmosses, plural of clubmoss. Club night, a dance party held at a nightclub or a series of such parties. Club nights, plural of club night. Club rat, a promiscuous girl who habitually hangs around in clubs. Club rats, plural of club rat. Club room, a room used for club activities. Club rooms, plural of club room. Clubbert, a common disease of cabbages, radishes, turnips, and other plants of the crucifery caused by Plasmodium brassicae, in which galls form on latent roots, rendering them club-like. Clubbert, plural of clubbert. Flubbersh, wowish. Flubbershes, plural of clubbush.
It is.
Clud, third person singular simple present indicative of club. Clubbed out, third person singular simple present indicative of club out.
Most important part. Boom, 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 boom.
Clubs together, third person singular simple present indicative of club together. Clutch out, any of certain muscles of the genus Pleroma endemic to the United States. Clubdells, plural of club shell. Club side, sports club. Club sides, plural of club side. Club start, alternative form of clubster start.
Does it work? It does like this.
Club start.
Didn't work on the thing. Club start maybe. On that Why am I going to this
plural
world?
of club start. Club storant, a high-end restaurant incorporating elements of a nightclub, such as loud music, disc jockeys, and dancing. Club storants, plural of club storant. Clubster, synonym of stout. Clubsters, plural of clubster. Clubsit, a family of combinatorial principles that is a weaker version of the corresponding diamond principle. Clubdale, any of a number of
it seems
species
so
of dragonfly in the family Gomphidae. Clubtails. Plural of clubtail. Clubwear. Clothing
Okay,
intended to
words
be
with it,
worn
like,
to nightclubs.
impractical.
Clubwoman. A woman who is a member of a club. Clubwomen. Plural of clubwoman. Clubzine. An amateur magazine published by and for members of a club. Clubzines. Plural of clubzine. Hut. A surname. Pluck one's tongue. To click one's tongue. Hut. Simple past and past participle of cluck. Plucked one's tongue. Simple past and past participle of cluck one's tongue. Plucker. A chicken. Pluckers. Plural of clucker. Clucker. Third person singular simple present indicative of cluck.
Oh.
Plucky. Comparative form of clucky.
Even though it might actually be easier on 240. Is it easier on 240? I mean, I got new bets on 240. And it might be more practical on 240.
More
so you know what? I'm gonna go with
cluckiest.
240 real quick.
Superlative form of clucky.
See if
Most
that's
clucky.
easier.
Plucker. Present participle and gerund of pluck. Plucking one's tongue. Present participle and gerund of cluck one's tongue. Pluckings. Plural of plucking. Pluckus. Plural of cluck. Plucks one's tongue. Third person singular simple present indicative of cluck one's tongue. What? Simple past and past participle of cluck. Plucky. Fruity. Hood. A toilet. Clud. Simple past and past participle of cludge.
3 people watching, okay.
Cluddes. Plural of cludge. Pluggy. A lavatory. A room intended for urination and defecation. Pluggies. Plural of cludgy. Clutter. Present participle and gerund of cludge. Hook. The board game Cluedo whose goal is to solve the mystery of a fictitious murder. Clue by 4. Alternative form of clue by 4. Clue by 4s. Plural of clue by 4. Clue card. A printed card with basic entries listed for a global distribution system. Clue cards. Plural of clue card. Cluin. To inform or tell. Clue stick. A metaphorical stick used to beat information or understanding into a slow learner. Clue sticks. Plural of clue stick. Clua. To become knowledgeable on a subject. Clue by 4. A notional weapon used to knock sense into the clueless. Clue by 4s. Plural of clue by 4. Cluebat. A bat club with which someone clueless is struck figuratively or in one's imagination. Cluebats. Plural of cluebats. Cluby. A new or inexperienced user who is more knowledgeable than a newbie. A newbie who has a clue. Cluebies. Plural of cluebies. Clue. Simple past and past parts.
Holy, this is hard.
Participle of clue. Clued in. Synonym of clued up, knowledgeable about a topic or situation. Possessing the facts.
Spam, dude.
Clued up.
Doing that spam.
Knowledgeable about a topic or situation. Possessing the facts.
Club store now.
Clued in. Informed. Hopeful. Knowledgeable and well informed. Cluefully. In a clueful manner. Cluefulness. The state of being clueful, knowledgeable. Present participle participle and gerund of clue. Cluing up. Present participle and gerund of clue up. Clueless. Lacking knowledge or understanding. Uninformed. Oblivious. Cluelessly. In a clueless manner. Cluelessness. The state of being clueless. Clue-like. Resembling or characteristic of a clue. Cluemanship. The art of writing cryptic crossword. Clues.
Oh,
Good.
okay, that was
Plural
pretty good.
of
That was
clue.
pretty good.
Clue.
That I died like that. I hate when I die like that, dude. Like, it's the same part. I don't usually die
Clues
like
in. Third person singular simple
That
present
especially.
indicative of clue
Okay,
in.
what is up with...
Clues up.
This is
Third person
76.15,
singular simple
dude,
present
why?
indicative of clue up. Puste. Alternative spelling of clue stick. Pustes. Plural of clue stick. Put. Savvy. Street smart. In the know. Put. A surname.
Crazy that I still don't have
Plugs.
cataclysm.
Plural of plug. Plugston.
I mean, it is just how I do stuff in this game.
A surname. Plugston. Plural of Clugston. FUI. Acronym of Command Line User Interface. Cluilian. Of or relating to Gaius Cluilius, king of Alba long during the reign of the Roman king Tullus Hostilius in the middle of the 7th century BC. Fluer. Present participle and gerund of clue. Cluing in. Present participle and gerund of clue in. Cluing up. Present participle and gerund of clue up. Fui. Plural of
Hold up,
Cluj.
what's the next goal?
Cluj. Cluj-Napoca, a capital city of Cluj County, Romania. Cluj-Napoca. Cluj, a city in Cluj County, Romania.
Oh, cocaine probably?
Pupi. A surname. Puvis. Plural of Kluki. Pui. A surname. Pua. A surname.
Was that a cat or a
Cloud.
Clump.
A surname. Plow. Simple past of climb. Clumber. A Clumber Spaniel. Clumber Spaniel. A spaniel of a British breed with short legs and stout body which, unlike other spaniels, hunts silently. Clumber Spaniels. Plural of Clumber Spaniel. Clumbers. Plural of clumber. Club. A cluster or lump. An unshaped piece or mass. Clump block. A thick, strong single block. Clump blocks. Plural of clump block. Clumpa. To become clumpy. To form a clump. Clumpable. Able to be formed into clumps. Ploved. Forming. Or containing clumps. Clump distribution. The tendency of specimens of a particular species to appear in discrete groups at different places within their species range. Clumped distributions.
Yeah, these bands are
Plural of clumped distribution. Clumped isotope. A heavy isotope bonded to another heavy isotope, usually applied to 3C and O in carbonates. Clumped isotopes. Plural of clumped isotope. Clumped up. Simple past and past participle of clump up. Clumper. Something that forms clumps. Clumper. Simple past and past participle of clumper. Clumpering. Present participle and gerund of clumper. Clumpers. Plural of clump. Clovet. a little clump. Clumpets. Plural of clumpet. Clumpful, a quantity that makes up a clump. Clumpfuls, plural of clumpful. Clumpy, comparative form of clumpy, more clumpy. Clumpiest, superlative form of clumpy, most clumpy. Clumpify, simple past and past participle of clumpify. Clumpifies, third person singular simple present indicative of clumpify.
Cataclysm is kind of pretty weird because, especially because of this ship. Not gonna lie, I think ships might surpass
to form
UFO
into
as my
clumps.
least favorite game mode.
Clumpifying,
It's a lot harder to make a
present
satisfying
participle and gerund of
ship more than
clumpify.
basically any other
Clumpily,
game mode.
in a clumpy
Like,
fashion.
maybe.
Clumpiness, the condition of being clumpy.
Like, there just aren't twin parts and levels that I play, at least. I only play
Clumpinesses,
older levels.
plural
I
of
prefer them.
clumpiness.
Like, I prefer their deco. I don't prefer their gameplay. Actually, I might prefer their gameplay. Not gonna
Clumping,
lie.
present participle and gerund of clump. Clumping up,
But,
present
like, I still
participle
like
and
Spider
gerund
more
of
than any
clump
other
up.
game mode.
Clumpings, plural of clumping. Clumpish, tending to form clumps. Clump-like, resembling or characteristic of a clump. Clumpered, synonym of
Like-
clubbered. Columbus, third.
Other game
Person
modes can
singular
still be
simple
good, but,
present
like,
indicative of clump. Alum
ship
sub,
is good as well, but like,
third person singular simple present indicative of clump up. Clumpy,
yeah, not gonna
forming
lie, I think
or
ship
tending
might
to
be
form clumps.
possibly worse than UFO.
Clummus, plural of clump. Clummus,
Like, okay, at
to
peaks,
numb,
when
to
it comes
numb.
to peaks,
stiffen or paralyze with cold
peak
or
UFO
fear.
is better than peak
Glummus,
ship.
simple
Peak ball is better than peak UFO.
past
Peak
and
cube,
past participle of
peak
clumps.
anything other than like
Clumses,
spider.
third person singular simple present
Oh
indicative
my
of
god,
clumps.
dude, I am not logged in on Cataclysm
Clumsy,
today.
comparative form of clumsy, more
Fine.
clumsy. Clumsy
Oh,
is
dying
plural
to
of clumsy.
the wave.
Clumsiest,
that last wave. Dude,
superlative,
why?
the form of clumsy, most clumsy. Clumsily, a clumsy man. Manner or way, without
Nice.
care or finesse, often hurriedly or awkwardly. Clumsiness, a lack of coordination
This
or
part is
elegance,
really
the
hard.
condition or quality of
Although-
being clumsy.
Maybe
Clumsinesses,
maybe it is
plural
okay,
of
maybe
clumsiness.
ship isn't that bad.
Clumsing,
Average
present
UFO is by
participle
far
and gerund of
worse
clumps.
than any other game mode.
Clummy, awkward, lacking coordination, not graceful, not dexterous. Hun, a small town and civil parish with a town council in Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref So 2980.
Bruh.
The council has the curious title of Clun Town Council with chapel lawn. Clunary, a village and civil parish in Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref So 371805. Punch, a traditional building material mostly made of chalk or clay. Clunch, simple past and past participle of clunch.
Yeah, this
Clunches,
this
plural of
coin
clunch.
route is actually way easier
Clunching,
than its
present
regular counterpart. Like, what the fuck is this?
participle and gerund of clunch.
Eh,
Clundorn,
this is so
a
hard.
small village and community in Pembrokeshire, Wales, historically in Carmarthenshire. West Grid Ref SN 1219. A surname, colonial, of or relating to a group of
Oh,
cutaneous nerves of the buttocks. Clunes, plural of clune. Clun, simple past and past participle of cling. Clung on. Simple past and past participle of cling on. Clung to. Simple past and past participle of cling to. Clung to the skirts of. Simple past and past participle of cling to the skirts of. Clung. Vulva or vagina. Plunges. Plural of plunge. Plungest. Second person singular simple past indicative of cling. Clungunford. A village and civil parish in southern Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref So 3978. Plidiac. A monk of the Reformed branch of the Benedictine order, founded in 910 at Cluny or Cluny in France. Cluniacensian. Plidiac. Cluniacensians. Plural of Cluniacensian. Plidiacs. Plural of Cluniac. Cludel. Alternative form of clunial.
No, I need this.
Cluny water. A tributary of the River Dee, Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland. What? A dull, metallic sound, especially one made by two bodies coming into contact. What? Simple past and past participle of clung. Clumper. A decrepit motor car.
Like a 51 to 100 is 3 times in a row.
Clunkers. Plural of clunker. Cludier. Comparative form of clunky, more clunky. Clunkiest. Superlative form of clunky, most clunky. Clunkily. In a clunky manner. Clunkiness. The state or property of being clunky. Clunking. Present participle and gerund of clunk. Clunkingly. Clunkily. Awkwardly. Clunkings. Plural of clunking.
Yes.
Clumps. Plural
53 to 100.
Clump. Clumpy. Ungainly. Awkward. Inelegant. Cumbersome. What? To walk in a heavy, noisy manner. Blunter. A large mass or lump. Blunter. Simple past and past participle of clunter. Bluntering. Present participle and gerund of clunter. Blunters. Plural of clunter. Clunton. A village by the River Clun in Clunbury Parish, southwest Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref So 3381. Cluny. A commune in Seine-et-Loire department, Bourgogne-Franche-Comté, eastern France. Cluny lace. A French kind of bobbin lace, worked as a continuous piece, heavily plated and with a geometric design. Cluny laces. Plural of cluny lace. Cluy. The imaginary alimentary particle of cluefulness, the anteparticle to the bagon. Cluons. Plural of cluon. Clubenodonic. Of or pertaining to clubenodonic acid or its derivatives. Clubenodonic acid, the polyunsaturated fatty acid all-silicosa 7, 10, 13, 16, 19 pentanoic acid found in fish oil. Clupid, any of many soft-finned fish of the family Clupidae. Clupades, plural of clupade. Clupeiform, belonging or relating to the order Clupeiforms of ray-finned fish, including herrings and anchovies. Clupeiforms, plural of clupeiform. Clupine, a protamine found in herring. Pluvine, a protamine found in salmon sperm. Pluviosphalan, any telos of the taxon Pluviosphallum. Pluviosphallans, plural of Pluviosphallans. Pluvioi, of or relating to fish closely related taxonomically to herring. Pluvioids, plural of Pluvioi. Pluviomar, a member of the fish superorder Pluviomorpha. Pluviomars. Plural of Clubiomar.
What is up with
Plurichon, a mischievous, potentially malicious fairy akin to the leprechaun that greatly loves drinking and tends to haunt breweries, pubs, and wine cellars. Plurichons, plural of Plurichon. Plural of Cielu. A defile or narrow gorge, especially one that cuts transversely through the rock of an otherwise continuous ridge. Cludas, plural of clues. Cluja, any member of the genus Cluja of flowering plants in the family Clusiaceae. Clusiaceae, of or relating to the Clusiaceae. Clurias, plural of Cluja. Cluse, any fly of the family Clusidae. Clusids, plural of Clusia. Clusa, of or relating to clusivity. Clusivity, the distinction between the exclusive first person plural pronoun we, excluding you, and the inclusive first person plural pronoun we, including you in some languages. Cluttis, plural of classi. Clatti, the vagina of a clown, by extension, sex with a clown. Cluster, a bunch or group of several discrete items that are close to each other. Cluster a personality disorder. Any of a group of personality disorders characterized by paranoid, detached, or eccentric thinking or behavior, which includes paranoid personality disorder, schizoid personality disorder, and schizotypal personality disorder. Cluster a personality disorder. Plural of cluster a personality disorder. Cluster analyzes, plural of cluster analysis. Cluster analysis, the classification of objects into different groups, or more precisely, the partitioning of a data set into subsets clusters, so that the data in each subset ideally shares some common trait, often proximity. According to some defined distance measure. Cluster B personality disorder. Any of a group of personality disorders characterized by dramatic, overly emotional or unpredictable thinking or behavior, which includes antisocial personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, histrionic personality disorder, and narcissistic personality disorder. Cluster B personality disorders. Plural of cluster B personality disorder. Cluster ballooning, a form of ballooning where a harness attaches the balloonist to a cluster of helium-inflated rubber balloons. Cluster bomb, an explosive munition designed to explode in the air and release a cluster of smaller explosives, thus spreading the blast over a larger area. Cluster bombs, plural of cluster bomb. Cluster C personality disorder. Any of a group of personality disorders characterized by persistently anxious thinking or behavior, which includes avoidant personality disorder, dependent personality disorder, and obsessive-compulsive personality disorder. Cluster C personality disorders. Plural of cluster C personality disorder. Cluster chord. A chord comprising at least 3 adjacent tones in a scale. Cluster compound. An assemblage of atoms or molecules bound together. Cluster compound. Plural of cluster compound. Cluster development. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See cluster. Mimosa, a species of plant native to India, Southeast Asia, and Australia. Cluster figs, plural of cluster fig. Cluster flies, plural of cluster fly. Cluster fly. Any of several species of Pollenia, especially Pollenia rudis, with the habit of congregating in dwellings over the winter. Cluster fox. Alternative form of clusterfuck. Cluster fox. Plural of clusterfuck. Cluster headache. An extremely painful, cyclical, and unilateral headache. Cluster headaches. Plural of cluster headache. Cluster munition. Synonym of cluster bomb. Cluster munitions. Plural of cluster munition. Cluster of differentiation, a protocol used for the identification and investigation of cell surface molecules providing targets for immunophenotyping of cells. Cluster pine, synonym of maritime pine. Cluster poison, the plant Gastrolobium bennettianum. Cluster respiration, yes, respiration. Cluster set, a set of repetitions of an exercise with measured interrepetition/intraset rest periods. Cluster set, plural of cluster set. Cluster state, any of a subset of graph states that can be fitted to a regular cubic lattice. Cluster states, plural of cluster state. Cluster variable, an RR-Lyry variable, a type of variable star are commonly but not exclusively found in globular clusters. Cluster variables, plural of cluster variable. Cluster zoning, a type of zoning ordinance regulating average density rather than the size of each lot, generally requiring some amount of shared open space. Cluster ball, alternative form of cluster ball. Cluster balls, plural of cluster ball. Clusterfuck, alternative spelling of clusterfuck. Clusterfucks, plural of clusterfuck. Clusterwise, alternative form of clusterwise. Clusterability, a tendency to form into clusters. Clusterable, capable of forming or tending to form clusters. Clusterball, synonym of clusterfuck. Clusterballs, plural of clusterball. Clusterbee,
it's exactly 11 now, yay.
synonym of guar. Cluster beans, plural of cluster bean. Clusterberry, Catonaster lacteus sin, Catonaster parnii. Cluster bomb, Alternative form of cluster bomb. Cluster bombs, plural of cluster bomb. Cluster borach, alternative spelling of cluster burach. Cluster burach, alternative spelling of cluster burach. Cluster burach, plural of cluster burach. Cluster bumble, a cluster bot. Cluster bumbles, plural of cluster bumble. Cluster burach, a total mess, catastrophic failure, fiasco. Cluster burach, plural of cluster burach. Cluster-centric, centered on a cluster. Cluster core, the central part of the star cluster where stars are most densely packed. Cluster cores, plural of cluster core. Cluster, grouped into a cluster. Clustered column, a pier that consists of several columns or shafts clustered together. Clustered column, plural of clustered column. Clustered index, a type of database index that physically sorts the data in a table on the disk to match the criteria specified by the index. Clustered indexes, plural of clustered index. Clustered indices, plural of clustered index. Clustered tuftshank, a type of mushroom followed by Iopsis confluens that grows in dense clusters with upright stems. Clustered tuftshanks, plural of clustered tuftshank. Clusterness, the condition of being clustered. Clusterer, that which divides data etc. into clusters. Clusterers, plural of clusterer. Clusterer, third person singular simple present indicative of cluster. Clusterfrac, clusterfuck. Clusterfracs, plural of clusterfrac. Clusterfuck, a chaotic situation where everything seems to go wrong, often caused by communication failure, a complex environment, or incompetence.
Wow.
Clusterfuck, simple past and past participle of clusterfuck. Clusterfuckery, incompetent disorganization, chaos.
Well, if it works, it works.
Clusterfucking, present
That doesn't work,
participle and gerund of clusterfuck. Clusterfucks, plural of cluster. Fuck. Clusterful, a quantity that forms a cluster. Clusterfullerene, a distorted fullerene that is stabilized by an internal cluster of atoms. Clusterfullerenes, plural of clusterfullerene. Clusterfuls, plural of clusterful. Clustergram, alternative form of clusterogram. Clustergrams, plural of clustergram. Clusterhead, the head principal node of a cluster. Clusterheads, plural of clusterhead. Clusterin, a heterodimeric glycoprotein associated with apoptosis. Clustering, a grouping of a number of similar things. Clustering coefficient, a quantitative measure of how often the nodes of a graph cluster together, defined as the ratio of the number of links among the nodes to the maximum possible number of links. Clustering illusion, the tendency to erroneously perceive random streaks and clusters arising in small samples from random distributions as non-random. Clustering key, a database field whose values serve as the keys of a clustered index. Clustering keys, plural of clustering key. Clusteringly, in clusters. Clusterings, plural of clustering. Clusterization, alternative spelling of clusterization. Clusterizations, plural of clusterization. Clusterize, alternative form of clusterize. Clusterize. Simple past and past participle of clusterize. Clusterizes, third person singular simple present indicative of clusterize. Clusterizing, present participle and gerund of clusterize. Clusterization, the formation of clusters, clustering. Clusterizations, plural of clusterization. Clusterize, to form in clusters. Clusterize, simple past and past participle of clusterize. Clusterizes, third person singular simple present indicative of clusterize. Clusterizing, present participle and gerund of clusterize. Clusterless, lacking clusters. Cluster-wise, resembling or characteristic of a cluster. Cluster map, a graphical representation of the clustering of data. Cluster maps, plural of cluster map. Clusterogram, a graphical representation of the dependence between clusters typically of genes. Clusterograms, plural of clusterogram. Clustering, a mathematical model that represents the behavior of dendritic trees in neural networks. Clusterins, plural of clusterin. Clusterous, grouped together in a cluster or clusters, clustered. Clusters, plural of cluster. Clusters of differentiation, plural of cluster of differentiation. Clustersful, plural of clusterful. Clustersum, a cluster of replisums. Clustersums, plural of clustersum. Cluster-wide, throughout the whole of a cluster. Cluster-wise, in terms of clusters. Clustering, growing in or full of clusters, like clusters. Clustocentric, centered on a galactic cluster. Clustrocentric, pertaining to the distance from the center of a galactic cluster. Claustrophobia, misspelling of claustrophobia. Clustroid, a centroid of a cluster. Clustroid, plural of clustroid. Initialism of color lookup table. Glutamine, misspelling of glutamine. Clutch, to seize as though with claws. Clutch artist, a person who drives a motor vehicle, especially one equipped with a manual transmission, in a particularly skillful manner. Clutch artists, plural of clutch artists. Clutch at a straw, alternative form of grasp at straws. Clutch at straws, Alternative form of grasp
Damn,
at straws.
fuck.
Clutch bag. A small handbag without a shoulder strap designed to be held in the hand. Clutch bags. Plural of clutch bag. Clutch disc. A spinning disc at the end of the drive shaft that is squeezed against the engine flywheel when the clutch is engaged, so that friction from the surface causes the engine and the transmission to turn at the same speed. Clutch plate. Clutch initiation. Lay date. Clutch initiations. Plural of clutch initiation. Clutch one's pearls. To react with consternation to someone or something that violates the usual norms. Clutch pedal. A pedal in a manual transmission car that modulates the clutch mechanism via clutch plate pressure. Clutch pedals. Plural of clutch pedal. Clutch pencil. Synonym of mechanical pencil. Clutch pencils. Plural of clutch pencil. Clutch plate. Synonym of clutch disc. Clutch plates. Plural of clutch plate. Clutchable. Able to be clutched. Clutch back. A clutch, a fastener which goes over the end of a pin. Clutch backs. Plural of clutch back. Clutch. Simple past and past participle of clutch. Clutched one's pearls. Simple past and past participle of clutch one's pearls. Clutcher. One who clutches. Clutchers. Plural of clutcher. Clutches. Plural of clutch. Clutches one's pearls. Third person singular simple present indicative of clutch one's pearls. Clutches. A miser. Clutches. Plural of clutches. Clutching. Present participle and gerund of clutch. Clutching one's pearls. Present participle and gerund of clutch one's pearls. Clutchingly. With a clutching or grasping motion. Clutchings. Plural of clutching. Clutchless.
That was me right now. Okay, so that ball is impossible right now. I don't know why. This duel is possible, but still, what the fuck?
Without a clutch vehicle component, or without the use of the clutch. Clutchless manual transmission. A manual transmission or a sequential manual gearbox without a manually operated clutch, i.e. with an automatic clutch system, used in both automobiles and motorcycles, i.e. mechanically the same as a conventional manual transmission, but lacks a physical clutch pedal. These systems facilitate the driver by automating the clutch system, but still require the driver's input to change gear manually by means of a conventional manual gear shift. It is a form of semi-automatic transmission. Clutchless manual transmissions. Plural of clutchless manual transmission. Clutchman. A person who operates a clutch, typically on an agricultural machine. Clutchmate. One born in the same clutch of eggs. Clutchmates. Plural of clutchmate. Clutchman. Plural of clutchman. Clutch plate. One of the plates in a clutch device used in engine, etc. Clutch plates. Plural of clutch plate. Clutch. Simple past and past participle of clutch. Clutch. Tending to clutch. clingy or grabby. Hood, a certain Hod, a river in Otago, New Zealand, the second longest in the country, which flows into the Pacific Ocean and which was probably named by Scottish settlers. Hutron, a Cleuon hypothetical particle of cluefulness. Clutrons, plural of clutron. Hut, plural of clut. Clutter, a surname. Clutter up, to fill with rubbish or with needless articles. Clutter-free, without anything cluttering it.
What to do, dude? I'm bored right now. I am so bored of this level. Oh my god, dude.
A surname. Cluttercore, an interior design trend and aesthetic popular in the 2020s, based on densely filling spaces with personal objects and decorative items, resulting in a vibrant and eclectic arrangement of contrasting colors and textures. Clutter, scattered with a disorderly mixture of objects that occupy space, littered. Cluttered up, simple past and past participle of clutter up. Clutteredness, the state or condition of being cluttered. Clutterer, one who clutters. Clutterers, plural of clutterer. Clutter-free,
Okay.
alternative form of clutter-free. Cluttering,
Why am
the
I
act
so
of making
good at that?
or condition of being
Why am I so
cluttered.
bad at that second?
Cluttering up, present participle and gerund of clutter up.
That one is easier than that first one.
Clutterings, plural of cluttering. Clutterless. Without clutter. Clutterlessness, absence of clutter. Clutterous, characterized or marked by clutter, cluttersome. Clutters, plural of clutter. Clutters up. Third person singular simple present indicative of clutter up. Cluttersome, characterized or marked by clutter. Cluttery.
Okay. Whatever,
Cluttered,
whatever.
full of clutter. Hut, a village and civil parish served by Coddington and District Parish Council in Cheshire West and Chester District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 4654. Huttons, plural of
27,
clutten.
Like, what is my...
Huts,
Yeah, it's like still over...
a surname
Oh,
from German.
I don't...
Klutz is,
I think that's how the
plural of
English.
klutz. Klutz, alternative spelling of klutz. Klutzes, plural of klutz. TLV, initialism of constant linear velocity, a qualifier for the rated speed of an optical drive. TLV,
Okay, maybe it's a...
plural of CLV. CLO, yes. Initialism of contextual pitch type linear weights. Foot, the River Clwyd, a river in Denbighshire, Wales that flows into the Irish Sea near Rill. Cly, to seize, to steal. Clyac, completion of the harvest season, harvesting the last sheaf of grain. Clabber, a surname.
Yeah.
Claverns, plural of claver. Clydach, a place or river in Wales. Cly,
What
a
the
major
hell?
river in
What the hell's wrong
Scotland
with me?
flowing from
There we
South
go.
Lanarkshire, Council Area,
Oh my
past
god.
North Lanarkshire,
So-
Council
so
Area,
bad.
through Glasgow, Council Area, and past Renfrewshire Council area and West Dunbartonshire Council area to the Firth of Clyde. Clyde Puffer, a type of small steamboat that provided a vital supply link around the west coast and Hebrides Islands of Scotland. Clyde Puffers, plural of Clyde Puffer. Clyde River, a community and rural municipality of Queens County, Prince Edward Island, Canada. Clydebank, a town on the north side of the River Clyde in West Dunbartonshire Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NS 4970. Clydesdale, a particularly large and powerful breed of rare draft horse. Clydesdale Terrier, one of a breed of small silky-haired terriers related to, but smaller than, the Skye Terrier, having smaller and perfectly erect ears. Clydesdale Terriers, plural of Clydesdale Terrier. Clydesdale, plural of Clydesdale. Clydeside, the area along the River Clyde around the Glasgow Council area, Scotland, possibly also including places such as Clyde.
Not that nerve-wracking.
Clydesider, someone from Clydeside. Clydesiders, plural of Clydesider. Clyer, a swelling of the lymph node of cattle. Clyers, plural of Clyer. Clyfaker, a pickpocket. Clyfakers, plural of Clyfaker. Clyfaker. Pickpocketing. Flying, present participle and gerund of Cly. Climate, alternative form of Clement. Clymene, a nymph married to Iapetus, mother of Prometheus.
Is it like
Prometheus, Menodius, and Atlas. Climbing dolphin, a dolphin Stenella clymene endemic to the Atlantic Ocean that is the only confirmed case of hybrid speciation in marine mammals descending from the spinner dolphin and the striped dolphin. Clymen, alternative form of Clymiid. Clymens, plural of Clymen.
Dude.
Clymed. Any of the order Clymida. Clymeds, plural of Clymiid. Clyer, a surname. Clindowen, alternative form of Plunderwen, Pembrokeshire, Wales. Pie, a surname. Klein and Mellon Court, a community civil parish in Neathport Talbot Borough, County Borough, Wales, which includes the named places. Clennock, a community civil parish in Gwynedd, Wales. Clennock Bower, a village near the coast in Clennock Community, Gwynedd, Wales. OS Grid Ref SH 4149. Libel, of or pertaining to a Clypeus. Clypasteroid, any echinoderm of the order Clypasteroida of Sanda. Clypasteroids, plural of Clypasteroid. Clypasteroid, like or related to the genus Clypaster order Clypasteroida of flattened sea urchins with a rosette of pores on the upper side. Clypasteroids, plural of Clypasteroid. Clypate, shaped like a round buckler or shield, scutate. Clypated, alternative form of clypate. Clypi, plural of Clypeus. Clypiform, shaped like a round shield. Clypate. Clypola, any brassica of the genus Clypola. Clypolabral, relating to a Clypeus and a labrum. Clipolabrum. The Clipeus and labrum considered together. Clipolus. Plural of clipola. Clipo. A small shield. Clipoles. Plural. Clipole.
Damn it.
Clipostid. Any gastropod in the family Clipostidae, which is now known as the Lepidodrilidae. Clipostids. Plural of clipostid. Clipus variaceus.
Les aubaines du vendredi fou sont en cours. Économisez jusqu'à 65% sur certains
Okay.
articles de cuisine.
Ah.
Clipole. Plural of clipole. What? Simple past and past participle of clip. Obsolete spelling of
No.
clipped. Clyra. A village and community in Powys, Wales on the border with England and historically in Radnorshire OS Grid Resto 2143. Plyses. The infusion of a fluid either as therapy or to cleanse. Plismam. Connected with or related to the deluge or to a cataclysm. Plismam. In the direction of or pertaining to the Gulf of Suez. Quetzy. Plural of clissus. Clitas. Quintessence.
Ah.
If you were in Devon, England, which flows in to the EXC estuary. Clist St. Mary, a village and civil parish served by Bishop's Clist Parish Council in East Devon District, Devon, England OS Grid Ref SX 9790. Twetster, a medicine applied via the rectum, an enema or suppository. Twetsters, plural of clister. Clytemnestra, alternative form of Clytemnestra. Clyte, synonym of cloit. Clytive, simple past and past participle of Clyte. Clytemnestra, wife of Agamemnon, whom she killed after the Trojan War, whereupon was killed herself by their son Orsus. Clytes, third person singular simple present indicative of Clyte. Oy, a large locality on the east coast of Caithness, Highland Council area, Scotland. The largest settlement is Mid-Cliff OS Grid Ref ND 2937. Clytie knot, a loose, low coil of hair at the back of the head. Clytie knots, plural of Clytie knot. Lighting, present participle and gerund of Clyte. Clitry, of or pertaining to the beetles of the tribe Clitriny or the former family Clitriny. Cloe, a female given name from Latin. Cloes, a male given name from Latin. Initialism of chief minister. CM/AC, acronym of case management / electronic case files, an electronic court filing system for United States federal court documents. TAMI, abbreviation of Census Metropolitan Area. CMAC, initialism of congestion mitigation and air quality. CMAS, acronym of Confederation Mondiale des Activités Subaquatiques World Underwater Federation. SAME, plural of CMA. CMAVO, function word S, i.e. structural words. TMD.
Oh my god, bro.
Coastal motorboat. CMB. Abbreviation of Cambridge. Sure. TMEA. Initialism of cosmic microwave background radiation. TMEA. Initialism of commercial mortgage-backed security. CMB. Plural of CMB. CMBS. Plural of CMBS. Dan C. Initialism of Carpom Tac Harpal. CMK. Initialism of cruise missile carrier aircraft, a cargo plane loaded with cruise missiles that are dropped out the rear cargo door to launch while airborne. CNC. Plural of CNC. CNE. Initialism of computer-mediated discourse. CNE. Abbreviation of command. Sanity. Initialism of central management database. Sanity. Plural of CMDB. CMD. Abbreviation of commanding. SAMDG. Abbreviation of commanding. SAMDELAC. A specialized .NET class implementing a particular operation in Windows PowerShell. SAMDELAX. Plural of CMDLAT. CMDX. Abbreviation of commander. CMDX. Alternative spelling of CMDR. SAMDRE. Commodore. SAMDRE. Alternative form of CMDRE. SAMDES. Plural of CMDRE. CMDS. Plural. Of CMDS. CMDS. Plural of CMD. CME. Initialism of Chicago Mercantile Exchange. CME. A proper name or proper noun, respelled according to Lodgepin rules, reckoned as a part of speech separate from frivolous content words and CMAVO function words. CME. Plural of CME. CNF. Initialism of common mode failure. CNFB. Initialism of common mode feedback. CMD. Initialism of companion of the Order of St. Michael and St. George. A British honor. CMT. Plural of CMG. CM8. Initialism of community mental health. MAC. Initialism of Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. SAMICAS. Initialism of Center for Mental Health Services. SAMAT. Initialism of Community Mental Health Team. SAMAT. Plural of CMHT. SAMI. Initialism of Coded Mark Inversion. SAMA. Initialism of Central Middle Indo-Aryan. Senior. Initialism of correct me if I am wrong. Senior. Initialism of correct me if I'm wrong. CMR. Initialism of Center for Molecular Imaging Research. CMR. Plural of CMR. CMS. Initialism of Content Management Interoperability Services. CMI. Plural of CMI. CNL. Initialism of Capital Market Line. CNL. plural of CML. CMF, initialism of coordinate measuring machine. CMF, abbreviation of cubic millimeter. CMNC, initialism of cybersecurity maturity model certification. CMMI, initialism of capability maturity model integration. CMMS, initialism of computerized maintenance management system. CMM, plural of CMM. CMNF, a form of sexual role play in which the players act out situations in which the man wears clothes but the woman is naked. CMO, initialism of collateralized mortgage obligation. CMON, alternative spelling of come on. CMOOC, a MOOC massive open online course taking a connectivist approach, focusing on student collaboration and the evolution of teaching materials over time. CMOOC, plural of CMOOC. CMOS, abbreviation of complementary metal oxide semiconductor. CMO, plural of CMO. DNP, initialism of container managed persistence. CMP, plural of CMP. CMA, the convention on the contract for the international carriage of goods by road. CMS, initialism of Chicago Manual of Style. CMA, plural of CM. CMS, plural of CM. Centimeters. CM says, plural of CMS. CMSD key, abbreviation of Chief Master Sergeant. DNSDES, plural of CMSDT. Status, alternative form of CM says, plural of CMS. CMSW, initialism of Certified Master Social Worker. DAND, initialism of Certified Massage Therapist. DAND, abbreviation of comment. DAND, abbreviation of comment. ANE, abbreviation of committee. TNE, alternative form of CNT. CNTS, plural of CNT. TNT, plural of CNT. TNT, plural of CNT. TNS, abbreviation of comments. TNAY, abbreviation of community. TAMU, initialism of concrete masonry unit. TAMU, plural of CMU. TAMV, initialism of cytomegalovirus. TMV, plural of CMV. TMVSS, initialism of Canadian Motor Vehicle Safety Standards. CMY, initialism of cyan, magenta, yellow. CMEC, initialism of cyan, magenta, yellow, key, color model used in color printing. CMEC, initialism of catalog number. Gas, chloroacetophenone used as tear gas for riot control, although it is normally replaced nowadays with CS gas. CN Tower, a communication and observation tower in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Janet, initialism of certified nursing assistant, a person employed to help a registered nurse care for a patient. CNOC, initialism of Council for National Academic Awards. Janet, plural of CNA. CNAT, initialism of Center for Naval Aviation Technical Training. CNOSHAW, alternative form of NOVSHAW. CNOSHAW, simple past and past participle of CNOSHAW. CNOSHAWLANG, present participle and gerund of CNOSHAW. CNOSHAWs, third person singular simple present indicative of CNOSHAW. Ten abbreviation of cosmic neutrino background. 10Z, initialism of Consumer News and Business Channel and American Television Channel. 10C, initialism of consensual non-consent. 10 initialism of Christina Noble Children's Foundation. 10 initialism of Corporation for National and Community Service. 10 initialism of Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament. 10 a member of the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament. Sandaz, plural of Siandar. Sinim, Tidia, Shen. Sinims. Plural of Sinim. Sayanabal, relating to or located at the shin bone or tibia. Sinemet, a greave, a bronze shin protector worn in combat by ancient Greek warriors. Sinemides, plural of sinemes. Sinemets, plural of sinemen. Sinemes, the section of the leg from the knee to the ankle, shin. Neoblast, abbreviation of clinogenic meoblast. Neoblast. Plural of neoblast. Cnefacei, relating to or characteristic of the Cnefacini, a tribe of Tortrix moths. TNF, abbreviation of carbon nanofiber. TNF, plural of CNF. CND, initialism of compressed natural gas. Say now, initialism of Canadian National Institute for the Blind. CNF, initialism of Commander, Navy Installations Command. Senicin, a sesquiterpene lactone found in Senecio benedictus. Senina, a nematocyst. Senini, plural. Of Senida. Sainidaria. Sainidarian. Sainidaria. Any of various invertebrate animals, such as jellyfish, hydras, sea anemones, corals, and formerly sponges and sea ctenophores that belong to the phylum Sainidaria. Sainidarians. Plural of Sainidarian. Sainidariologist. A zoologist who studies Sainidarians. Sanitariologists. Plural of sanitariologists. Sanitacin. A calmarin. 4,9 bis 3 methyl buds 2N1L oxy 7H furo 3,2G chrome. Seven one, extracted from the root of Angelica corina. Sanitalen, a calmarin, 9-methoxy, 4,3-methyl-2-butan-1L oxy 7H furo 3,2G1 benzopirin 7-1. That is a bioactive constituent of Angelica dahurici. Cnido, related to cnidarians or their stinging cells. Cnida band, a band of cnidocytes on a cnidarian. Cnidobands, plural of cnidoband. Cnidoblasts, a cell in the epidermis of cnidarians in which the nematocysts develop. Cnidoblastic, relating to a cnidoblast. Cnidoblasts, plural of cnidoblasts. Cnidosol, an external ciliary process of a cnidoblast. Cnidosols, plural of cnidosol. Cnidosol, the fine hair-like trigger of a cnidoblast. Cnidosol, plural of cnidosil. Cnidocysts, and now nematocyst. Cnidocysts, plural of cnidocysts. Cnidocyte, a capsule in certain cnidarians containing a barbed, string-like tube that transfers a paralyzing sting. Cnidocytes, plural of cnidocyte. Cnidogenesis, the formation of cnidocytes. Cnidum, alternative form of cnidum.
Make sure chat isn't.
Cnidum, the specific
Being
representation
abandoned by me.
of cnidae for a given species. Cnidomes, plural of cnidum.
It's not. Okay.
Cnidomes, plural of cnidum. Cnidophore, a structure composed of cnidoblasts. Cnidophores, plural of cnidophore. Cnidophorus, relating to cnidophores. Cnidopod, the stalk-like base of a nematocyst. Cnidopods, plural of cnidopod. Cnidopsin, any of the family of opsins found in cnidarian jellyfish. Cnidopsin, plural of cnidopsin. Cnidosac, a group of cnidocytes retained by some sea slugs that feed on cnidarians. Cnidosacs, plural of cnidosac. Cnidosporidian, any sporozoan of the former subphylum Cnidospora. Cnidosporidians, plural of Cnidosporidian. Cnidos, alternative spelling of nidos. Cyanile, a C programmer, especially one who dismisses newer programming languages. Caniles, plural of senile. Cal, initialism of controlled natural language. Cano, plural of cnl. Cana, initialism of consensual non-monogamy. Cerami, initialism of Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. Tene. Plural of CNM. Tene. Initialism of cable news network. An American television channel.
Stuff.
CNN effect.
Real quick.
The theorized negative
This is
effect
a long
on the
ad. I
economy
don't need to
and other
worry about
aspects of social life caused by people staying home to watch television news
Nah.
during a crisis such as a war.
Or 3. What is 3?
CNN, an employee of the multinational cable news channel CNN.
That one.
CNN, plural of CNN. CNN, characteristic of the CNN cable news network television channel. Tene, plural of CNN. Tenao, initialism of Chief of Naval Operations. Tenao cycle, synonym of carbon nitrogen oxygen cycle. Tenao cycles. Plural of Tenao cycle. Synodal describes a traveling wave whose amplitude is constricted. For example, a wave in shallow water. Alternative form of notion. Cenotions, plural of cenotion. Cenozos, alternative spelling of nosos. Cenosis, alternative form of nosos. TNP, initialism of copy number polymorphism. CNP, plural of CNP.
Enriquian.
CNA, initialism of CombatNet radio. CNA, right. Initialism of Corporation for National Research Initiatives. CNRP, abbreviation of Cambodia National Rescue Party. CNRP, plural of CNRP. CNR, plural of CNR. TAS, initialism of Central Nervous System. TUA, plural of CN. CNSA, initialism of China National Space Administration. CISL, initialism of cashew nutshell liquid. TES, plural of CNS. DEN-E, abbreviation of carbon nanotube. TNDFE, former name of CDTRP Canadian Donation and Transplant Research Program, abbreviation of Canadian National Transplant Research Program. TNDFE, plural of CNTRP. TNE, plural of CNT. TNUE, initialism of China Network Television, a global internet-based television network owned by the government of the People's Republic of China, using content from CCTV. ZEY, abbreviation of county. Sina, a male given name from Old Norse. An alternative spelling of Canute Scandinavian nut in historical context. Cenotion, alternative form of Canutian. Tenmei, initialism of copy number variant or copy number variation. Tenmei, plural of CNV. TNX, abbreviation of cancel. TNY, initialism of Chinese New Year. Abbreviation of Colorado. a state of the United States. Co. Abbreviation of company. Alternative form of co. CO detector. Abbreviation of carbon monoxide detector. Co-dollar. Church of Scientology. Host belonging to co. Gender-neutral possessive adjective, grammatically equivalent to the gendered his and her and the singular there. Together, the root word is done coincidentally.
This Black Friday, elevate your style with Temu Retro Cloud Canvas. Crafted from top-grade material with golden tone hardware, it's the perfect mix of vintage and elegance. Use it as a clutch or attach the strap for effortless day-to-night style. Classic, refined, and now at an unbeatable Black Friday price.
Third person singular simple present indicative of coact. Coadamite, a believer in coadamitism. Coadamites, plural of coadamite. Coadamitism. The belief that the different races are descended from separately created progenitors. Coadaptation, a mutual adaptation of species, organs, or genes. Coadaptations, plural of coadaptation. Community for open antimicrobial drug discovery. Coadjutrix, alternative spelling of coadjutrix. Co-administration, alternative form of co-administration. Co-administrations, plural of co-administration.
Timer paused.
Coifying, a Cohen law, a relationship by marriage with a separation by 3 degrees 2 people, compared to prototypical affines, where the separation is 2 and 1. Coaffines, plural of coaffine. Coagonist, a drug or other chemical that can combine with a receptor on a cell to produce a physiologic reaction typical of a naturally occurring substance. Coagonist implies it is one of other agonists working in conjunction. Coagonists, plural of coagonists. Coamylofrus, a mixture of amyloride and furosemide used to treat fluid retention. Coamylazide, a mixture of amyloride and hydrochlorothiazide used in the treatment of hypertension. Covimecyclab, a combination antibiotic containing amoxicillin trihydrate, a beta-lactam antibiotic, and potassium clavulanate, a beta-lactamase inhibitor. Coamplify, simple past and past participle of coamplify. Coamplifies, third person singular simple present indicative of coamplify. Coamplify, alternative form of complify. Coamplifying, present participle and gerund of coamplify. Coply, alternative form of coply. Coloration, alternative form of coration. Coarticulate. Alternative spelling of corticulate. Coarticulated. Simple past and past participle of coarticulate. Coarticulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of coarticulate. Coarticulating. Present participle and gerund of coarticulate. Coassess, alternative form of coassist. Coassessive, Simple past and past participle of co-assist. Co-assisting, present participle and gerund of co-assist. Co-assess, third person singular simple present indicative of co-assist. Co-wet of a woman, an aunt of one's niece or nephew who is not one's sister. A co-sister-in-law is common aunt to the children of two women's married siblings. Co-aunts, plural of co-aunt. Co-author, alternative form of co-author. Co-authored, simple past and past participle of co-author. Co-authoring, present participle and gerund of co-author. Co-authors, plural of co-author. Coaxial, alternative form of coaxial. How bad to share a bed with a sibling, especially a twin. Co-bedded, simple past and past participle of co-bed. Co-bedding, present participle of co-bed. Co-beds, third person. Co-belligerent, alternative spelling of co-belligerent. Co-belligerent, plural of co-belligerent. Co-benefit, an immediate environmental benefit resulting from longer-term environmental policy. Co-benefits, plural of co-benefit. Co-brand, alternative form of co-brand. Co-brand. Simple past and past participle of co-brand. Co-branding, the combination of two or more well-known brands for marketing purposes, to strengthen one another's preference or purchase intentions, or to reach a broader audience. Co-brandings, plural of co-branding. Co-brands, third person singular simple present indicative of co-brand. Co-braren, plural of co-brother. Co-brother, one's colleague's brother in the same craft, occupation, or society. Co-brother-in-law, one spouse's brother-in-law, one spouse's sibling's husband, especially one's wife's sister's husband, either of two or more men who marry sisters in relation to the other, the brother of one spouse in relation to the siblings of the other spouse. Co-brothers, plural of co-brother. Co-brothers-in-law, plural of co-brother-in-law. Co-cathedral, one other group of churches usually which have the function of being the seat of a bishop. Co-cathedrals, plural of co-cathedral. Co-CF, one of the chief executive officers in a shared leadership structure. Co-CF, plural of co-CEO. Co-chair, one of a group of chairpersons. Co-chaired, simple past and past participle of co-chair. Co-chairing, present participle and gerund of co-chair. Co-chairman, alternative form of co-chairman. Co-chairs, plural of co-chair. Co-chair. Channel, alternative form of co-channel. Co-channel interference. Interference caused by two stations transmitting on the same frequency. Co-channel interferences, plural of co-channel interference. Co-chief. Alternative form of co-chief. Co-chiefs. Plural of co-chief. Co-citation. The simultaneous linking to each of a group of web pages from each of another group of web pages, even though the members of the group do not link to each other, used by some search engines to establish a connection between related pages. Co-citations. Plural of co-citation. A wheel arrangement for diesel and electric locomotives, signifying that a locomotive has 6 axles, each powered by a motor, on 2 bogies. Co-codamol. A mixture of codeine and paracetamol used as an analgesic. Co-codapirin. A mixture of codeine and aspirin used as an analgesic. Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola, or by extension, any soft drink. Co-colas. Plural of co-cola. Co-commander. A joint commander. A person sharing a role of military command. Co-commander. Plural of co-commander. Co-conspirator. A person involved with others in a conspiracy. Co-conspirators. Plural of co-conspirator. Co-corrections. The housing together of male and female prisoners. Co-cos. Plural of co-co. Co-counsel. Alternative form of co-counsel. Co-counseling. Alternative form of co-counseling. Co-counseling. A form of self-help counseling in which each person takes equal turns, usually in pairs, to work on the things in themselves and their lives that they would like to change. This person is mostly or wholly in charge. The other person or people mainly give supportive attention or suggest ways of working. Co-create. Alternative spelling of co-create. Co-create was gut. As a spiritual practitioner who feels that he or she has attained a type of communication with God, to work with God to bring desirable things into the practitioner's life. Co-created. Simple past and past participle of co-create. Co-creates. Third person singular simple present indicative of co-create. Co-creating. Present participle and gerund of co-create. Co-creation. Alternative spelling of co-creation. Co-credit. A joint credit. Co-credits. Plural of co-credit. Co-dancer. One who dances with another. Co-dancers. Plural of co-dancer. Co-danthramer. A mixture of dantron and apoxamer used as a laxative. Co-dantrusate. A mixture of dantron and...
Nice. Oh. What the...
Docusate used as a laxative. Co-decision. A procedure in the European Union that requires consensus to be reached between the Council and the Parliament for legislation to be adopted. Co-defendant. Alternative spelling of co-defendant. Co-defendants. Plural of co-defendant. Co-dehydrogenase. Alternative form of co-dehydrogenase. Co-delivery.
No.
Alternative form of co-delivery. Codependent. The state of being codependent. Codependences. Plural of codependent. Codependent. Mutually dependent especially of an unhealthy psychological relationship in which one person perpetuates another's addiction or harmful behavior. Codependence, plural of codependent. Co-develop, alternative form of co-develop. Co-developed, simple past and past participle of co-develop. Co-developer, alternative form of co-developer. Co-developers, plural of co-developer. Co-developing, present participle. And gerund of co-develop. Co-develop, third person singular simple present indicative of co-develop. Co-direct, alternative form of co-direct. Co-directive, simple past and past participle of co-direct. Co-direction, alternative form of co-direction. Co-directions, plural of co-direction. Co-director, alternative form of co-director. Co-directors, plural of co-director. Co-dominance, alternative form of codominance. Co-dominant. Alternative form of codominant. Codidromol, a mixture of dihydrocodone and paracetamol used as an analgesic. Co-ed of an educational institution teaching both males and females. Co-edit, alternative form of co-edit. Co-edited, simple past and past participle of co-edit. Co-editing, present participle and gerund of co-edit. Co-edition, an addition from several editors. Co-editions, plural of co-edition. Co-editor, alternative form of co-editor. Co-editors, plural of co-editor. Co-edits, third person singular simple present indicative of co-edit. Co-eds, plural of co-ed. Co-educate, to educate children of both sexes together. Co-educated, simple past and past participle of co-educate. Co-educates, third person singular simple present indicative of co-educate. Co-educating, present participle. And gerund of co-educate. Co-employment, a relationship between two or more employers which involves having rights and obligations concerning the same employee for the same work, such as the relationship between a contract agency and one of its clients. Co-endure, to endure alongside someone or something, to coexist over time. Co-endured, simple past and past participle of co-endure. Co-endures, third person singular simple present indicative of co-endure. Co-enduring, present participle and gerund of co-endure. Co-enrollment, an educational designed to assist deaf students and students with hearing difficulties. Co-enrollments, plural of co-enrollment. Co-evolution, alternative spelling of co-evolution. Co-evolutions, plural of co-evolution. Co-evolve, to evolve together. Co-evolved, simple past and past participle of co-evolve. Co-evolved, third person singular simple present indicative of co-evolve. Co-evolving, present participle and gerund of co-evolve. Help exists. Alternative spelling
Bruh.
of coexist. Coexisted. Simple
Why do I
past
have
and
better?
past participle of coexist. Coexistence. Alternative spelling of coexistence. Coexistences. Plural of coexistence. Coexisting. Present participle and gerund of coexists. Coexists. Third person singular simple present indicative of coexists. Coexport. Alternative form of coexport. Coexported. Simple past and past participle of coexport. Coexporting. Present participle and gerund of coexport. Coexports. Third person singular simple present indicative of coexport. Coexpress. Alternative form of coexpress. Coexpressed. Simple past and past participle of coexpress. Coexpresses. Third person singular simple present indicative of coexpress. Coexpressing. Present participle and gerund of coexpress. Coextensive. Alternative spelling of coextensive. Co-father. The relationship of the godfather to the other godparents and the legal parents of a child. Co-father-in-law. The father of one's son or daughter-in-law. That is, the father-in-law of one's child, or the father of one spouse in relation to the father of the other spouse, either of two or more men whose children marry each other, such as the father of a bride vis-a-vis the father of the groom. Co-fathers. Plural of co-father. Co-fathers-in-law. Plural of co-father-in-law. Covey. To feed together with a different taxon. Cofiti. Alternative form of cofafi. Cofifis. Plural of cofifi. Co-fire. To fire different types of fuel together. Co-fire. Simple past and past participle of co-fire. Co-fires. Third person singular simple present indicative of co-fire. Co-firing. Present participle and gerund of co-fire. Cofluum pistol. A mixture of flucloxacillin and ampicillin used as an antibiotic. Coflumactone. A mixture of hydroflumethiazide and spironolactone used as a diuretic. Co-found. Alternative form of co-found. Co-founded. Simple past and past participle of co-found. Co-founder. Alternative form of co-founder. Co-founders. Plural of co-founder. Co-founding. Present participle and gerund of co-found. Co-founds. Third person singular simple present indicative of co-found. Co-Freemasonry. A form of Freemasonry that allows women, as well as men, to be members. Co-fund. To provide funds for something, such as a project, jointly. Co-funded. Simple past and past participle of co-fund. Co-funding. Present participle and gerund of co-fund. Co-funds. Third person singular simple present indicative alternative of co-fund. Co-fusion, the fusion of two metals together, or a metal and non-metal, especially in the production of crucible steel. Cogenetic, alternative form of cogenetic. Co-governance, alternative form of co-governance. Co-grandfather, the father of one's son or daughter-in-law as common grandfather of their children, the relationship between men who have grandchildren in common, maternal grandfather vis-a-vis paternal grandfather. Co-grandfathers, plural of co-grandfather. Co-grandmother, the mother of one's son or daughter-in-law as common grandmother of their children, the relationship between women who have grandchildren in common, maternal grandmother vis-a-vis paternal grandmother. Co-grandmothers, plural of co-grandmother. Co-grandparent, the parent of one's son or daughter-in-law as a common grandparent to one's children. Co-grandparents, plural of co-grandparent. Co-hosts, a joint host alongside another. Compare co-star. Co-hosted, simple past and past participle of co-hosts. Co-hosting, present participle and gerund of co-hosts. Co-hosts, plural of co-hosts. Co-husband, in a polyandrous marriage, another husband of a man's wife. Co-husbands, plural of co-husband. Co-hyponym, alternative form of co-eponym, synonym of coordinate term. Co-hyponyms, plural of co-hyponym. Co-ignimbrite, alternative spelling of coignimbrite. Co-in-law, a distant in-law, a relationship by marriage with a separation by 3 degrees. Two people, compared to prototypical in-laws, where the separation is 2/1. The separation may be 2 degrees of blood kin and 1 of marriage, addressing the mother of the husband of one's daughter, or 1 degree blood and 2 of marriage, addressing the brother-in-law of one's brother, or, similarly, addressing the wife of the brother of one's husband. Co-in-laws, plural of co-in-law. Co-incineration, the incineration of waste using some of the waste as fuel. Co-induction, alternative spelling of coinduction. Co-inductions, plural of co-induction. Co-infuse, alternative form of coinfuse. Co-infused, simple past and past participle of co-infused. Co-infuses, third person singular simple present indicative of co-infuse.
Hold up.
Co-infusing, present participle of co-infuse. Co-inherit, alternative spelling of coinherit. Co-inherited, simple past and past participle of co-inherit. Co-inheriting, present participle and gerund of co-inherit. Co-inherits, third person singular simple present indicative of co-inherit. Co-biv, synonym of reciprocal IVF. Co-jack, alternative form of Kojak Colby Jack cheese. Co-legislate, alternative spelling of colgislate. Co-legislated, simple past and past participle of co-legislate. Co-legislates, Third person singular simple present indicative of co-legislate. Co-legislating. Present participle and gerund of co-legislate. Co-linguist. One who shares a language with someone. Co-linguists. Plural of co-linguists. Co-locate. To locate or be located at the same site for two things or groups, military units, etc. Co-located. Simple past and past participle of co-locate. Co-locates. Third person singular simple present indicative of co-locate. Co-locating. Present participle and gerund of co-locate. Co-location. An instance of co-locating. Co-locations. Plural of co-location. Co-manager. Alternative spelling. Of co-manager. Co-managers. Plural of co-manager. Co-maternities. Plural of co-maternity. Co-maternity. The state of being a co-mother. A mother to a child carried by another partner through reciprocal IVF in vitro fertilization where one female partner supplies the ovum and the other carries the pregnancy. Co-meddled. Mixed together. Co-mingles. Third person singular simple present indicative of commingle. Co-mingling. Present participle and gerund of commingle. Comorbidities. Plural of comorbidity. Alternative form of comorbidities. Comorbidity. Alternative form of comorbidity. Co-mother. The relationship of the godmother to the other godparents and the legal parents of a child. Co-mother-in-law. The mother of one's children-in-law. That is, the mother-in-law of one's children, or the mother of one spouse in relation to the parents of the other spouse, either of two or more women whose children marry each other, such as the mother of a bride vis-a-vis the mother of the groom.
41 to 46.
Co-mothers.
Duh.
Plural of co-mother.
That's a
Co-mothers-in-law.
great consistency.
Plural of
46.
co-mother-in-law. Co-NP. Initialism of complementary non-deterministic polynomial. Co-occur. To occur together. Co-occurred. Simple past participle of co-occur. Co-occurrence. The fact of a thing occurring simultaneously with something else. Correlation. Co-occurrence network. A text analysis method that visually represents relationships among entities based on their co-occurrence in electronic text. Co-occurrence networks. Plural of co-occurrence network. Co-occurrences. Plural of co-occurrence. Co-occurring. Present participle and gerund of co-occur. Co-occurs.
I'm bad.
Third person singular simple present indicative of co-occur. Co-official. Jointly official, having full official status alongside another official one. Co-op. Any of very many shops belonging to the cooperative group and its predecessors. Co-op mix. A mixture of sodium chlorate and nitrobenzene used in making improvised bombs during the Troubles in Northern Ireland. Co-op. Add. Simple past and past participle of co-op. Cooperate. Alternative spelling of cooperate. Rated.
Hold on.
Simple past and past participle of cooperate. Cooperates. Third person singular simple present indicative of cooperate. Cooperating. Present participle and gerund of cooperate. Cooperation. Alternative spelling of cooperation. Cooperative. Alternative spelling of coop. Cooperative. Rare spelling of cooperative. Cooperative Commonwealth Federation. A Canadian Democratic Socialist political party active between 1932 and 1961, which served as the predecessor of the New Democratic Party. Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Official name of Guyana, a country in South America. Cooperatively. Alternative spelling of cooperatively. Cooperatives. Plural of cooperative. Cooperator. Alternative spelling of cooperator. Cooperators. Plural of cooperator. Cooptation. Alternative spelling of coopetition. Co-oping. Present participle and gerund of co-op. Co-opinionist. Someone who has the same opinion. Co-opinionist. Plural of co-opinionist. Co-opt. Simple past and past participle of co-op. Co-oping. Present participle and gerund of co-op. Co-ops. Plural of co-op. Co-op. To elect as a fellow member of a group, such as a committee. Co-optation. Alternative spelling of co-optation. Co-optations. Plural of co-optation. Co-optative. Alternative form of co-optative. Co-opted. Simple past and past participle of co-opt. Co-opter. One who co-opts. Co-op.
These
Present
double clicks.
participle and
What's up with these double clicks today? I don't get it.
gerund of co-opt. Co-option. Alternative spelling of co-op. Option. Co-options. Plural of co-option. Co-opts. Third person singular simple present indicative of co-opt. Coordinate. Alternative spelling of coordinate. Coordinate axes. Plural of coordinate axes. Coordinate axis. Alternative form of coordinate axis. Coordinate. Simple past and past participle of coordinate. Coordinately. Alternative spelling of coordinately. Coordinateness. Alternative spelling of coordinateness. Coordinates. Plural of coordinate. Coordinating. Present participle and gerund of coordinate. Coordination. Alternative spelling of coordination. Coordinational. Of or pertaining to coordination. Coordination. Plural of coordination. Coordinative. Alternative spelling of coordinative. Coordinator. Alternative. Form of coordinator. Coordinators. Plural of coordinator.
There's no one I'm ignoring in chat.
Co-organizer. Alternative form of co-organizer. and coordinator. Co-organizers. Plural of co-organizer.
There's none. They're not good,
Co-organizer.
but, you know.
Alternative form of coorganizer. Co-organizer. Co-organizers. Plural of co-organizer. Co-original. Alternative spelling of co-original. Kalvan. To own jointly with another person or organization. Co-own. Simple past and past participle. Of co-own. Co-owner. Someone who owns something together with one or more other people. Co-owners. Plural of co-owner. Co-ownership. Joint ownership. Co-ownerships. Plural of co-ownership. Co-owning. Present participle and gerund of co-own. Co-owns.
Good. Holy fucking shit.
Third
That's
person
like-
singular simple present indicative of co-own. Seoximeter. A form of spectrophotometer that is used to measure the relative amounts of oxyhemoglobin and carboxyhemoglobin in blood. Seoximeters. Plural of seoximeter. Co-parent. Someone who shares in the parenting of a child or children, such as co-parent-in-law, a parent of one's son or daughter-in-law, that is, a parent-in-law of one's son or daughter. Co-parented, simple past and past participle of co-parent. Co-parenting, present participle and gerund of co-parent. Co-parents, plural of co-parent. Co-parents-in-law, plural of co-parent-in-law. Co-party, a party who is on the same side as another party. Co-patron, alternative form of copatron. Co-pattern, to develop in a pattern separately from another object, but in relation to it. Co-pattern, simple past and past participle of co-pattern. Co-patterning, present participle and gerund of co-pattern. Co-patterns, third person singular simple present indicative of co-pattern. Copen, alternative form of copen. Copen, simple past and
That's like really good. Like, it'll. 41-46 is so
past
hard, dude.
participle of copen. Copenning, present participle and gerund of copen. Copens, third person singular simple present indicative of
I'm
copen.
making it look way easier. than it is.
Co-perpetrator. A partner in crime. Cofenetrope, a mixture of diphenolate and atropine used in the treatment of diarrhea. Copilot, British standard spelling of copilot. Copiloted, simple past and past participle of copilot.
Holy fucking shit.
Co-piloting, present participle and gerund of copilot. Copilot. Plural of copilot. Coplanarity, alternative spelling of coplanarity. Coprecipitation, alternative spelling of coprecipitation. Coprecipitation, plural of coprecipitation. Copresence, alternative spelling of copresence. Co-present, alternative spelling of copresent. Co-president, alternative spelling of copresident. Co-president Musk, synonym of President Musk. alternative spelling of coprime. Coprimes, plural of coprime. Copro, alternative form of copro. Coprocessor, alternative spelling of coprocessor. Coprocessors, plural of coprocessor. Coproduce, alternative spelling of coproduce. Coproduced, simple past and past participle of coproduce. Coproducer, alternative form of coproducer. Coproduce.
The saddest thing about this consistency on 41 to 46 is that it doesn't really matter.
Plural of coproducer. Coproduces. Third
Well, it doesn't
person
matter,
singular
like, it's
simple
good and all
present
that, but, like,
indicative of coproduce.
It doesn't matter in the way that
Producing. Present participle and gerund of coproduce. Co-production. Alternative spelling of coproduction. Copromote. Alternative spelling of copromote. Copromoted. Simple past and past participle of copromote. Copromotes. Third person singular simple present indicative of copromote. Copromoting. Present participle and gerund of copromote. Copros, plural of copro. Coproxamol, a mixture of paracetamol and dextropropoxyphene used as a painkiller. Co-publish, alternative spelling of copublish. Co-publish, simple past and past participle of co-publish. Co-publishes, third person singular simple present indicative of co-publish. Co-publishing, present participle and gerund of co-publish. Co-purification, alternative form of copurification. Co-purifications, plural of co-purification.
Slightly better, and then
Co-purify, simple past and past participle of co-purify. Co-purifies, third person singular simple present indicative of co-purify. Co-purify.
yeah, like if I can't be consistent at everything, it doesn't really matter.
Alternative spelling of purify. Co-purify, present participle and gerund of co-purify.
27 to 44, I
Co-RE,
think it's that pretty soon.
abbreviation of co-recursively
27 to
enumerable.
43 times 2
Co-randomization, alternative form of randomization. Co-receptor, alternative form of co-receptor. Co-receptors, plural of co-receptor. Co-recursive, describing a definition, particularly of an algorithm given in terms of its output rather than its input. Co-recursively enumerable,
Bro,
describing a set for
how?
which there
How
exists
did I
a
do that?
deterministic algorithm that will list all items not in that set. Co-register, alternative spelling of co-register.
Okay, to do a little bit of the less
Co-register,
most of it.
simple past and past participle of co-register.
Maybe not that.
Co-registering, present participle and gerund of co-register. Co-registers, third person singular simple present indicative of co-register. Correlation,
Okay.
corresponding relation.
Oh, whatever.
Correlations, plural of correlation. Correligionaries, plural of correligionary. Correligionary, a co-religionist, a fellow follower of one's religion. Co-religionist, a fellow follower of one's religion. Co-religionists, Plural of co-religionist. Co-report. Alternative form of co-report. Co-reported. Simple past and past participle of co-report. Co-reporting. Present participle and gerund of co-report. Co-reports. Third person singular simple present indicative of co-report. Correspondent. Alternative form of correspondent. Co-responsibilities. Plural of co-responsibility. Co-responsibility. Shared responsibility. The state or condition of being jointly responsible typically for achieving some planned outcome. Co-responsible. Jointly responsible, having shared responsibility. Co-routine. Alternative spelling of coroutine. Co-routines. Plural of co-routine. Co-ruler. Alternative form of coroller. Co-rulers. Plural of co-ruler. Co-screenwriter. Alternative form of co-screenwriter. Co-screenwriters. Plural of co-screenwriter. Co-scriptor. A co-writer of a script, a joint scriptwriter. Co-scriptors. Plural of co-scriptor. Co-selector. A person involved with others in selecting team players. Co-selectors. Plural of co-selector. Co-sibling-in-law. One spouse's sibling spouse, either of two or more people who marry siblings from the perspective of the other. Co-siblings-in-law. Plural of co-sibling-in-law. Cosine. Alternative form of cosine. Cosigned. Simple past and past participle of cosine. Cosigning. Present participle and gerund of cosine. Cosines. Third person singular simple present indicative of cosine. Co-sister. Colleague. Sister in the same craft, occupation, or society. Co-sister-in-law. One spouse's sister-in-law, especially one's husband's brother's wife, one's brother's wife in relation to the spouses of his siblings, either of two or more women who are married to brothers in relation to the other. Co-sisters. Plural of co-sister. Co-sisters-in-law. Plural of co-sister-in-law. Co-sleeping. The practice in which babies and young children sleep with one or both parents. Co-sounding. Sounding together. Co-speech. Co-occurring with speech. Co-spies. Plural of co-spy. Co-sponsor. Alternative spelling of co-sponsor. Co-sponsored. Simple past and past participle of co-sponsor. Co-sponsoring. Present participle and gerund of co-sponsor. Co-sponsors. Plural of co-sponsor. Co-spy. A fellow spy. A spy who is an ally of another. Co-star. Alternative spelling of co-star. Co-starred. Simple past and past participle of co-star. Co-starring. Present participle and gerund of co-star.
41 to 46.
Co-stars.
What the fuck? Like 41 to 46
Plural
times
of
7,
co-star.
That's That's probably
Co-stimulation,
How many lifetimes
the
do I have?
requirement of T cells for two signals in order to become
75.
fully activated.
Okay, so almost 10%
Stimulatory,
have been
alternative
just
form
from
of
this.
co-stimulatory. Co-teach, alternative form of co-attach.
Oh, okay, well, not really because
Co-teacher.
of how much I have on different hobbies. W-Streamer, thank you.
Alternative form of co-attcher.
I have no...
Co-teachers,
4 mods? 1, 2...
plural of co-teacher. Cotenadone, a mixture of atenolol and chlorothalidone used in the treatment of hypertension. Cotidal, alternative spelling of cotidal. Cotilage, alternative form of cotilage. Co-transfection, alternative spelling of cotransfection. Co-transfection, plural of co-transfection. Cotrimoxazole, alternative form of cotrimoxazole. Co-trusty, alternative form of cotrusty. Co-uncle of a man, an uncle of one's niece or nephew who is not one's brother. A co-brother-in-law as common uncle to the children of two men's married siblings. Co-uncles, plural of co-uncle. Co-vilification, mutual vilification by two or more people. Co-wash, alternative form of cowash. Co-washed, simple past and past participle of co-wash. Co-washes, third person singular simple present indicative of co-wash. Co-washing, present participle and gerund of co-wash. Co-wife, in a polygamous marriage, another wife of a woman's husband. Co-wives, plural of co-wife. Co-worker, alternative spelling of co-worker. Co-workers, plural of co-worker. Co-right, alternative spelling of cowright. Co-rights,
2,
third person singular simple present indicative of co-write.
3,
Co-writing, present participle and gerund of co-write. Co-written, past participle of co-write. Co-wrote,
does that count?
simple past of co-write. Cozitacact, a mixture of captopril and hydrochlorothiazide used to treat hypertension. Co, abbreviation of company often used as and co and company. Co, abbreviation of company often used as and co and company. CO2, carbon dioxide. CO2 offset, synonym of carbon offset. CO2 offsets, plural of CO2 offset. CO2ac, abbreviation of carbon dioxide equivalent. CO2e, abbreviation of carbon dioxide equivalent. Initialism of Court of Appeals. Co-e, alternative. Spelling of COA. Ho, a primitive hoe, a sharp wooden rod formerly used by Native Americans to till the soil. Co-abuse, drug abuse involving more than one drug. Co-abuser, someone who collaborates with or refrains from interfering with an abuser in perpetrating abuse. Co-abusers, plural of co-abuser. Co-pression, the hypothetical joint formation of Earth and its moon from the same primordial cloud of material. Coccumulation, the accumulation of two or more materials at the same time. Coccumulations, plural of coccumulation. Coccused, one of two or more people accused of the same offense. Coccused, plural of coccused. Coservate, clumped together, clustered. Coservated, that has undergone coservation. Coservates, plural of coservate. Coservation, the separation of a colloidal system into two liquid phases, one of which the coservate is more concentrated in the colloid component. Coservations, plural of coservation. A wheeled vehicle, generally pulled by a horse. Coach bolt, synonym of carriage bolt. Coach bolts, plural of coach bolt. Coach box, the coachman's seat on a horse. Drawn vehicle. Coach boxes, plural of coach box. Coach dog, alternative form of coach dog. Coach dogs, plural of coach dog. Coach driver, a person driving a horse-drawn coach carriage. Coach drivers, plural of coach driver. Coach gun, a double-barreled shotgun with very short barrels. Coach guns, plural of coach gun. Coach horn, a long, straight, valveless instrument, traditionally made of copper, originally used as a signal horn on fast coaches. Coach horns, plural of coach horn. Coach horse, a horse that draws a coach. Coach horses, plural of coach horse. Coach house, synonym of garage apartment. Coach houses, plural of coach house. Coach inn, synonym of coaching in. Coach inns, plural of coach inn. Coach lamp, a lamp fixed to or carried on a stagecoach. Coach lamps, plural of coach lamp. Coach roof, the portion of the deck raised to give increased headroom in the cabin. Coach roofs, plural of coach roof. Coach screw, a large metal wood screw with a hexagonal head. Coach screws, plural of coach screw. Coach up. To coach, to instruct. Coach built, having specially built bodywork, built to order. Coach dog, alternative form of coach dog. Coach dogs, plural of coach dog. Coach office, an office for booking the transportation of passengers or parcels by stagecoach. Coach offices, plural of coach office. Coachability, the state or condition of being coachable. Coachable, that can be traversed by a coach. Coach box, alternative spelling of coach box. Coach boxes, plural of coach box. Coach builder, a builder of horse-drawn coaches. Coach builders, plural of coach builder. Coach building, the construction of coaches. Coach built, alternative form of coach. Built. Coach dog, a dog trained to accompany carriages. Coach dogs, plural of coach dog. Coach, simple past and past participle of coach. Coached up, simple past and past participle of coach up. One who is coached receives training. Coachees, plural of coach. Coachella, a city in Riverside County, California. United States. Coacher, a person who coaches or gives instruction, a coach. Coachers, plural of coacher. Coaches, plural of coach. Coaches. Up. Third person singular simple present indicative of coach up. Coachillo, one of a pair of horses employed to draw a coach. Coachillos, plural of coachillo. Coachful, as much as a coach will hold. Coachfuls, plural of coachful. Coach horse, a horse used to pull coaches. Coach horses, plural of coach horse. Cotia, comparative form of cokie, more cokie. Cokia, plural of cokie. Cokius, superlative form. Of cokie, most cokie. Coaching, present participle and gerund of coach. Coaching in, an inn hotel along a route used by stagecoaches where horses could be changed and passengers could obtain food. Food and drink. Coaching inns, plural of coaching in. Coaching stock, passenger carrying railway coaches or less commonly multiple units, contrasted with locomotives, freight wagons, and engineering vehicles. Coaching up, present participle and gerund of coach up. Coachings, plural of coaching. Coachless, without a coach vehicle. Coachut, a little coach vehicle. Coachuts, plural of coachlet. Coachline, resembling or characteristic of a coach traditional horse-drawn vehicle. Coachline, a company that operates a fleet of coaches passenger vehicles. Coachlines, plural of coachline. Coachode, as much or as many as can fill a coach. Coachode, plural of coachload. Coachmaker, a coach builder. Coachmakers, plural of coachmaker. Coach making, the manufacture of coaches vehicles. Coachman, a surname. Coachman's Cove, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Coachman's, plural of coachman. Coachmanship, skill in driving a coach. The old vehicle. Coachmark, a highlight or underline, etc. indicating part of the user interface to aid the user in learning how to use the system. Coach marks, plural of coach mark. Coachmaster, a person who runs a business transporting people in horse-drawn coaches but who generally does not do the driving. Coachmasters, plural of coachmaster. Coachmate, one whom someone shares a coach ride with, a passenger on the same coach. Coachmates, plural of coachmate. Coachmen, plural of coachmen. Coachroof, alternative spelling of
clicking every
coachroof.
single link here.
Coachroofs, plural of coachroof. Coachbeth, a builder of coaches. Coachsmithing, the manufacture of coaches. Coachsmiths, plural of coachsmith. Coach speak, the jargon or pep talks employed by sports coaches. Coach stand, a place where horse-drawn coaches wait to be hired for a journey. Coach stands, plural of coach stand. Coachway, a road for use by coaches. Coachways, plural of coachway. Coachwheel, synonym of cleavers. Coachwheel, a cartwheel, the wheel of a horse-drawn coach. Coach wheels, plural of coach wheel. Coach whip, a long whip. Used by the driver of a horse-drawn coach. Coach whipping, a form of decorative square Senate work used for covering stanchions. Coach whips, plural of coach whip. Coachwise, in the manner of a coach vehicle. Coachwoman, a woman who drives a horse-drawn coach, a female coach driver. Coachwomen, plural of coachwoman. Coachoi, an Australian rainforest tree, Ceratopalum apitalum, with a straight trunk and a caramel-like fragrance, and greatly prized as a hardwood for its attractive grain. Coachwoods, plural of coachwood. Coachwork, the body of a motor vehicle as opposed to the chassis. Coachworks, plural of coachware. Coachright, a builder of coaches. Coachrights, plural of coachright. Covey, of a horse, more suited to drawing a coach than to racing. Coach-yard, a yard adjoining an inn, etc., where coaches could be kept. Coach-yards, plural of coach-yard. Huff, to compel, constrain, force. Coated, simple past and past participle of coat. Coatzi, synonym of coater. Coatees, plural of coaty. Coatin, present participle and gerund of coat. Coachin, force, compulsion, either in restraining
That's
or impelling.
really good consistency.
Coachins, plural of coaction.
What the fuck is going on? What in
Coactivate,
the fuck?
to cause
31,
or
this
to
is one
undergo
of my best
coactivation.
ones. Like,
Coactivated, activated along with
Boom.
another.
boom.
Coactivates,
Oh, that's
third
dangerous.
person
That's
singular
dangerous.
simple present indicative
Round
of coactivate.
consistency, like, that's really
Coactivating, present participle
Many.
and gerund of coactivate. Coactivation, activation of two or more things together.
Dude, where's stop? There it is.
Coactivations, plural of coactivation. Coactivator, any protein that binds to an activator as part of gene transcription. Coactivators, plural of coactivator. Coactivatory. Relating to coactivators. Coactive, serving to compel or constrain, compulsory, restrictive. Coactively, in a coactive manner. Coactivities, plural of coactivity. Coactivity, acting together or in harmony, unity or interdependence of action. Coactor, an organism that participates in coaction. Coaters, plural of coactor. Coactacin, an actin-binding protein originally isolated from dicotyledon. Coact, third person singular simple present indicative of coact. Coactualization, joint actualization. A surname. Adapt. To adapt together. Coadaptation, alternative spelling of coadaptation. Coadaptational, relating to coadaptation. Coadaptations, plural of coadaptation. Coadapted, describing a genetic adaptation that is the result of beneficial interactions between the organisms of a community. Coadapting, present participle and gerund of coadapt. Coadaptive, relating to or causing coadaptation. Coadapts, third person singular simple present indicative of coadapt. To undergo or to subject to codition. Added along with each other. Codat, a drug addict who is codependent with another drug addict. Codex, plural of coach speak, the jargon of pep talks employed by sports coaches. Coach stand, a place where horse-drawn coaches wait to be hired for a journey. Of codec. Coach stand. Coding, present participle and gerund of code. Codition, a process in image refinement in which images from an input grid are sampled and added to a common output grid. Codracy, joint addressee. Codracies, plural of codracy. Codes, plural of code. Code stone, a kind of artificial stoneware used for statues and ornaments. Code stones, plural of code stone. Coherence, mutual adherence. Cohesion, adhesion along with another material. Cohesive, adhesive along with another material. Cogescence, the condition of being cogescent. Cogescency, the condition of being coadjacent. Cogescent, mutually adjacent, contiguous. Cojoint, describing the dual of an adjoint representation. Coadjudicator, a joint adjudicator, one who adjudicates with another. Coadjudicators, plural of coadjudicator. Cojument, mutual help, cooperation. To compel, constrain, force. Codas, to adjust by mutual adaptations. Codat, simple past and past participle of cogus. Cojusting, present participle and gerund of cogus. Codesment, mutual adjustment, adjustment of two or more items on each other. Codastments, plural of coadjustment. Codasts, third person singular simple present indicative of coadjustments. Coadjutant, mutually assisting or operating, helping. Coadjutants, plural of coadjutant. Cogit, to cooperate with. Cojude, simple past. And past participle of cojute. Codets, third person singular simple present indicative of cojute. Cogiting, mutually assisting, cooperating. Cogitive, rendering mutual aid, coadjutant. Coadjutor, an assistant or help. Coadjutor bishop, an auxiliary bishop with the right of succession, i.e. he becomes bishop upon the death, removal, or retirement of the incumbent bishop. Coadjutor bishops, plural of coadjutor bishop. Coadjutors, plural of coadjutor. Coadjutorship, the state or office of a coadjutor, joint assistance. Coadjutorships, plural of coadjutorship. Coadjutress, a female coadjutor or assistant. Coadjutress, plural of coadjutress. Coadjutresses, plural of coadjutrix. Coadjutrix, a female coadjutor. Coadjutrixes, plural of coadjutrix. Coadjuvancy, cooperation, mutual effort. Coadjuvant. Cooperating. Coadjuvants, plural of coadjuvant. Codeman, a coadministrator. Coadminister, to administer a drug, etc., along with another material. Coadministered, administered along with another material. Coadministering, present participle and gerund of coadminister. Coadministers, third person singular simple present indicative of coadminister. Coadministrate, to administer a drug, etc. Along with another material. Coadministrated, simple past and past participle of coadministrate. Coadministrates, third person singular simple present indicative of coadministrate. Coadministrating, present participle and gerund of coadministrate. Administration, joint administration. Coadministrations, plural of coadministration. Coadministrator, a joint administrator. Coadministrators, plural of coadministrator. Coadministratrix, a female coadministrator. Coadmens, plural of coadmen. Coadmet, to admit a patient jointly. Coadmets, third person singular. Simple present indicative of coadment. Coadmittance, the act of coadmitting, joint admission of a patient. Coadmitted, simple past and past participle of coadment. Coadthing, present participle and gerund of coadment. Coadoption, joint adoption. Coadoptions, plural of codoption. Codoration, mutual adoration. Codes, plural of code. Codes are to absorb more than one substance at the same time. Code sorbed, simple past and past participle of code sor. Code sorbent, a substance that increases the efficacy of an absorbent. Code sorbents, plural of code sorbent. Code sorbing, present participle and gerund of code sor. Code sorption, the adsorption of multiple substances at the same time. Code sorptions, plural of code sorption. Cogunate, closely joined by growing together. Cogunate, simple past and past participle of cogunate. Cogunates, third person singular simple present indicative of cogunate. Cogunating, present participle and gerund of cogunate. Cogunation, union into a single body or mass, unity. Cogunations, plural of cogunation. Cogunitive, serving to cogunate or unite. Cognitively, in a cognitive manner. Cogunition, alternative form of cogunation. Code venture, a joint venture or partnership. Code venturer, a fellow adventurer. Code venturers, plural of code venturer. Code ventures, plural of code venture. Toad. A surname. Codies, plural of Cody. Coetaneous, alternative form of coetaneous. Coeval, alternative form of coeval. Coevals, plural of coeval. Coavas, alternative form of coavus. Coforest, to convert into or add to a forest. Coforested, simple past and past participle of coforest. Coforests, third person singular simple present indicative of coforest. Coe, Council of Australian Governments. Coe, archaic form of coke. Coago, a gel formed by coagulation of a salt colloid. Coagiols, plural of coagul. Coagencies, plural of coagency. Coagency, agency in common, joint agency. Coagent, an associate in an act, a co-worker. Coagents, plural of coagent. Coagglutination, the simultaneous agglutination of two or more proteins or antigens. Coagglutinin, any material that causes conglutination. Coagglutinins, plural of coagglutinin. Coaggregate, to aggregate along with another material. Coaggregate, simple past and past participle of coaggregate. Coaggregates, third person singular simple present indicative of coaggregate. Coaggregating, present participle and gerund of coaggregate. Coaggregation. Joint aggregation. Coaggregations. Plural of coaggregation. Coedu. A coarse or lower class person from Dundee. Cohadu. Plural of coagi. Coagitate. To move or stir together. Coagitated. Simple past and past participle of coagitate. Coagitates. Third person singular simple present indicative of coagitate. Coagitating. Present participle and gerund of coagitate. Coagitator. A joint agitator, one who agitates along with another. Coagitators. Plural of coagitator. Coagment. To join together, to fuse. Coagmentation. The act of joining, or the state of being joined together, union. Coagmentations. Plural of coagmentation. Coagmented. Simple past and past participle of coagment. Coagmenting. Present participle and gerund of coagment. Coagments. Third person singular simple present indicative of coagment. Coagonism. The agonism related to a coagonist. Coagonist. Any of a number of agents that work together as an agonist. Coagonists. Plural of coagonists. Coagroinfiltrated. Agroinfiltrated with another by coagroinfiltration. Coagroinfiltration. Agroinfiltration in order to add two or more genes. Coagroinfiltrations. Plural of coagroinfiltration. Covags. Plural of coag. Coagula. Plural of coagulum. Coagulabilities. Plural of coagulability. Coagulability. The ability to coagulate of being coagulable. Coagulable. That can be coagulated. Coagulant. That causes coagulation or that coagulates. Coagulants. Plural of coagulant. Coagulase. Any enzyme that induces coagulation. Coagulases. Plural of coagulase. Coagulate. To become congealed. To convert from a liquid to a semi-solid mass. Coagulated. Subjected to coagulation. Coagulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of coagulate. Coagulating. Present participle and gerund of coagulate. Coagulation. The precipitation of suspended particles as they increase in size by any of several physical or chemical processes. For example, coagulation of proteins. Coagulation factor, also known as the clotting factor of the blood. Coagulation factors. Plural of coagulation factor. Coagulation time. Synonym of clotting time. Coagulation times. Plural of coagulation time. Coagulational. Causing or relating to coagulation. Coagulations, plural of coagulation. Coagulative, having the power to cause coagulation. Coagulative. In a coagulative manner. Coagulator, something that causes coagulation clumping or solidifying. Coagulators, plural of coagulator. Coagulatory, serving to coagulate. Coagulant, any substance having the ability to coagulate foreign proteins. Coagulans, plural of coagulant. Coagulo, related to coagulation. Coagulocyte, a granular cystocyte associated with the clotting of.
There's a cat outside. I love cats. Neighbors' cats,
Blood.
especially like neighbors.
Coagulocytes, plural of coagulocyte. Coagulagen, a soluble protein that is converted to the insoluble coagulant by the clotting system of the horseshoe crab.
Oh wait, did somebody pin me?
Coagulagen. Coagulogram. Coagulometer, a device used to measure the ability of the blood to coagulate and the time taken to do so. Coagulometers, plural of coagulometer. Coagulometric, relating to coagulometry. Coagulometrically, in a coagulometric manner. Coagulometry, measurement of blood coagulation. Coagulopathy, of or relating to coagulopathy. Coagulopathies. Plural of coagulopathy. Coagulopathy, a disease which limits the coagulability of the blood. Coagulotoxic, that is toxic because it interferes with the coagulation of blood. Coagulotoxicity, the condition of being coagulotoxic. Coagulotoxin, any coagulotoxic material typically in a snake venom. Coagulotoxins, plural of coagulotoxin. Coagulum, a mass of coagulated material, a clot or curd. Coagulums, plural of coagulum. Coahoma, a town in Coahoma County, Mississippi, United States. Coahoma County, one of 82 counties in Mississippi, United States. County seat, Clarksdale. Coahuila, a state of Mexico. Coahuila de Zaragoza. A state of Mexico. Coahuila White Hedges, a former constituent state of the United Mexican States, part of which revolted and became the Republic of Texas. The rest stayed and remained as Coahuila. Official name, Estado Libre y Soberano de Coahuila White Hedges. Coahuiltecan, a member of any of various small, autonomous bands of Native Americans who inhabited the Rio Grande Valley in what is now southern Texas and northeastern Mexico. Coahuiltecans, plural of Coahuiltecan. Coahuilteco, an extinct Pacoan language once spoken in southern Texas, United States, and northeastern Coahuila, Mexico. Coida, spider monkey. Coitus, plural of coida. Coidi, archaic form of cody. Colitis, plural of coidi. Huh, a wooden dowel. Huff, simple past and past participle of coke. Huff, a surname. Coke. Present participle and gerund of coke. Hopefully, a surname from Irish. Hopefully is plural of coakley. Hubs, plural of coke. Coca, synonym of pokeweed. Ho, an unincorporated community in Henry County. Missouri, United States, named after early settler Stephen Cole. Whole ball, a nodule of plant material permeated with minerals found mostly in bituminous and anthracite coal seams. Coal balls, plural of coal ball. Coal bed, a coal seam. Coal beds, plural of coal bed. Coal bly, of an intensely black color, like that of coal. Coal blacks, plural of coal black. Coal brass, the pyrites in the coal measures. Coal brasses, plural of coal brass. Coal burner, a mechanical device that burns pulverized coal to produce a flame. Coal burners, plural of coal burner. Coal burning, the act or habit of a non-black person, usually a woman, who has sexual relationships with black people, usually men. Coal car, any railroad car designed or used for transporting coal, usually an open-top hopper car. Coal cars, plural of coal car. Coal cart, alternative form of coal cart. Coal City, a place in the United States. Coal County, one of 77 counties in Oklahoma. United States, county seat, Colgate. Coal cracker, a native or established resident of the traditional coal mining area of northeastern Pennsylvania, a worker in the mines of this region. Coal crackers, plural of coal cracker. Coal Creek, a ghost town and stream near Fernie, British Columbia, Canada. Coal drop, an elevated railway track designed to allow material to fall freely between the rails onto the ground beneath. It is used to rapidly unload hoppers containing coal and other bulk materials. Coal drops, plural of coal drop. Coal dust, alternative form of coal dust. Coal gap, the time period with few coal deposits from the Permian to Middle Jurassic. Coal gas, the poisonous gas used domestically for cooking, etc., and formerly for lighting, prepared by heating coal with steam gasification. It is a mixture of hydrogen and carbon monoxide, sometimes synonymous with synthesis gas or town gas. Coal hammer, a hammer used to break up lumps of coal, typically in order to make them practical to use on a fire. Coal hammers, plural of coal hammer. Coal hole, a cellar or other compartment for storing coal. Coal holes, plural of coal hole. Coal merchant, a person who deals in coal, either on a large scale or in a particular locality, where coal was weighed and bagged by the merchant, delivered to households and tipped into a coal bunker. Coal merchants, plural of coal merchant. Coal mine, a mine from which coal ore or coal minerals are mined. Coal miner, alternative form of coal miner. Coal mines, plural of coal mine. Coal oil, kerosene or any unspecified lower grade derivative of crude petroleum. Coal oils, plural of coal oil. Coal pit, alternative form of coal pit. Coal pits, plural of coal pit. Coal plant, a fossil plant of the Carboniferous strata. Coal plants, plural of coal plant. Coal pusher, a device used to push coal forward in the tender of a steam locomotive. Coal pushers, plural of coal pusher. Coal rank, the measure or degree of the progressive coalification organic metamorphism of a coal, often expressed in terms of vitrinite reflectance. Coal ranks, plural of coal rank. Coal roller, one that rolls coal, one that produces copious amounts of partially burned fuel as black smoke in automotive exhaust on purpose. Coal rollers, plural of coal roller. Coal scuttle, a metal container of varying shapes, equipped with a handle for carrying coal for use on a domestic fire. Coal scuttle helmet, a style of soldier's helmet that is almost identical to resembles the helmet used by current Chilean soldiery, German soldiery at the end of World War I and during World War II, and Chinese soldiery during the Second Sino-Japanese War. Coal scuttle helmets, plural of coal scuttle helmet. Coal scuttles, plural of coal scuttle. Coal seam, a stratum of coal between strata of other rocks. Coal seams, plural of coal seam. Coal tar, a black, viscous tar made by the destructive distillation of coal to make coke and town gas. It contains a great number of compounds including hydrocarbons and phenols, used in the preparation of medicinal soap and shampoo, and industrially for the manufacture of many products. Coal tar, plural of coal tar. Coal tit, one of the smallest birds of the tit family, parody Paraparis ater, with a black cap, white nape patch, and grayish body with buff underparts. Coal tits, plural of coal tit. Coal town, a company town built by a mining company to house workers at a coal mine. These are usually unincorporated communities. Coal town, plural of coal town. Coal train, a freight train which carries a single commodity, coal. Coal train, plural of coal train. Coal workers pneumoconiosis, alternative spelling of coal workers pneumoconiosis. Coal based, based or founded in coal or its utilizations. Coal bearing, containing or yielding coal. Coal black, alternative form of coal black. Coal fired, alternative form of coal-fired. Coal meter, a licensed or official coal supervisor. A coal meter would supervise the loading and loading of coal at a port. Coal meters, plural of coal meter. Coal road, having been enveloped in a cloud of soot from the exhaust of a coal roller who rolled coal, who engaged in coal rolling. Coal rolling, the activity of the verb to roll coal. Coal scuttle bonnet, a kind of woman's bonnet, shaped like an inverted coal scuttle. Coal scuttle bonnets. Plural of coal scuttle bonnet. Coal smoke. Smoke from burning coal. Coal tar. Alternative spelling of coal tar. Coal tars. Plural of coal tar. Alternative spelling of coal tars. Coal whipper. One who raises coal out of the hold of a ship. Coal whippers. Plural of coal whipper. Abbreviation of coalition. Koa. Obsolete form of koala. Koalas. Plural of cola. Co-backer. One who carries cola upon their back. Coal bag. A bag for the storage of coal. Coal bagger. A person employed to bag coal. Coal baggers. Plural of coal bagger. Coal bags. Plural of coal bag. Coal ball. Alternative form of coal ball. Hobos. Plural of coal ball. Coal bearing. Alternative form of coal bearing. Code. Alternative spelling of coal bed. Cold methane. Natural gas extracted from an underground coal formation. Coals. Plural of cold. Colden. A bin for the storage of coal. Coldens. Plural of coal bin. Coal black. Alternative form of coal black. Coal box. A box for storing coal. Coal boxes. Plural of coal box. Coalbrookdale. A village in the Gorge Parish, Telford and Wrekin District, Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 6000. $604. Colber. A village in South Lanarkshire Council area, Scotland, situated on the Colburn, a minor river. OS Grid Ref NS 8134. Coal burner. Alternative form of coal burner. Coal burners. Plural of coal burner. Coal tar. A cart for carrying coal. Coal cutter. A device for cutting coal out of the rock face in a coal mine. Coal cutter man. The operator of a coal cutter. Coal cutter man. Plural of coal cutter men. Coal cutters. Plural of coal cutter. Coal dealer. A trader who deals in coal. Coal dealers. Plural of coal dealer. Coal dust. The dust of coal. Coal dusts. Plural of coal dust. Ho. A surname. Ho. Simple past. And past participle of coal. Coer. A vehicle, especially a ship used for carrying or supplying coal. Coleries. Plural of colery. Coers. Plural of coler. Colery. A cowlery. Hose. A surname originating as a patronymic. Coalesce. To join into a single mass or whole. Coalesced. Simple past and past participle of coalesce. Coalescence. The act of coalescing. Coalescences. Plural of coalescence. Coalescences, plural of coalescency. Coalescency, alternative form of coalescence. Coalescent. Causing or undergoing coalescence. Coalescently, in a coalescent manner. Coalescence, plural of coalescent. Coalescer, any of several devices used to perform coalescence, especially to make the fatty elements of an emulsion to coalesce into larger droplets in order to facilitate their separation. Coalescers, plural of coalescer. Coalesces, third person singular simple present indicative of coalesce. Coalescible, able to be coalesced. Coalescing, present participle and gerund of coalesce. Coalescings, plural of coalescing. Collet, a briquet of coal. Colettes, plural of collet. Hoey, a village and civil parish in Stroud District, Gloucestershire, England. OS grid ref so 7701. Coalface, plural of coaly. Coalface, the surface of coal exposed by mining or a part of a coal seam that is currently being mined. Coalfaces, plural of coalface. Coalfield, any region containing deposits of coal that may be mined. Coalfields, the rural municipality of Coalfields now. 4. A rural municipality in southeast Saskatchewan, Canada. Coal fire, fired or ignited with coal. Coalish, any of several blackish fish, especially Pelagius verns, apalac, and Adaplopoma phimbia sablefish. Coalfiches, plural of coalfish. Coaldate, a 1992 controversy around the mishandling of coalfield auctions by the Indian government. Coaljabra, a structure that is dual to unital associative algebras. Coalgebraic, of or pertaining to a coalgebra. Coaljabras, plural of coalgebra. Coalheaver, one who feeds coal into a furnace. Coalheavers, plural of coalheaver. Coal heaving, the job of feeding coal into a furnace. Coal hod, a hod or receptacle for carrying coal. Coal hods, plural of coal hod. Coal, alternative form of coal hole. Coals, plural of coal hole. Coal house, a building for the storage of coal. Coal houses, plural of coal house. Hoey, a supporter of the proposed coalition between the Liberal and Conservative parties. Hoey, comparative form of coaly, more coaly. Coalies, plural of coaly. Coalviest, superlative form of coaly, most coaly. Coalification, the formation of coal by the gradual heating and compression of organic matter, normally by means of peat. Coalifications, plural of coalification. Coalify, simple past and past participle of coalify. Coalifies, Third person singular simple present indicative of qualify. Qualify. To change into coal. Qualify. Flying. Present participle and gerund of qualify. Colline. To align together. Collined. Simple past and past participle of colline. Collining. Present participle and gerund of colline. Collinement. Alignment together. Collinements. Plural of collinement. Collines. Third person singular simple present indicative of colline. Collinus. The state, quality, or condition of being coally like. Coal. Coale. Present participle and gerund of coal. Coaling plant. A tall structure provided at a locomotive depot to supply coal to steam locomotives. Coaling plants. Plural of coaling plant. Coaling stage. A structure which took various forms, used to supply coal to steam locomotives. Coaling stages. Plural of coaling stage. Coaling station. Fueling station. Coaling stations. Plural of coaling station. Coaling tower. A tall structure formerly used to supply coal to steam locomotives. Some still survive. Coaling towers. Plural of coaling tower. Coalinga. A city in Fresno County, California, United States. Coalingite. A trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing carbon, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, and oxygen. Coalings. Plural of coaling. Coalesce. To form into a coalition, to coalesce. Coalesced. Simple past and past participle of coalesce. Coalesces. Third person singular simple present indicative of coalesce. Coalescing. Present participle and gerund of coalesce. Coalisland. A town in County Tyrone, Northern Ireland. Coalit. A form of coke that is a smokeless fuel, used as an alternative to coal. Coalited. Simple past and past participle of coalite. Coalites. Third person singular simple present indicative of coalite. Coaliting. Present participle and gerund of coalite. Coalition. The coalition of the Liberal Party and the National Party, emphasizing its pro-coal policies. Coalition. Ellipsis of coalition of the Liberal Party and National Party, the Liberal National Coalition. Coalition. Dated spelling of coalition. Coalition builder. A tool, app, or program that calculates the sums of members of parliament between the parties for possible government coalitions, given the results of an election. Coalition builders. Plural of coalition builder. Coalition of the willing. A group of countries whose leaders have been persuaded by another to take up a specific task, usually in the context of an invasion or war. Coalitional. Of or pertaining to a coalition. Coalitionally. By means of a coalition. Coalitionary. Of, pertaining to, or employing a coalition. Coalitioner. A coalitionist. Coalitioners. Plural of coalitioner. Coalitionism. The advocacy of government by coalition. Coalitionisms. Plural of coalitionism. Coalitionists. An advocate of coalition. Coalitionists. Plural of coalitionists. Coalitionology. Excessive speculation around the time of a general election about possible coalition governments that might ensue. Coalitions. Plural of coalition. Coalitions. Plural of coalition. Coalitions of the willing. Plural of coalition of the willing. Coalesce. To form into a coalition. To coalesce. Coalesced. Simple past and past participle of coalesce. Coalesces. Third person singular simple present indicative of coalesce. Coalescing. Present participle and gerund of coalesce. Coalesce. Without coal. Coalesce. Plural of coaly. Coalesce. Resembling or characteristic of coal. Coaly. A joint. Ally. Coalman. Someone who delivers coal. Coalmaster. The owner or lessee of a coalfield. Coalmasters. Plural of coalmaster. Coalman. Plural of coalman. Coalmice. Plural of coal mouse. Coal mine. Alternative form of coal mine. Coal miner. One who mines for coal, especially a worker who does not own the mine. Coal miners. Plural of coal miner. Coal mines. Plural of coal mine. Alternative form of coal mines. Coal mining. The mining of coal. Coalmonger. A dealer in coal. Coalmongers. Plural of coalmonger. Coal mouse. Any of species Paraparis ater of small titmouses with a black head, a coltit. Coalumner. One who owns a coal mine. Coalumers. Plural of coalumner. Coalpit. A pit where coal is extracted. Coalpit Heath. A village in Westerly and Coalpit, Keith Parish, South Gloucestershire District, Gloucestershire, England, OS Grid Ref SD 6780. Coalpits. Plural of coalpit. Coalplex. A proposed form of industrial plant that generates various useful substances from coal and then uses them in further production processes. Coalplexes. Plural of coalplex. Coalport. A village in the Gorge Parish, Telford and Wrekin Borough, Shropshire, England OS Grid Ref SJ 6902. Coalpot. A pot used for cooking food by means of burning charcoal. Coalpots. Plural of coalpot. Cowick. A rake used to stir the coal's slend ashes in a furnace or oven. Cowicks. Plural of coalrake. Hose. Plural of coal. Coals to Newcastle. A pointless venture in the sense of sending something to a place where it's made or where they already have an abundance. Kozak, the dark nebula near the constellation of the Southern Cross. Kozaks, plural of kolsak. Kozad, a shed in which coal is stored. Kozad, plural of coal shed. Coal smoke, alternative form of coal smoke. Coulson, a surname. Coulsons, plural of Coulson. Coulter, alternative form of coal tar. Colders, plural of coulter. Coulternate, mutually alternate. Coultermato. Alternative form of coulternate. Coultit, a small European titmouse, Parus ater, alternative form of coal tit. Coultits, plural of coultit. Coultitude, the complement of an altitude. Coultitudes, plural of coultitude. Hoville, a town in northwest Leicestershire district, Leicestershire, England, United Kingdom. OS grid ref SK 4213. Coalosh, a granular waste product from coal processing. Coalwashing, the process of cleaning coal by separating undesirable materials using a fluid. Coworker, one who works in a coal mine. Coworker's pneumoconiosis, synonym of black lung. Co-lurkers, plural of co-worker. Co-works, a site where coal is dug, including the machinery for raising the coal. Hella, resembling coal. Coalyard, a yard where coal is stored. Coalyards, plural of coalyard. Combasat or, a joint ambassador. Combasat wars. Plural of combasat or. Combing, on a boat, the vertical side of above deck structures such as the coach roof, hatch, and cockpit. Combings, plural of combing, especially all sides of a single coach roof, hatch, or cockpit. Como, a town and municipality in south-central Puerto Rico. Comova, the graph of the real part of the logarithms of the polynomial equation under the argument mapping. Comovas, plural of comoba. Complifiable, that can be complify. Complification, amplification typically of DNA along with another material. Amplify, amplified along with another. Complifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of complify. Complify, of the gene to amplify together with another gene or to amplify in multiple ways. Complifying, present participle and gerund of complify. Cone, a surname from Irish. Conalgesic, an analgesic that also has an adjuvant property. Conalgesics, plural of conalgesic. Conalize, alternative form of conalize. Conalize, simple past and past participle of conalize. Conalizes, plural of conalysis. Conalizing, present participle and gerund of conalize. Analysis, analysis together. Conalytic, describing the complement of an analytic set or other mathematical entity. Conalize, to analyze together. Conalized, simple past and past participle of conalize. Conalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of conalize. Conalizing, present participle and gerund of conalize. Concestries, plural of concestry. Concestry, a measure of the degree of common ancestry of two or more individuals. Conta, a kind of bass drum played in Bolivia. Coauteur, one of a group of anchor people presenting together on television or radio. Coautered, simple past and past participle of conquer. Conquering, present participle and gerund of conquer. Conquers, plural of conquer. Cone effect, the tendency of a fluid jet to be attracted to a nearby surface. Coannihilate, to annihilate each other. Coannihilated, simple past and past participle of coannihilate. Coannihilates, third person singular simple present indicative of coannihilate. Coannihilating, present participle and gerund of coannihilate. Coannihilation, the mutual annihilation of a pair of colliding particles. Coannihilations, plural of coannihilation. Coniflagellate, misspelling of choniflagellate. Cones, plural of cone. Conthioxidant, a material that is in oxidant activity in the presence of another. Conthioxidants, plural of conthioxidant. Tonewood, a village and civil parish in southwest Northumberland, England. OS Grid Ref NY 6859. Co-app, initialism of constrained application protocol specialized for use with constrained nodes and networks. Cohere, to appear together. Coherence, appearance together. Coherences, plural of coherence. Cohere, simple past and past participle of cohere. Cohering, present participle and gerund of cohere. Coheres, third person singular simple present indicative of cohere. Coplication, joint application. Copled, simple past and past participle of coply. Coplies, third person singular simple present indicative of coply. Coply, to apply together with something else. Coplier, present participle and gerund of coply. Coprentice, a person who is apprenticed to the same master as another. Coprentices, plural of coprentice. Coped, to fit together, often to fit together and fasten, sometimes with mutual adaptation. Cooptate, to join or attach. Cooptate, simple past and past participle of cooptate. Cooptates, Third person singular simple present indicative of cooptate. Cooptating. Present participle and gerund of cooptate. Cooptation, the bringing together of two parts to form an approximated positioning, used especially of a dislocated joint in reference to reduction, a broken bone in reference to bone sitting, portions of soft tissue in reference to wound closure or to anastomosis or heart valve function, wherein good leaflet cooptation is healthy and poor cooptation causes regurgitation/insufficiency. Cooptation splint, a short splint used with a longer one that covers the entire limb that prevents the ends of a fractured bone from overriding. Cooptation splints, plural of cooptation splint. Cooptation suture, a superficial suture of the skin only. Cooptation sutures, plural of cooptation suture. Cooptations, plural of cooptation. Coopted, simple past and past participle of coped. Coopting, present participle and gerund of coped. Cooptive, that leads to cooptation. Copeds, third person singular simple present indicative of coped. Obsolete form of core. Horation, cooperative plowing. Core, the successor to the founder of a religious institution. Corbiter, a joint arbiter, one who arbitrates along with another. Corbiters, plural of corbiter. Corbitrator, a joint arbitrator, one who arbitrates with another. Corbitrators, plural of corbitrator. Corps, plural of corps. Corpsship, the rank or office of court. Corpships, plural of corpsship. Clipping of courtation. Portiact, a joint architect, one who designs something with others. Porchiacs, plural of corchiac. Pork, to portate. Portate, pressed close together, constricted, narrowed, compressed. Portate, simple past and past participle of courtate. Courtates, third person singular simple present indicative of courtate. Courtating, present participle and gerund of courtate. Courtation, a congenital stricture or narrowing of a short section of the aorta. Coarctations, plural of coarctation. Coarctectomies, plural of coarctectomy. Coarctectomy, excision of a coarctation of the aorta. Coarcted, simple past and past participle of cork. Courting, present participle and gerund of cork. Perks, third person singular simple present indicative of corked. Pour, a surname. Pours, plural of cord. Korea, the dual of the aya. Koreas, plural of Korea. Pore, the mapping of an array into a cogroup. Pores, plural of core. Course, plural of core. Coarse, with a rough texture, not smooth. Porous fish, any fish that is not a game fish and thus historically disdained by recreational anglers. Coarse-grained, consisting of coarse particles. Coarse-graining, the rescaling of a phenomenon into units or cells of size close to the uncertainty of measurement. Coarse-grainings, plural of coarse-graining. Coarse-handed, rough, lacking refinement or sophistication. Coarse gold, a census-designated place in Madera County, California, United States. Coarse-handed, alternative form of coarse-handed. Courtily, in a coarse manner. Porcine, to make more coarse. Porcine, simple past and past participle of coarsen. Porciner, that which makes coarse. Porcimers, plural of coarse. Coarseness, the property of being coarse, roughness, or primitiveness, unrefined or unpolished. Coarsenesses, plural of coarseness. Porciming, present participle and gerund of coarsen. Coarsenings, plural of coarsening. Coarsens, third person singular simple present indicative of coarsen. Coarser, comparative form of coarse, more coarse. Coarses, superlative form of coarse, most coarse. Coarsish, somewhat coarse. Coarsy, somewhat coarse. Porticulate, to articulate two things simultaneously. Porticulated, simple past and past participle of corticulate. Porticulates, third person singular simple present indicative of corticulate. Porticulating, present participle and gerund of corticulate. Porticulation, the formation of a joint by the articulation of two bones. Porticulations, plural of corticulation. Corticulator, relating to corticulation. Poet, chief of army staff. Plural of COA. Poes, plural of co-a. Poet, plural of coa. Coase theorem, a theorem stating that, if trade in an externality is possible and there are sufficiently low transaction costs, bargaining will lead to a Pareto-efficient outcome regardless of the initial allocation of property. Coase in, of or relating to Ronald Coase 1910-2013, British economist and author. Coyen, alternative form of cosian. Cosemble, to assemble along with others. Cosembled, simple past and past participle of cosemble. Cosembles, third person singular simple present indicative of cosemble. Cosembles, plural of cosembly. Cosembling, present participle and gerund of cosemble. Cosembly, the process of cosembling. Coassessor, a joint assessor. Coassessors, plural of coassessor. Cosigny, a joint assignee. Cosignees, plural of cosignee. Protests, to jointly assist or to provide an additional source of assistance. Coassistance, joint assistance. Protested, simple past and past participle of cosis. Protesting, present participle and gerund of cosis. Protests, third person singular simple present indicative of cosis. Association, mutual association. Associative, describing the relationship in a algebra that is the dual of an associative one. Coassociativity, a relationship that is the dual of associativity. Coassociator, an operator that measures an associativity of a coproduct. Coassociators, plural of coassociator. Posum, to assume jointly. Posumed, simple past and past participle of cosum. Posums, third person singular simple present indicative of cosum. Cosuming, present participle and gerund of cosum. Coast, a region of British Columbia, Canada. Coast Fox, Channel Island fox. Coast foxes, plural of coast fox. Coast Guard, the Coast Guard of a particular armed forces. Coast Guard, the organization or officer enforcing maritime law and policing the seas within territorial waters. Coast Guarder, synonym of Coast Guardsmen. Coast Guarders, plural of Coast Guarder. Coast Guards, plural of Coast Guard. Coast Live Oak, any of species Quercus agrifolia, an evergreen oak with cupped, hollow-like leaves native to areas on the coastal side of the high mountains in California and neighboring Baja California. Coast Live Oaks, plural of Coast Live Oak. Coast Miwok, a division of the Miwok people who resided north of the San Francisco Bay. Coast of B, the synonym of coast, a region of British Columbia, Canada. Coast of BC, synonym of coast, a region of British Columbia, Canada. Coast of BC, synonym of coast, a region of British Columbia, Canada. Coast of British Columbia, synonym of coast, a region of British Columbia, Canada. Coast rat, a small South African mammal Bathyergus suillus that builds extensive burrows. Coast rats, plural of coast rat. Coast spurge, a type of shrub native to the Caribbean, of species Euphorbia mesembryanthinifolia. Coast to coast, all the way across an island, continent, or country with two opposite coasts. Coast waiter, a custom house officer who superintends the landing or shipping of goods for the coast trade. Coast waiters, plural of coast waiter. Coast to coast, that takes place from one coast to another, especially of a continent or a large nation. Coastal, Coastal Carolina University. Coastal Andhra, a region in Andhra Pradesh, India. Coastal chinchilla, long-tailed chinchilla. Coastal chinchillas, plural of coastal chinchilla. Coastal grandma, synonym of coastal grandmother. Coastal grandmas, plural of coastal grandma. Coastal grandmother, a person exemplifying an aesthetic inspired by the rural American East Coast that combines elements of cottagecore with spring and fall beachwear, especially white jeans, cashmere turtleneck sweaters, pastel pink flip-flops, woven tote bags made from recycled fabric, straw beekeeper-style sun hats, and oversized linen blouses. Coastal grandmothers, plural of coastal grandmother. Coastal motorboat, a small warship used in the Royal Navy during
This Black Friday, elevate your style with Temu Retro Cloud Handbag. Crafted from top grain material with golden tone hardware, it's the perfect mix of vintage and elegance. Use it as a clutch or attach the strap for effortless day-to-night style. Classic, refined, and now at an unbeatable Black Friday price.
sea on one side and rural areas inland. Coastal squeezes, plural of coastal squeeze. Coastal strawberries, plural of coastal strawberry. Coastal strawberry, synonym of beach strawberry. Coastal topee, Damaliscus lunatus topee, a subspecies of topee. Coastal topies, plural of coastal topee. Coastal waters, the sea area along the coast. Coastally, in a coastal manner. Coast-bound, heading towards a coast. Coasted, simple past and past participle of coasts. Coasteer, one who takes part in coasteering. Coasteerer, synonym of coasteer. Coasteerers, plural of coasteerer. Coasteering, a hybrid sport involving the traversal of a coastline without mechanical aids, usually by some mixture of jumping, walking, climbing, and swimming. Coasteers, plural of coasteer. Coaster, a person who originates from or inhabits a coastal area. Coaster brake, a special rear hub for a bicycle that functions as a brake when the user pedals backwards and which allows the bicycle to roll without forcing the pedals to turn. Coaster brakes, plural of coaster brake. Coaster step, a triple step that moves linearly, comes together, and then changes direction, typically back together forward but also forward together back. Coaster steps, plural of coaster step. Coasters, plural of coaster. Coasterware, exceptionally low-quality software. Coast Guard, alternative spelling of Coast Guard. Coast guarding, the work of a coast guard. Coast guardman, a coast guard. Coast guardmen, plural of coast guardmen. Coast guards, plural of coast guard. Coast guardsman, a member of a coast guard. Coast guardsmen, plural of coast guardsmen. Coast guardswoman, a female coast guardsman. Coast guardswomen, plural of coast guardswoman. Coastie, a member of the Coast Guard. Coasties, plural of coastie. Coasties weak, Scoovius weak. Coasting. Present participle and gerund of coast. Coasting trade. The business of transporting goods along the same coast. Coasting trades. Plural of coasting trade. Coasting vessel. A ship employed solely in trade between the ports of one country. Coasting vessels. Plural of coasting vessel. Coastings. Plural of coasting. Coastland. Coastal land. Coastlander. A person who lives along the coast. Coastlanders. Plural of coastlander. Coastlands. Plural of coastland. Coastless. Without a coast. Coastline. The shape, outline, or boundary of a coast. The term coastline is generally used to describe the approximate boundaries at relatively large spatial scales. Coastline. Having a specified kind of coastline. Coastlines. Plural of coastline. Coastrange sculpin. Cottus aludicus, a freshwater sculpin. Coastrange sculpins. Plural of coastrange sculpin. Coasts. Plural of coast. Coastside. Bordering a coast. Coastsides. Plural of coastside. Coast waiter. A land waiter who deals with coastal shipping. Coast waiters. Plural of coast waiter. Coast for. Towards the coast. Coastwards. Towards the coast. Coast watcher. Any of the Allied military intelligence operatives stationed on remote Pacific Island locations during World War II to observe enemy shipping movements and rescue stranded Allied personnel. Coast watchers. Plural of coast watcher. Coast watching. The military intelligence work of the coast watchers. Coastways. Alternative form of coastwise. Coastwise. Along an entire coast. Coastwise. Along the coast. Alternative spelling of coat. Coat armor. The escutcheon of a person or family with its charges, mantling, crest, supporters, motto, etc. Coat armors. Plural of coat armor. Coat card. A face card, picture card, or court card, the king, queen, or jack. Coat cards. Plural of coat card. Coat check. A service provided at certain businesses which allows one to check one's coat for safekeeping while inside. Coat checks. Plural of coat check. Coat hanger. A device used to hang up coats, shirts, etc., consisting of a hook with sloping arms in the approximate shape of human shoulders. Coat hangers. Plural of coat hanger. Coat hook. Alternative form of coat hook. Coat hooks. Plural of coat hook. Coat link. A pair of buttons or studs joined by a link to hold together the lapels of a double-breasted coat, or a button with a loop for a single-breasted coat. Coat links. Plural of coat link. Coat money. Money that was issued to provide coats for servicemen in the British military, as exacted by Charles I. Coat monies. plural of coat money. Coat of arms. Hereditary designs and symbols depicted on an escutcheon, sometimes accompanied by other elements of a heraldic achievement, such as a helm, crest coronet, torse, mantling and supporters, described by a blazon. Coat of mail. A defensive garment made of metal scales or interlinked metal rings. Coat rack. A rack or stand with hooks or pegs for holding hats and coats, often placed near an entrance for temporary use. Coat racks. Plural of coat rack. Coat stand. A pole with pegs for temporary storage of clothing, a coat rack. Coat stands. Plural of coat stand. Coat trailing. Alternative form of coat trailing. Coat trailings. Plural of coat trailing. Coat tree. An upright pole having hooks on which to hang coats or other clothing. Coat trees. Plural of coat tree. Coat up. To coat something to cover with a coating of some material. Coat hanger. Alternative spelling of coat hanger. Coat hangers. Plural of coat hanger. Alternative spelling of coat hanger. Coat rack. Alternative spelling of coat rack. Coat racks. Plural of coat rack. Coat stand. Alternative spelling of coat stand. Coat stands. Plural of coat stand. Coat tail. Alternative form of coat tail. Coat tails. Plural of coat. Coat tail. Coat trailing. A disingenuous act or arrangement intended to provoke a desired response. Coat trailings. Plural of coat trailing. Coatability. The condition of being coatable. Coatable. That can be coated, to which a coating can be applied. Coatbridge. A town in North Lanarkshire Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NS 7365. Coathithans. An herb, Tridax procumbens, native to tropical America and invasive elsewhere. Coat dress. A dress that resembles a coat, usually having a buttoning front. Coatresses. Plural of coatress. A surname. How the simple past and past participle of coat. Coated felt sheet. An asphalt felt that has been coated on both sides with harder, more viscous asphalt. Coated felt sheets. Plural of coated felt sheet. Coated paper. Paper that has been coated by a mixture of materials or a polymer to impart certain qualities, such as weight, surface gloss, smoothness, or reduced ink absorbency. Coated papers. Plural of coated paper. Coated up. Simple past and past participle of coat up. Coaty. A coat with short flaps. Coaties. Plural of coaty. Cotabac. A town in Santa Ana Department, El Salvador. Coater. A machine that coats material with a fluid. Coaters. Plural of coater. Coats. A surname. How the third person singular simple present indicative of coat. Coatful. The amount that a coat can hold. Coatfuls. Plural of coatful. Sickness, disease, pestilence. Coathamunville. a village and civil parish in Darlington Borough, County Durham, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 2820. Coat hanger. Alternative spelling of coat hanger. Coat hangers. Plural of coat hanger. Covey. Present participle and gerund of cove. Cove. A hook meant for supporting a hanging coat. Colos. Plural of coathook. Coats. Plural of coat. Cothep. A surname. Cothep. Any of several omnivorous mammals of the genus Nasua in the order Carnivora that live in the range from southern United States to northern Argentina. Codica, a river in estuary, Quebec, Canada. Coatigan, a garment that is a hybrid of a coat and a cardigan. Coatigans, plural of coatigan. Cotamandi, archaic form of cotamundi. Cotamandis, plural of cotamandi. Cotamundi, a ring-tailed coati nasua, a South American carnivore. Cotamundis, plural of cotamundi. Coating, a thin outer layer. Coating up, present participle and gerund of coat up. Coatings, plural of coating. Coaties, plural of coati. Coatlanmex, a Mixoc language of the mixed branch, spoken in Mexico. Its two dialects are Coatlanmix and Camatlanmix. Coatless, without a coat, not wearing a coat. Coatlessness, the lack of a coat, the garment. Coatlicue, in Aztec mythology, the goddess who gave birth to the moon and stars. Coatli, resembling or characteristic of a coat item of clothing. Coat maker, a skilled artisan who specializes in the creation and tailoring of coats. Coat makers, plural of coat maker. Tell a surname. Coatneys, plural of coatney. Hother, in a partially ordered set and non-unit element that has no element above it other than the unit, assuming that the poset has a top element, its unit. Codomer, a soluble 7-protein complex which is a precursor of coat protein ICOBE, which plays a key role in Golgi apparatus vesicle formation. Codomers, plural of codomer. Cotomer, synonym of cotomistic. Cotomistic, of a set such that every element is the greatest lower bound of a set of codoms. Codoms, plural of codom. Coachai, alternative spelling of coat rack. Coatrax, plural of coatrack. Coatroom, a room intended for holding guests' coats and other heavy outerwear, as at a theater. A cloakroom. Coatrooms, plural of coatroom. Coats, a surname. Coats Land, a region in Antarctica, westward of Queen Maud Land and forming the eastern shore of the Weddell Sea. Coats of arms, plural of coat of arms. Coats of mail, plural of coat of mail. Coats up, third person singular simple present indicative of coat up. Coateus, plural of coats. Coatsful, plural of coatful. Coat stand, alternative spelling of coat stand. Coat stands, plural of coat stand. Coat de, the flap at the back of a coat that hangs down. Sometimes below the waist. Coattail effect, the tendency for a popular political party leader to attract votes for other candidates of the same party in an election. Coattail effects, plural of coattail effect. Coattailed, simple past and past participle of coattail. Coattailing, present participle and gerund of coattail. Coattails, plural of coattail. Codend, to attend together. Codended, simple past and past participle of cotend. Codending, present participle and gerund of cotend. Codens, third person singular simple present indicative of cotend. Codists, to attest jointly. Codistation, joint attestation. Codisted, simple past and past participle of codis. Codisting, present participle and gerund of codis. Codists, third person singular simple present indicative of codis. Cotraction, mutual attraction. Coatzacoalcos, a major port city in the state of Veracruz, Mexico, formerly named Puerto Mexico. Coatzacoalcos, a city in Veracruz, Mexico. Co-auditor, a joint auditor. Co-auditors, plural of co-auditor. Co-augmentation, a natural transformation from the identity functor to a certain endofunctor. Co-augmentations, plural of co-augmentation. Co-author, an author who collaborates with another to write something. Co-author, simple past and past participle of co-author. Co-authorial, of or pertaining to a co-author or co-authorship. Co-authoring, present participle and gerund of co-author. Co-authority, joint authority, authority held with another person. Co-authors, plural of co-author. Co-authorship, joint authorship by two or more authors. Co-authorships, plural of co-authorship. Co-awareness, joint awareness, the condition of being aware with or of somebody else. Hook, to fondle. Kid, pet, tease. Coax cable, abbreviation of coaxial cable. Coaxable, able to be coaxed. Coaxal, alternative form of coaxial. Coax, simple past and past participle of coax. Coaxer, a person who coaxes. Coaxers, plural of coaxer. Coaxes, third person singular simple present indicative of coax. Coaxes, second person singular simple present indicative of coax. Coaxat, third person singular simple present indicative of coax. Coaxial, having a common central axis. Coaxial cable, a transmission line consisting of a conducting wire surrounded by an insulated spacer, surrounded by a cylindrical conducting sheath, used to carry high-frequency signals
Oh, and
such
when
as
is the-
TV.
Like,
Coaxial
hold up, chill guy, yeah, chill guy.
cables, plural of coaxial cable. Coaxiality,
No,
the condition of being or the extent to which something is coaxial. Coaxially, with a common central axis.
Boom.
Coaxials, plural of
Endless period of
coaxial.
failure, yes.
Coaxer, present participle and gerund of coax.
I don't believe
Coaxingly, in a coaxing manner.
December 13th.
Manner.
Are you gonna be back?
Coaxins.
I don't know.
Plural of coaxing. Coaxus, one of the directional motion vectors
Like, what even
perpendicular
is it
to
gonna
a
be like?
cocone.
Is it just gonna be a mega
Coaxome,
compilation
a
of stuff?
surname. Coaxomes, plural
What the fuck did I do with this game?
of coaxum.
Okay,
Coaxy, tending to coax.
That.
Hot, initialism of contingency operating base. Hop, a corn cob. Carbonat, alternative spelling of carbonate.
Do I just do what I am and do everything?
Carbonate,
I think I'm gonna focus
plural of carbonate.
but,
A small town in Mexico, formerly a Mayan city.
Cataclysm is a hard-ass
Cobaden,
level for me, at
a
least.
commune of Constanta County, Romania. Cobea, any of the genus Cobea of climbing plants, native to Mexico and South America. Cobeas, plural of Cobea. Coben, a surname. Cobanas, reminiscent of Kurt Cobain 1967-1994, American grunge musician. Cobadiac, a fan of American grunge musician Kurt Cobain and or his band Nirvana.
How hard is it
Cobainiac,
really, like,
plural of Cobainiac.
harder than
Cobens,
Cataclysm,
plural of Cobain. Cobalamin, any of several forms of vitamin B depending on the upper axial ligand of the cobalamin. Cobalamin, a coronoid. Cobalamines, plural of cobalamine.
Why is it so much easier when
Cobalamins, plural of cobalamin. Cobom,
Bruh. What's my record from 0 again? I forgot.
Amen.
3.
alternative spelling of cobalamin. Cobaloxide, any of a class of coordination compounds composed of two dimethyl lyoxide residues and a central cobalt atom.
I hate the whole level.
Cobaloxines, plural of cobaloxine. Cobalt, a village in
Actually, no, the only
Connecticut.
place I hate right now is
Cobalt blue, a deep
Basically
blue
just
pigment derived from
27.
cobalt. Sapphire,
I've practiced
Cobalt
it so
blues.
little.
plural of cobalt.
And
Blue.
And at this rate, I'm probably
Cobalt
gonna hate
bomb, a nuclear bomb that includes
Oh my
cobalt,
God.
which will absorb
so little
neutrons and
bomb.
become radioactive cobalt-60.
There we go.
Cobalt bombs, plural of cobalt bomb. Cobalt chelatase, an enzyme that catalyzes the chemical reaction ATP plus hydrogenoburic acid acetylimiide plus CO2 plus H2O ADP plus phosphate plus carbromin 2 irinic acid acetylimiide plus H plus. Cobalt green, any of various green inorganic pigments obtained by doping cobalt Roman 2 oxide into colorless host oxides. Cobalt greens, plural of cobalt green. Cobalt therapies,
Bro.
plural of cobalt therapy. Cobalt therapy,
This part is
radiation
really,
therapy
it's still
that uses radioactive cobalt-60 is a
SARS.
Cobalt Roman 2 sulfate, a salt of divalent cobalt, and the sulfate radical
91
Co-SO4.
is literally
Cobalt
free,
60, an isotope of cobalt, Co, with a half-life of 5.2 years. It beta decays into nickel 69 and is a potent source of gamma rays. Cobaltamine, any amine of cobalt, especially the hexamine cobalt Roman 3 cation. Cobaltamines, plural of cobaltamine.
but okay. Boom. Boom.
Cobalt tarthurid,
Yay.
a monoclinic prismatic
Another
mineral
one.
containing arsenic, cobalt, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, manganese.
53 to 100 times like 40 or something, I don't know. How many times do I have it anyways, twice in a row?
And oxygen. Cobaltate,
Okay, whatever.
any of several crystalline materials containing a triangular lattice of Co-O2X-anions that are electrical conductors and have unusual magnetic and thermoelectric
19, really?
properties. Cobaltates, plural of cobaltate. Cobaltaustenite, an orthorhombic sphenoidal green mineral
Okay, that was pretty good.
Cyanides, plural of cobaltcyanae. Cobaltiferous, containing or yielding cobalt. Cobaltine, synonym of cobaltite. Cobaltines, plural of cobaltine. Cobaltinitride, the trivalent complex anion co-No3-hexanitratocobaltate Roman 3, or any salt containing this anion. Cobaltinitrides, plural of cobaltinitride. Cobaltize, alternative form of cobaltize. Cobaltite, a rare gray mineral, a mixed sulfide and arsenide of cobalt and iron with chemical formula Co as S. It is an ore of cobalt. Cobaltites, plural of cobaltite. Cobaltize, treated with or fortified with a salt of cobalt, typically the sulfate. Cobalt glycerite, a monoclinic prismatic pink mineral containing arsenic, cobalt, hydrogen, oxygen, silicon, and sulfur. Cobalt cortmigite, a triclinic pinacoidal mineral containing arsenic, cobalt, hydrogen, oxygen, and zinc. Cobalt-like, resembling or characteristic of cobalt.
Inappropriate and violent.
Cobalt lotharmarite, a monoclinic prismatic brown mineral containing arsenic, calcium, cobalt, hydrogen, iron, nickel, and oxygen. Cobaltus, cobaltotamite, a cobalt-bearing variety of
What do I
atomite.
need to get on the scoreboard? That's 38%.
Cobaltum, containing divalent cobalt.
I don't know how to do math.
Cobaltoblodite, a rare cobalt mineral with the formula Na2Co, so for H2O.
18, that's 8.
Cobaltocalcite, a form of
18 plus
calcite
20.
containing
Okay.
small
That's
amounts of
18 plus
cobalt.
18.
Cobaltocalcite,
36.
plural of
46.
cobaltocalcite. Cobaltosine,
46% of this level.
the
Alright, I need
metallocene
to get to
containing
46,
a cobalt
actually.
atom.
Get to 46.
Cobaltosmium, the cation derived from cobaltosine.
Maybe 47.
Cobaltosniums, plural of cobaltosnium.
That does
Cobalt
not happen
hot
because of
chelates.
this ship.
Any
Second
chela-
hardest part of this level I am on. Maybe third.
Taste that chelates cobalt ions. Cobaltochelatases, plural
Yeah,
of
this level is so
cobaltochelatases.
unbalanced, holy moly.
Cobaltomite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing cobalt, hydrogen, oxygen, and selenium. Cobaltoprotein, a metalloprotein that contains cobalt. Cobaltoproteins, plural of cobalt.
There we go. Bruh. It's really unfortunate because
Top protein. Cobaltosic, containing both cobaltous and cobaltic ions, for example, cobaltosic oxide, Co3O4. Cobaltous, containing cobalt in oxidation state 2. Cobaltous oxide, the dark green to red oxide of cobalt, CoO, used to manufacture colored glazes in the ceramics industry. Cobalts, plural of cobalt. Cobalt some chloride, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing arsenic, cobalt, hydrogen, iron, lead, nickel, and oxygen.
You just keep on trying to not
Cobamamide, one of the components of vitamin B12.
Okay,
Cobamide, any of a group of coronoid macrocyclic compounds of cobalt.
Practice ended so much.
Cobamides, plural of cobamide. Kobe, archaic form of Koban Japanese coin. Koban, alternative form of Koban. Kobans, plural of Koban.
Oh wait, how's dictionary going, by the way?
Kobans, plural of Koban. Cobar, a town in central west New South Wales, Australia. Covarrubias, a surname from Spanish. Covarrubias, plural of Covarrubias. Cobas, plural of Coba. Cobatoxin, any a group of toxins present in the venom of the scorpion Centrois noxias found in and around Coba in Mexico. Cobatoxins, plural of cobatoxin. A surname. Cobb County, a county of Georgia, United States. County seat, Marietta. Cobb salad, a salad consisting of iceberg lettuce, watercress, endive, and romaine lettuce with tomato, bacon, chicken, hard-boiled egg, avocado, chives, Roquefort cheese, and a red wine vinaigrette. Cobb salads, plural of Cobb salad. Cobb syndrome, a rare congenital disorder characterized by visible skin lesions and spinal angiomas or arteriovenous malformations. Cobb's disease, a bacterial disease of sugar cane. Haban, a surname. Habans, plural of Coban. A surname. Hab, broken, cut, or trimmed into pieces of a convenient size, or formed into small blocks, cobbled. Haban, a surname. Cobber, a pal, buddy, mate, friend, often used in direct address by one male to another. Simple past and past participle of cobber up. Cobbering up, present participle and gerund of cobber up. Cobbers. Plural of cobber. Cobbers up. Third person singular simple present indicative of cobber up. Hobbit, a surname. Habat, alternative form of Cobat. Habat. Plural of Cabet. Tibetan, of or relating to William Cobbett 1763-1835. English pamphleteer, farmer, and journalist. Hale. Comparative form of cobby, more cobby. Tyas. Superlative form of cobby, most cobby. Habe. Present participle and gerund of ca. Cobbings. Plural of cobbing. Cobbenshaw. A hamlet in West Lothian Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NT 0157. Hobble. A surname. Cobble together. To put together something without adequate
I had my
preparation
mic turned off,
or
but
equipment.
whatever.
To improvise
You guys
something
still believe
minimally
me, right?
usable.
You guys still believe me that I did it?
Cobble up. To hastily construct something.
Another
Cobblestone.
one. Yay!
Alternative
Good
form
consistency.
of cobblestone.
Too bad it doesn't
Cobblestones. Plural
matter. Twice in a row. Breath. Twice in a row.
of
No,
cobblestone.
Okay. Fine, I
Cobble.
guess not twice in a row.
Simple past and past participle of cobble. Cobbled together. Simple past and past participle of cobble together. Cobbled up. Simple past
Bro, dude, why?
and past participle of cobble up. Cobbler. A person from Northamptonshire, traditionally a center for shoemaking. Cobblers. Shoe repair shop. Cobbler's pegs. A noxious weed, Biden's pilos of beg artics with fruits that stick to hair, fur, and clothes. Cobbler's punch. A warm drink made of beer with added spirit, sugar, and spices. Cobbler, keep to your lass. Do not criticize matters outside your field of expertise. Mind your own business. Cobblerfish. Any various catfish. Cobblerfishes. Plural of cobblerfish. Cobblers. Plural of cobbler. Cobblership. The realm or sphere of cobblers, shoe repairers. Cobblery. The skill or trade of making and mending shoes, as practiced by a cobbler. Cobbles. Plural of cobble. Cobbles together. Third person singular simple present indicative of cobble together. Cobbles up. Third person singular simple present indicative of cobble up. Cobblestone. A rounded stone from a river bed, fit for use as ballast in ships and for paving roads. Cobblestone ice. Lumps of ice mixed with sand and salt accumulated on highways. Cobblesand. Cobbled, laid with cobblestones. Cobblestones. Plural of cobblestone. Cobblestoning. Any lumpy appearance of the trachea, lungs, etc. caused by regular nodules. Cobble. Present participle and gerund of cobble. Cobbling together. Present participle and gerund of cobble together. Cobbling up. Present participle and gerund of cobble up. Cobblings. Plural of cobbling. Cobbly. Having a consistency similar to cobbles. Cobbo. A surname from Old English. Cobbles. Plural of cobble. Cobber. Head. Skull. Cobras. Plural of cobra. Hob. A surname. Hobbses. Plural of Hobbs. Stocky. Hobbyism. A policy of free trade and international peace and cooperation. Cobbiness. A proponent of Communism. Carbonus. Plural of carbonus. Carboni. A proponent
Okay.
of carbonism.
Hold up.
Carbonites. Plural of
Yay.
carbonite. Cobie. A surname from French. Cargo. The colugo or flying lemur. Cavagos. Plural of cabago. Co-belligerence. Alternative form of co-belligerency. Co-belligerency. The condition of being co-belligerent. Co-belligerent. Country that wages war against a common enemy without the countries on the same side having a formal treaty of military alliance. Co-belligerence. Plural of co-belligerent. Coben. A surname. Co-benefit. Alternative spelling of co-benefit. Co-benefits. Plural of co-benefit. Koger. A surname from German. Coberly. A surname. Coberlys. Plural of Coberly. Coders. Plural of Cober. Hobeth. A small portion of corn on the cob, less than the whole ear. Hobets.
Bro.
Plural of cobet. Cobhole. Enough to fill a cob. Cobfuls. Plural of cobful. A town and seaport in County Cork, Ireland. Cobba. A surname. Cobhamite. A member of an 18th century Britain led by Richard Temple, 1st Viscount Cobham. Cobhamites. Plural of Cobhamite. Cobhouse. A structure built of cob. Cobhouses. Plural of cobhouse. Cove. A commune of Dambavita County, Romania. Cobien.
Whoa, that was way too close.
Plural of Cobian. Cobias.
Right.
Plural of Cobia. Hobicystat. A drug used in treating HIV. Cubby. A female given name. Cobimtenib. A mitogen activated protein kinase inhibitor used in combination with vemurafenib to treat melanoma.
Found
Carbonamide. An amide of carbonic acid. Carbonamides. Plural of carbonamide. Cobinding. The simultaneous binding of two materials to a third. Cobindings. Plural of cobinding. Carbonic acid. A cornoid containing 6 carboxylic acid groups. Carboprostone. A particular drug with gastric applications. Cob iron. An andiron with a knob at the top. Cob ions. Plural of cob iron. Cobirthing. The act of birthing together. Simultaneous bringing into being. Cobishop. A joint or coadjutant bishop. Cobishops. Plural of cobishop. Cobitid. Any fish in the family Cobitidae. Cobitids. Plural of cobitid. Ablation. Controlled or cold ablation using a cold saline solution to protect the tissue being ablated. Ablations. Plural of cablation. Cablator. A device used in cablation. Cablators. Plural of cablator. Hobble, a surname from Middle English. Hobbleman, a fisherman who uses a cobble. Cobblemen, plural of cobblemen. Hobblens, a surname. Hoblenses, plural of coblens.
How do I get to
Cobbler, a surname.
How do I get to this fucking list, dude? Where is it?
Hobblers, plural of cobbler. Hobbles,
Boop.
plural of cobble.
New window.
Hobos,
Hit the
at
new
lexicon.
New window. Where are my new windows? I need more windows.
Hobley, a surname. Hobhat, a nut of a common hazel Corylus avellana,
Dude,
hazelnut.
I can't
Hodmas,
open a new.
plural
What the hell?
of cobnut.
Whatever.
Coddle,
whatever, I'll
a
fix
surname from Spanish.
this computer this out real quick.
Coboard, to
Oh,
board
shit.
along with another. Hobordered, simple past and past participle of coboard. Hobboarding,
Discord. Boom.
present participle and gerund of coboard. COBOL, a programming language developed in the late 1950s especially for business applications. COBOL, alternative letter case form of COBOL. Hobo, alternative form of COBOL. Hobols, plural of COBOL. COBOLer, a programmer who uses COBOL. COBOLers, plural of COBOLer. Bombardment, bombardment with two or more materials. Bombardments, plural of bombardment. Habos, archaic form of caboose. Haboses, plural of caboose. Habordance, the quality of being cabinet. Habordant, such that their disjoint union bounds a manifold. Habordism, a connection between two manifolds of the same dimension n via a manifold of dimension n plus 1, where the smaller manifolds are included in the boundary of the larger manifold. Cobordisms, plural of cobordism. Hobos, plural of cobo. Habosin, any
There it is.
boson considered to be a composite particle. Habosins, plural of cobosin. Abot,
There.
a robot
Why?
intended to interact physically with humans in a shared workspace. Hobots, plural of cobot. Cobbound, bound along with another. Cobboundaries, plural of cobboundary. Cobboundary. The image of a submodule of a chain. Harbor, a town, the county seat of Northumberland County, Ontario, Canada, situated on Lake Ontario. Coburgs, plural of cobber. Cobber, initialism of cabinet office briefing rooms.
The challenge must be
Cobra.
sufficiently different to the. Are you?
Initialism of
Huh?
cabinet office briefing room A. Cobra, alternative letter case form of cobra.
What the?
Cobra capella. Cobra de capolo. Cobra chicken. A Canada goose
what?
brand to
How?
Canadensis.
Why?
Cobra chickens, plural of cobra chicken. Cobra de capolo.
But-
An Indian cobra naja naja.
How is this not?
A highly venomous Indian snake. Cobra effect. The phenomenon where an
Only
attempted
one straight
solution
challenge?
to a problem has an
Why?
unintended consequence that
Whatever.
makes the original problem worse. Cobra effects.
Reading the
Plural
original
of cobra
How is that not
effect.
Final Fantasy?
Cobra lilies. Plural of cobra lily. Cobra lily.
That was
A
applied to
carnivorous plant
how
native
does
to
it- what?
Northern California.
How? Why? What? What?
And Southern Oregon, Darlingtonia californica. Cobra pose. A yoga pose in which a person lays face down and then
Why?
extends their arm to push only their upper body up, causing the back to arch. Ha braided. Having a braided colgebra. Cobra-like. Resembling or characteristic of a cobra. Cabran. To market
How
a
the fuck
product
is it not a-
or service under 2 or more brands together. Cabranded. Simple past and past participle of cabrand. Cabranding. Present participle and gerund of cabrand. Cabrand. Third person singular simple present indicative of cabrand. Cobra. Plural of cobra. Cobras. Plural of cobra. Cobras de capolo. Plural of cobra de capolo. Cobra toxin. Any toxin present in cobra venom. Cobra toxins. Plural of cobra toxin. Cobbreeding. The simultaneous breeding of 2 or more animals or species. Cobre. Or pertaining to the venomous chemicals in cobra venom. Cobrivore. Shaped like a cobra. Cobrotoxin. A polypeptide cobra toxin that is used as an investigational antirheumatic agent. Cobrotoxins. Plural of cobrotoxin. Plural of COB. Plural of cob.
Bro.
Cobstone. A cobblestone. Cobstones. Plural of cobstone. Cobswan. A large male swan. Cobswans. Plural of cobswan. Cobbled. Acronym of Collins Birmingham University International Language Database. Cobbled. To build with another person or people. Cobbler. Someone who cobbles, someone who builds with others. Cobblers. Plural of cobbler. Cobbleding. Present participle and gerund of cobbled. Cobbled. Third person singular simple present indicative of cobbled. Cobbled. Simple past and past participle of cobbled. Coburg. An independent town in Bavaria, Germany. Coburgs. Plural of Coburg. Coburg. A surname. Coburns. Plural of Coburn. Cobus. A male given name. Cobwall. A wall made of cob clay mixed with straw. Cobwall. Plural of cobwall. Cobwa. A spider web, or the remains of one, especially an asymmetrical one that is woven with an irregular pattern of threads. Cobweb brush. A kind of brush with soft bristles, used for removing cobwebs. Cobweb brushes. Plural of cobweb brush. Cobweb model. An economic model that ascribes the periodic price fluctuations in certain types of market to cyclical supply and demand, where the amount produced must be chosen before prices are observed and producers' expectations about prices are assumed to be based on observations of previous prices. Cobweb models. Plural of cobweb model. Cobweb site. A website that has not been updated for a very long time. Cobweb sites. Plural of cobweb site. Cobweb spider. Any spider of the world-spanning family Theridiidae that build tangle space webs and have a comb of serrated bristles seti on the tarsus of the fourth leg. Cobweb spiders. Plural of cobweb spider. Cobweb theories. Plural of cobweb theory. Cobweb theory. The economy theory based around the cobweb model. Cobwebbed. Covered with cobwebs. Cobwebberies. Plural of cobwebbery.
Like, I'm looking
Cobwebbery.
through the rules.
A mass of cobwebs. Anything that obscures the vision or is elaborate yet flimsy.
Different from the original.
Cobweb. Comparative form of cobwebby.
Is like
More cobwebby.
Final Fantasy different than
Catalase.
in terms of or something like Final Fantasy.
Superlative form of cobwebby. Most cobwebby.
Roses.
Cobwebbiness.
See, like teleprosody. Yeah, shut up. Teleprosody. I don't care about you. Boom, 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 boom.
The state art quality of being cobwebby. Cobwebbing. A graphical technique for solving discrete time systems, useful in finding the stationary points.
Why?
Cobwebby. Having many cobwebs. Cobwebless. Free of cobwebs.
Whatever.
Cobweb-like. Resembling or characteristic of a cobweb. Cobwebs. Plural of cobweb.
Custom object.
Cobweb site. Alternative spelling of cobweb.
You can remove all of these. Like so this is it. Yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Site.
These are different
Cobweb
here.
sites.
Does that not
Plural of cobweb site. Cobwork. Construction work made of logs, etc. laid horizontally with the ends dovetailed together at the corners, and in marine work often surrounding a central space filled with stones. Cubby. A male given name.
On the compendium account.
Kabiric. Of or pertaining to kabiric acid.
Wait.
Habza.
No.
A lute-like stringed instrument chordophone with 4 strings in double courses, played with a plectrum, and most associated with the traditional music of Romania. Kabzas, plural of kabza. Abbreviation of Canadian Olympic Committee. KC, initialism of Certificate of Conformance.
Joe. Okay.
Hatha,
I know.
acronym of Corpus of Contemporary American English. Have a surname. Coca-Cola. Alternative form of Coca-Cola.
No.
Coca-Colas. Plural of Coca-Cola.
One attempt. Well, I'm goaded.
Coca paste. Cocaine paste.
Island Club.
Cocoa wine.
Oh, this is impossible. Copy what? Why? Anyways, Madden Wii Sports.
A cocktail containing wine mixed with a smaller amount of cocaine. Coca-Cola. A particular cola soft drink type of carbonated drink produced by the Coca-Cola Company.
I give up.
Coca-Colas. Plural of Coca-Cola. Coca-colonialism. Synonym of Coca-colonization. Coca-colonization. Alternative spelling of Coca-colonization. Coca-colonization. Alternative.
Like.
Form of Coca-colonization. Coca-colonization. Alternative form of Coca-colonization. Coca-colonization. Alternative form of Coca-colonization. Coca-colonization.
How is this not just right of just terrible bias? What? It's not different than
Alternative form of Coca-colonization.
what?
Coca-colonization. Globalization or cultural colonization likened to westernization or Americanization, consisting of the importing of Western or American goods or cultural values to the detriment of local goods or values. Cacada,
Why?
a type of coconut confectionery originating from the coasts of Latin
How is this
America.
not
Cacadas, plural of cacada.
anything other than just
Piquetylene,
plain old bias?
the ethyl ester of benzoylecgonine, structurally similar to cocaine, formed in vivo when cocaine and
maybe
ethyl
they
alcohol
address
have
this
been
in the
ingested
in the technical.
simultaneously. Cocaine, alternative form of cocaine. Cocaine, alternative form of cocaine. Cocaine, dated form of cocaine. Cocaine, an addictive drug derived from coca erythroxylum or prepared synthetically, used sometimes medicinally as a local anesthetic and often illegally as a stimulant. Cocaine, dated form of cocaine. Cocaine addict, a person
Okay,
who
just-
regularly
oh, I know
consumes
what it is.
cocaine. Cocaine addicts, plural of cocaine addict. Cocaine base, cocaine
There
paste,
just straight up isn't.
cocaine bugs,
Like,
formication caused by
in
cocaine
this-
use. Cocaine cowboy,
like
a cocaine
just
smuggler
isn't.
or dealer whose
Look at this
activities are likely to lead them into violent confrontations.
This is terrible.
Cocaine cowboys,
Boom, boom, boom.
plural of cocaine cowboy. Cocaine decor,
Okay,
an
it
opulent
is,
style of decor characterized by dramatic lighting, glass and mirrors, and
Still kind of pissed off. Like, you have a rule here.
ostentatious ornamentation such as statues.
There might be
Cocaine
a BS
paste,
rule in my opinion,
A
but
crude extract
a
of the
BS
coca
rule
leaf
that's
which contains
not
40%
followed
to
is
91%
worse than the rule.
cocaine
A BS
freebase
rule,
along
and
with
that
companion
is
coca
followed.
alkaloids and varying quantities
Like, if the
of
challenge is
benzoic acid,
sufficiently different from the
methanol, and
original
kerosene.
one, to where beating the
Cocaine
level does not
paste,
provide a
plural of
significant
cocaine
advantage
paste.
for- How is
Cocaineless,
this even-
without
it
cocaine.
straight up just is
Cocaine-like,
true, right?
resembling or characteristic
I get it. I'm a kid, but at Tommy Guns, I'm a boss. Check it out. I'm over here sipping on pop and watching TV. Meanwhile, my mom
Wait,
is stuck reading a digest magazine.
Yeah,
if
I'll
beating
still
the
go to school tomorrow.
original level
But
does
at least
provide a
feel fresh.
significant
Look at little Timmy
advantage,
over there.
and the
Stuck at
original
the
level is on the
apple
challenges
cuts.
itself.
Tommy Guns just gets it. They got me looking so
Oh, wait,
good.
no,
There's
another
some
for
random
another
gram
challenge.
away to pinch my cheeks. Maybe I'll take the back door.
Cocainizing, present participle and gerund of cocainize. Cocainism, cocaine addiction. Cockiness, a cocaine addict.
Oh wait, is it because
Cockiness,
No.
plural of cocaineness. Cocainization, treatment or anesthesia with
Like, okay, Final Fantasy checks this.
cocaine. Cocainizations, plural of cocainization.
Passing any
Cockanize,
level at all.
To
gives you
anesthetize
significant-
or treat someone,
what's it-
or something such as a body part with cocaine. Cockanized, simple
Wait,
past
what?
and past
Do I have to
participle
pay
of
them how to be
cockanize.
these moderators?
Cockanizes,
What's
third
going
person
on? How did
singular
Final Fantasy
simple
do
present
this?
indicative of
I
cockanize.
need to know. What happened here?
Cockanizing, present participle and gerund of
Even the original
cockanize.
level does not-
Cockinam,
Like, it's not
Mania.
different in the slightest.
cocaine
It's
addiction.
the exact same.
Cockinamaniac, a cocaine
It's
addict. Cockinamaniacs, plural of cockinamaniac.
That's exactly the same. Exactly. That's exactly a like and click pattern, dude. Like,
Kotha,
fuck,
a
dude.
coconut grove
Like,
or
that's ridiculous
plantation.
that you are allowing this, bro.
Cocalero, a
This rule
grower of
applies
coca
to-
leaves in Peru
No,
or
wait.
Bolivia. Cocaleros, plural
Wait,
of
what?
cocalero. Cocals, plural of cocal. Gacama, a member of an indigenous
In particular, this
tribe
rule
of the
applies
Peruvian
mostly-
Amazon.
Wait, so does it just
Kakamama,
not apply
the Incan
sometimes?
goddess of the coca
most-
plant.
Like, mostly
Kakamas,
would imply that.
plural of kakama.
Wait, what? So can I just...
Cocamide, a mixture of amides of the fatty acids obtained.
Like submit nausea or something like 44. Nausea, like if I submit
From
nausea.
coconut oil used in many surfactants. Cocamidopropyl, a coconut-derived
just, like,
fatty
change the
acid with the
song
terminal
real quick.
hydroxyl group replaced
Do
by
I have any
imidopropyl.
Do I have any good
Cocamidopropyl
things I
betaine,
could be using?
alternative form of cocamidopropyl betaine. Cocamidopropyl betaine, a mixture of closely related organic compounds derived from coconut oil and dimethylamidopropylamine, used as a surfactant. Cocamidopropyls, plural of cocamidopropyl. Cocamine, an alkaloid found in coca. Cocamines, plural of cocamine. Cacanada,
Okay, actually, that
former
kind
name of
works.
Cacanada,
Yeah, that
Indian
works.
city.
Okay.
Cocaptin,
Guess I'll use
a
that
joint
then.
captain.
Yeah,
Cocaptenses,
okay.
plural of cocaptense.
I forgot to minimize
Cocaptense,
this. Hold up.
joint
Boom.
captaincy.
Well,
Cocapten,
now what?
simple past and past participle of cocaptin. Cocaptining, present participle and gerund of
I'll just submit it and hope for the best
cocaptin.
when I beat this. of course.
Cocaptins, plural of cocaptin. Cocapture, to capture along with something else. Cocapturing. Present participle and gerund of cocapture. Cocarboxylase, a compound related to vitamin B that can be prepared from anarine. Cocarboxylases, plural of cocarboxylase. Cocarcinogen, any agent that can cause the onset of cancer only when working with carcinogenic agents. Carcinogenesis. Carcinogenesis is the result of two independent factors. Carcinogenic, being or relating to a carcinogen. Carcinogens, plural of carcinogen. Cockard, alternative form of cockade, an emblem on an airplane's wing indicating its nationality. Cockards, plural of cockard. Cothis, plural of coca. Kalash, Symphiatrichum punaceum, red-stemmed aster, the roots of which were formerly used medicinally. Kakeshwi, Hakara aurea sin, senesio aureus, golden agwort.
Oh my god, 3 people
Kakashweeds,
watching, no way.
plural of Kakeshweed. Cocatalysis, catalysis by means of a cocatalysis. Cocatalysis, either of a pair of cooperative catalysts that improve each other's catalytic activity. Cocatalysis, plural of cocatalysis. Cocatalytic, relating to or employing cocatalysts. Cocatalyze, catalyzed by two or more catalysts. Cocategories, plural of cocategory. Cocategory, the dual of a category. Cauca, a joint cause, one of several causes contributing to the same outcome. Caucasus, plural of caucause. Cacawine, alternative spelling of cocoa wine. Caca, a surname from Italian. Cacagi, a variety of apple used to make cider. Cacagis, plural of cacagi. Cada, synonym of coccyx. Cada, plural of caca. Casuan, of or relating to Johannes Cocceius 1603-1669, Dutch theologian. Coccinism, Cassian biology. Coxygen, alternative form of coxygen. Coxygenism, alternative form
Oh
of
my god.
coxygen. Coxygenism, alternative form of coxarins, plural of coxarin. Cothi, plural of coccus. Cassia, a surname. Plural of coccus. Cassia, a surname. Coxias, plural of coxia. Coxae, of or relating to coccus bacteria. Coccicidal, that kills cocci spherical bacteria. Coccicide, any substance that kills cocci spherical bacteria. Coccicides, plural of coccicide. Coccid, any of very many scale insects, including mealybugs of the superfamily Coccidia, especially an insect of the family Coccidae. Coccidia, plural of Coccidium. Coccidia, of or pertaining to the Coccidia parasites. Coccidian, any protozoan of the subclass Coccidia. Coccidians, plural of Coccidian. Coccinias, plural of Coccidia. Cocciazido, killing Coccidia parasites. Cocciasa, a medication that kills Coccidia parasites. Cocciasids, plural of Coccidiaceae. Coccioidal, relating to or caused by a
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, okay.
Comyces of the genus Coccidioids. Coccioidin is sterile preparation containing byproducts of coccidioids and mitis injected intracutaneously as a test for coccidioidomycosis. Coccioidoma, a lesion that is characteristic of coccidioidomycosis. Coccioidomas, plural of coccidioidoma. Coccidioidomycosis, plural of coccidioidomycosis. Coccidioidomycosis, an infectious respiratory disease caused by inhalation of the fungus coccidioids in mitis. Coccioidomycotic, of or pertaining to the fungal disease coccidioidomycosis. Coccioidosis, coccioidomycosis. Cocciomycosis, misspelling of coccidioidomycosis. Cocciosis, plural of coccidiosis. Cocciosis, the disease caused by coccidian infection. Cocciastat, any antiprotozoal agent that acts upon coccidia parasites. Cocciastatic, that inhibits the growth of coccidia. Cocciastatics, plural of cocciastatic. Cocciastat, plural of coccidiastat. Coccidium, synonym of coccidian. Coccidological, relating to coccidology. Coccidologist, one who studies coccidology. Coccidologists, plural of coccidologists. Coccidology, the zoology of scale insects of the family Coccoidea. Coccidophagus, that feeds on scales. Coccidophagy, the condition of being coccidophagus. Coccidiostat, misspelling of coccidiostat. Coccids, plural of coccid. Cocciferous, bearing or producing berries. Cocciform, shaped like a coccus. Coccimegueo, A surname. Caxamigleos, plural of caxamiglio. Coxynelid, alternative form of coxynelid. Coxynelids, plural of coxynelid. Coxynelid, any
Something has
species of
27.
the ladybird family Coxynelidae.
What if I only
Coxynelids,
get 27?
plural of coxynelid. Coxyneloid, any beetle of the
Oh, wait a
superfamily
minute.
Coxyneloidea.
Boom.
Hexinius,
Wait up. Boom.
garlic. Hexinic acid, a triterpenoid carboxylic acid present in Schisandra pubescens. Hoxini, a form of mercuric iodide Hg mined in parts of Australia and Mexico. Coxinites, plural of coxinite. Coco, a surname. Coccobacillary, relating to or caused by a coccobacillus. Coccobacilli, plural of coccobacillus. Coccobacilliform, characteristic of a coccobacillus. Coccobacillus, any bacteria with a shape intermediate between cocci spherical and bacilli rod-shaped. Coccobacteria, plural of coccobacterium. Coccobacterial, of or relating to the coccobacteria. Coccobacterium, what a various bacteria. Coccochromatic, having the color distributed in granular patches, as in some diatoms. Coccoid, spherical, shaped like a coccus. Coccoidal, characteristic of a coccus. Coccoidean, any scale insect of the superfamily Coccoidea. Coccoideans, plural of coccoidean. Coccoids, plural of coccoid. Coccoide, the mineral diopside. Coccolites, plural of coccolite. Coccolid, a microscopic skeletal plate of calcite on the surface of certain marine phytoplankton. It forms chalk and limestone when fossilized. Coccolithe, relating to or composed of coccoliths. Coccolithogenesis, the formation and development of coccoliths. Coccolithophore, any of many mostly marine planktonic biflagellated organisms with brown chromatophores and complex calcareous, less commonly siliceous, shells. Coccolithophores, plural of coccolithophore. Coccolithophore, coccolithophore. Coccolithophori, alternative form of coccolithophore. Coccolithophorides, plural of coccolithophori. Coccolithophorids, plural of coccolithophorid. Coccolithovirus, any virus of the genus Coccolithovirus that infects coccolithophores. Coccolithoviruses,
What is my
plural of
consistency getting out
coccolithovirus. Coccoliths, plural of coccolith. Coccos, plural of cocco. Coccosphere, a small rounded
24, whatever it is.
marine organism capable of breaking up into coccoliths. Coccospheres, plural of coccosphere. Coccostean, nu extinct fish of the infraorder Coccostena. Coccosteans, plural of coccostean. Coccostae, any placoderm of the family Coccosteidae.
Oh, wait.
Coccostaids, plural of coccostae. Coccosteomorph, having the form of placoderms of the infraorder Cocostena.
Load
Cocathrostine,
in. Oh my god, it's gonna load
relating
for
to
a long
finches
while.
of the genus Cockathrostes. Cocas, synonym of coccyx. Hoculin, picrotoxin. Hoculin, synomnine. Hoculinolid, any gastropod in the family Coculinolidae. Coculinolids, plural of coculinolid. Coculinid, any gastropod in the family Coculinidae. Coculinids, plural of coculinid. Hoculolidine, a polycyclic alkaloid isolated from plants of the genus Erythrina that has insecticidal activity. Cocculus indicus, the fishberry fruit of Animertococulus. Halkas, and approximately circle back to yum. Tachyalgia, synonym of coccydynia. Coccydynia, pain in the coccyx or its area. Coccygalgia, synonym of coccydynia. Coccygeal, relating to the coccyx. Coccygeal vertebra, any of the four vertebrae that are found in the human coccyx. Coccygeal vertebrae, plural of coccygeal vertebra. Coccygeally, in a coccygeal fashion. Coccygean, relating to the coccyx. Coccyjectomies, plural of coccyjectomy. Coccyjectomy, surgical removal of the coccyx. Coccygia, plural of coccygias. Coccyges, synonym of coccygeal. Coccygias, plural of coccyx. Coccygius, a muscle of the pelvic wall that in combination with the levator ani forms the pelvic diaphragm. Coccygean, relating to the coccyx. Coccydynia, synonym of coccydynia.
I'm gonna take a break.
Coccydynia,
Goodbye.
alternative form of coccydynia. Coccyx, the final bottommost fused vertebrae at the base of the spine, the tailbone. Coccyxes, plural of coccyx. Cocelebrant, one of two or more celebrants involved with the same occasion. Cocelebrants, plural of cocelebrant. Cocenter, the cochranal of a homomorphism. Cocenters, plural of cocenter. Cocentric, alternative form of concentric. Cockabondu, alternative form of cockabondy type of artificial fly-in-fly fishing. Kacha antrike, a passerine bird of the antbird family, Thamnophilus precox. Kacha antrix, plural of Kacha antrike. Cochabamba, a city and department of Bolivia. Cachang, a Cachane complex. Cachane complex, a particular form of a chain complex. Cachane complexes, plural of Cachane complex. Cachanes, plural of Cachane. Co-chair, someone who serves as the chair of a meeting or organization together with one or more other chairs. Co-chaired, simple past and past participle of co-chair. Co-chairing, present participle and gerund of co-chair. Co-chairman, a joint chairman. Co-chairmanship, the role or status of Co-chairman, joint chairmanship. Plural
Go on. Go
of
Go.
co-chairmanship.
on.
Co-chairman. Plural of
Second-
co-chairman. Co-chair people.
No.
Plural of co-chairperson.
No,
Co-chairperson.
dude.
A joint chairperson.
It isn't even.
Co-chairpersons.
No. No. Yeah. Yeah.
Plural of co-chairperson. Co-chairs. Plural of co-chair. Co-chairwoman. A joint chairwoman. Co-chairwoman. Plural of co-chairwoman. Hacho. The cactus is mia de la cactus cacho. Hachos. Plural of cacho. Champion. Joint champion. Champions.
Hold up.
Plural of champion. Channel.
Come on.
Describing
Come on, I
any
need the
effect
mic-
of
I
multiple
need the
channels
microphone
reacting together.
evidence, bro.
Chaperone. Any protein that regulates the activity of a chaperone.
No. I don't think.
Chaperones.
Hold on, I'm not.
Plural
gonna
of
click here at all.
chaperone.
Okay, does.
Chaperonin.
Not
Any of
exactly
several
that.
materials that form complexes with a
Good
chaperonin.
luck, yeah, whatever you say.
Chaperonins. Plural of
Oh wait, there's actually kind of
chaperonin.
a run.
Hot character.
You saw
A
it with Oliver? Yes, I
homomorphism
did,
of a
actually.
character. Hot characters. Plural
What
of
was
hot
it?
character.
What about that run, dude?
Tachayuyo. A type of edible seaweed Durvalia antarctica. Tachayuyos. Plural of Kachayuyo. Hachener. A surname from German.
What about that?
Kacheners. Plural of Kachener. Kachiv. A joint.
Okay,
Chief. Ka-chiefs. Plural of ka-chief.
come on. Come on. Come on.
Kachimi.
You know you want to do
The
it. You know you
Aboriginal
wanna
people
do
of
it.
Central Baja California.
You know you want to do it.
Kachimi. Alternative spelling of Kachimi. Cochin. A domestic
I
hen
didn't
of a
get
large
that
variety
good of-
with feathered
that
legs,
good of luck
full breast,
just
and
for this,
small
bro.
tail. Cochin China. A former region comprising southern Vietnam and parts of Cambodia. Cochin Chinas. Plural of Cochin China. Cochin fowl. The Cochin chicken. Cochin fowls. Plural of Cochin
Come
fowl.
on. Come
Cochin
on, go.
ginger. Synonym of white ginger.
Fall, you digger.
Cochin
Fall
leg.
and don't fall
ele-
behind your Don't hide behind your brothers, dude. Or sisters, whatever it is. Whatever you guys are.
Fanchiasis of the leg.
Middle.
Cochin leg.
Dude,
Plural
oh,
of
finally.
Cochin.
GG, yay. Okay, what
Leg.
was that run like actually?
Cochin China.
Like
Alternative form of Cochin China.
2.1, but
Cochin Chinese.
like
A native or inhabitant of
here or
Cochin
something?
China.
like
Cochin
boom.
Chinine. Any of a group of
Boom.
antibacterial flavonoids isolated from Dracena
32.
cochingenensis. Cochin Chinines.
Is it here? No, it's one by on.
Plural of Cochin Chinine.
Boom boom.
Cochin Chinese. Of or
Okay, so
relating to Cochin China, the southern part of Vietnam.
Okay, so
Cochineal.
1,
A scale insect of the
2,
species Dactylopius coccus,
4,
native to the tropical and subtropical Americas,
5,
which lives on prickly pear
6,
cacti
7,
genus
8,
Opuntia.
9. That's 9.
Cochineal fay,
Dude,
a cactus Opuntia coccinellifera or related species, often
What is that?
cultivated for the sake of the cochineal, which feeds on it. Cochineal figs, plural of cochineal fig.
500
Cochineal,
500
made red with,
okay.
or as if with, cochineal. Cochineals, plural of cochineal. Tachinic acid, an
Oh, let's
organic
try to beat this
compound,
level real quick.
CH807, derived from phenylhydrazone. Cochineal, obsolete spelling of cochineal. Cochinita piddle, a traditional Yucatec slow-roasted pork dish. Cochins,
Okay, I know
plural
I was taking a break, and that was true, but now I'm like...
of Cochin. Cochilinka, a
I
village
don't
and
think clicking is
commune of
doing
Buzau
anything, but it feels like it is doing something, even though it almost certainly isn't.
County,
Might it be
Romania.
doing something?
Cochise County, one of 15 counties in Arizona, United States. County seat, Bisbee.
I'm seeing a lot of
Chidi,
a lot more
a
variance
people and federally recognized tribe of Pueblo Native
I'm seeing quite a
American
bit of variance in
counties in Arizona, United States. County seat, Bisbee. Chidi, a people and federally recognized tribe of Pueblo Native Americans in northern New Mexico, speaking a dialect of Eastern Keers. Tapuea, the complex, spirally coiled, tapered cavity of the inner ear of higher vertebrates, which contains the organ of Corti and in which sound vibrations are converted into nerve impulses.
My macro sucks.
Cochlea, plural of cochlea. Cochlegram, a form of spectrogram in which a false color is assigned to each range of sound frequencies. Cochlegram, plural of cochlegram. Cochlear,
No!
of or pertaining to the cochlea.
I don't... Why?
Cochlear duct, the spirally arranged canal in the bony canal of the cochlea that contains the organ of Corti, is triangular in cross-section and is bounded by the vestibular membrane above, by the periosteal wall of the cochlea laterally, and by the basilar membrane below.
But...
Cochlear ducts, plural of cochlear duct. Cochlear implant, a surgically implanted electronic device that can
But
help
this time
provide a
it's
sense of
hard.
sound to
Like,
a
actually
person
kind of
who is
hard.
profoundly deaf or severely hard of hearing.
Hold up.
Cochlear implants, plural of cochlear
BR silent, BRB.
implant. Cochlear nerve, a nerve that arises in the spiral ganglion of the cochlea and carries auditory
The
sensory
angel
information
story.
from the
Yeah, I'm
organ
not
of
even that.
Corti directly to the brain. Cochlear nerves,
The-
plural of
what would be a good song for this? Okay, why not? Why not? It's basically Sekub and Wall, so...
cochlears, plural of cochlear.
Swin...
Petularia,
What's...
plural
what's
of
Amo?
Cochlearium.
Not...
Cochleariform,
Spider, because it's probably the most amusing
spoon
too.
shaped. Petularium,
When
in
we
ancient
were, completely
Rome,
stuck.
a small spoon with a long tapering handle. Cochleary, in terms of the cochlea. Cochleary, spiral shaped. Pathways, plural of cochlea. Pathway, having the form of a snail's shell, spiral, turbinated.
How many spikes are there?
Cathleated. Cathleate.
whatever.
Cathleately. In a cathleate
1,
manner.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Catleates. Plural
1,
of
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
cathleate.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Cochleiform,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
having the form of a snail shell.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Cochletes, inflammation of the cochlea.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Cochlea,
Okay, yeah, that. How long is BRB?
Denel. Cochleogram, a record produced by
BRB, how long?
cochleography.
31
Cochleograms.
seconds, okay.
Plural of cochleogram. Cochleography, relating to cochleography.
Boop.
Cochleography, graphical examination of the cochlea. Cochleoid, a strophoid shaped somewhat like a snail.
31 seconds.
Cochleoids,
Oh, no.
plural of
I can't
cochleoid.
do it, dude. It's too long.
Cochleolids not.
Oops. Okay, I do not want to press Windows.
Relating to the
you know.
cochlea and alagina. Hachle apple pebo. Relating to the Caplia and the Ellis. Hachle apupillary. Relating to the Caplia. The pupil of the eye. Hachlea saccular. Relating to, or connecting the cochlea and the saccular macula. Hachlea sacculotomies. Plural of Hachlea sacculotomy.
Wait, is it Kugan,
Hachlea sacculotomy.
is
The
that
creation of a fistula between the saccule and cochlear duct.
Whatever, it'll be fine.
Hachleosauri.
Fine.
Any tetrapod in the family Hachleosauridae.
Okay.
Hachleosaurids.
No.
Plural of Hachleosaurid. Hachleostomies. Plural of Hachleostomy. Hachleostomy. The formation of an opening into the cochlea. Hachleodabe. Relating to the cochlear region
Okay.
and to the auditory regions and functions of the brain. Hachleoaxe. Synonym of autotoxic.
Boom.
Cachleotoxicities. Plural of cachleotoxicity. Cachleotoxicity.
Be like?
Synonym
Maybe
of
1 and
autotoxicity.
3, like 3/8.
Cochleus.
2 and 3. But
Hatle-
with a bunch of spikes everywhere.
Cachleostibular. Relating to the
500, but
cochlea,
they're
the
like
vestibule of the
spike,
ear.
But there's like a
Hatle.
bunch
Resembling a
of,
spoon.
what should this be? I think I'm gonna do.
Hollow and oval. Hotchon. An extracellular matrix protein present
think
in the
I'll do
cochlea and vestibule of
1
the
and-
inner ear.
I'll do 1 and
Hotchlins.
3.
Plural of cochlin. Hatchedant. Any extinct fish of the Oticus erotiferums. Hatchleodonts. Plural of Cachleodont. Cochlospermaceous. Of or relating
1, I guess.
to the Cochlospermaceae.
2.
Hachoa.
And then
Any
what
member
do you
of the
mean by
genus
uh,
Cachoa of medium-sized frugivorous, insectivorous, and molluscivorous
boom.
birds.
boom.
Tachalas. Plural of Cachoa. Cochran.
Boom,
A
boom, boom.
Scottish surname.
Boom.
Cochran County.
Boom.
One of 254 counties
Boom.
in
Boom.
Texas, United States. County seat. Morton.
Boom.
Cochrane. A Scottish habitational surname.
My booming
Cochrane
booming.
District.
What's going on?
A district of Ontario, Canada. Cochromatography.
Boom. My boom is still not booming. What is going on?
Simultaneous chromatography of 2 or more materials. Cochromite. An isometric hexactahedral black mineral containing aluminum, chromium, cobalt, iron, magnesium, nickel, and oxygen.
Hold up.
Has SS. Misspelling of
We're going on.
coccidiostat.
So,
Hasawana. An expectorant made from
Oh,
the dried
wait.
bark of the tree Garrya ruspi.
no, it's still not
Hasanur.
right.
A female cook in Spanish
Like,
speaking
okay,
regions.
okay, it just wasn't fast enough.
Casanuras. Plural of casanura. Casanurite. A form of chalcocite containing silver sulfide.
15, I don't know.
Casanurites. Plural of casanurite.
Hold up, I have an
Hasanest
evil
assay.
idea.
A particular steroid glycoside.
Is
Casirkit.
this possible?
The dual of a circuit.
Okay, okay.
Casirkits. Plural of casirkit.
Whoa.
Circular. Lying on the same
Oh,
circle.
wait, is it 2 and 3 or 1 and 3?
Circularity. The condition of being circular.
Said in this to 80% means other than 80%.
Circulate. To circulate together.
Well,
Circulated.
It does still work, okay.
Simple past and past participle of circulate.
Okay, it's happening less often
Circulate.
than it is, so good.
Third person singular simple present indicative of circulate.
Yay!
Circulating.
Hold on,
Present
oh.
participle and gerund of circulate. Circulation. The act of circulating, circulation together. Co-circulation, plural of co-circulation. Cocitation, alternative spelling of cocitation. Cocitation, plural of cocitation. Coci. To cite along with another. Cocited, simple past and
38 divided by 2, that's like a lot.
past participle of cocite. Causize, third person singular simple present indicative of
That's
cocite.
19.
Cociting,
Level verified, shut
present
up.
participle and gerund of cocite. Cocitism, a citizen of the same place.
Boom, boom, boom.
Cocitisms,
I don't want you
plural
in
of
my
cocitism.
room. I don't want to spend this night together, but now it's big forever. Boom, 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 boom. This song is stuck in my
Cocitismship,
head. Boom,
citizenship
boom,
of the
boom,
same
boom.
place.
Boom, boom, boom.
Kosiuba Mare,
Boom, boom,
a village
boom,
and
boom.
commune of Bihar County, Romania. Apenas. Cock a deaf on. To turn a deaf ear, to refuse to listen or pretend not to have heard.
Boom, boom, boom,
Cock a smuck,
boom.
to
This is
perform a
probably
snuck, a
physically
gesture of
impossible.
disrespect.
Boom, 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 boom. I should probably boo. Least in the part to be more
Cock and
dramatic.
ball
Boom,
torture,
boom, boom,
a sexual
boom.
activity
Boom, boom,
involving
boom,
the
boom.
application
The
of
sun is
pain
still
or
stuck in
constriction
my
to the
head.
penis or
Boom,
testicles.
Boom, boom, boom. I don't want you in my
Cock
room.
and bull,
But it's all stuck in
synonym
my
of
head.
cock and
So I
bull
guess
story.
we'll just stay within it. Boom, 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 boom. I wonder how it's going.
Cock and hen,
Boom, boom,
the
boom,
sum of 10
boom.
pounds sterling.
In my disc.
Cock
Boom,
oak,
boom, boom,
alternative
boom.
spelling
I
of
cannot
cock block.
make boom, boom,
Cock oak,
boom.
simple
Convert
past
work.
and past
Get on the
participle of
page.
cock block.
That part fucking sucked. I should not try to be a baker of
Cock
song
blocker,
lyrics, I don't know.
alternative form of
Boom,
cock
boom,
blocker.
boom, boom. Where
Cock
are all those
blockers,
spikes?
plural of cock blocker.
Actually, where are all
Cock
those
blocking,
spikes? What happened to them?
Present participle of cock block.
Did I delete all the spikes?
Cock blocks,
Boom, boom,
plural
boom,
of
boom. Boom, boom. Where are all the spikes? What happened to
cock
the
block.
spikes? Why
Cock
are they
cage,
underground?
slang a chastity cage that covers the penis and testicles.
That does not make sense.
Cock
boom,
cages,
boom, boom, boom.
plural
That does not make sense. Boom, 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 boom. I am at
of
Gucci
cock
now.
cage.
Oh, that's probably a
Cock
mistake.
cheese, smegma or dried semen on the glans penis, usually underneath the foreskin. Cock cheeses, plural of cock cheese. Cock egg, a yolkless egg.
Hold on, I
cock
should
eggs,
just do this
plural of
to make
cock
it even
egg.
more shitposty. I'll just
Cockeye, alternative form of cockeye.
completely copy slang.
Cockeye.
Just BRB, and then do something evil real quick. Boom. All these motherfuckers. Boom. No.
Plural
Boom.
of cock eye. Cock feather. One of the feathers on an
Boom.
arrow that is placed at right angles to the
Well,
knock
I
on
should
the
just
bow,
test this
usually
with
having
one,
a different
so I
color
don't
than the
ruin
other
the entire thing and not
feathers
do
so
that.
that it is easily identified. Cock feathers.
Point
Plural of
5.4.
cock feather. Cock gobbler. Term of abuse an individual who performs fellatio.
and then the
Implies that
spider.
the speaker morally disparages the described person for
And this
sluttishness,
mini
male
spider.
homosexuality, or both. Cock gobblers. Plural of cock gobbler. Cock holster. Anything that serves as a receptacle for a man's penis
Hold
during
up.
sex. Cock holsters. Plural of cock holster. Cock in a frock. A trans woman. Cock in the hen house. A man in a situation where he has access to many women,
That's a
presumably intending to seduce them. Cock it over. To lord it over someone. To act cocky and superior to someone. Cock juice. Semen or cow.
Oh, that was good.
Copper's fluid. Cock juices, plural of cock juice. Cock knocker, alternative spelling of cock knocker. Cock knockers, plural of cock knocker. Cock of the plains, the sage grouse. Cock of the roost, a proud or conceited person. Cock of the walk, a proud or conceited person. Cock off, to leave, to go away. Usually imperative. Cock on, performed well, excellent,
So this is how you,
exact, correct. Cock one's toes,
okay, so now
to
it's,
die.
change it. All
Cock
these
pigeon,
look up to 0.4.
a male
All of them.
pigeon. Cock pigeons, plural of cock pigeon. Cock pilot, someone that is very preoccupied with penises and being sexually penetrated, particularly a gay male bottom. Cock pilots, plural of cock
Okay, so
pilot.
now, boom.
Cock bump, a penis pump. Cock bumps, plural
0.4, a new post in my subreddit.
of cock pump.
Okay, I'll review
Cock
this
ring,
then real quick.
a band worn around
For
the base
local
of the
dumpster,
penis,
okay.
used to slow down the flow of blood from the
0.4.
penile tissue and
Okay,
hence
so now this should be
maintain an erection. Cock rings, plural of cock ring. Cock rock, a style of rock music performed by male bands, emphasizing
working?
aggressive
Why is it not working?
sexuality. Cock rocker,
Can
a
you not
cock
move
rock
down?
musician or
Yeah,
fan.
that's a mistake.
Cock rockers, plural
Why is no one except this first one moving? What?
of cock rocker.
I think I did make
Cock
a mistake.
rooster, a male domestic chicken. Cock
Oops.
roosters, plural of cock
They're
rooster.
all at 0 now.
Cocksack, alternative spelling of cocksack. Cocksex,
Exit? No, I can't even exit and change that. No, I can't. No, I have to.
Plural of
Hold on, please
cocksack.
just be in sequential order,
cock slave,
like,
a subservient
bro.
sexual partner to a man.
It's
Cock
multiple than
slaves,
2, I think.
plural of
35. Well, not multiple of 2. It's by 2 each time. So.
cock
you're
slave.
10.
Cock's not,
Wait, if you're
Dema.
10, then how can you be?
cock sock,
So you're 11.
a garment designed to cover the penis, either as a
8.
novelty item or for the
Wait,
purpose
that does
of
not make sense.
modesty.
What is 9 then?
Cocksocket, alternative
14.
spelling of cocksocket.
15, and then this would be 17.
Cocksockets, plural of
Okay.
cocksocket.
Prices averted, I think.
Cocksocks,
So
plural
move
of cocksock.
7. So move 11.
Cocksparrow, alternative form of
11.
cocksparrow.
Oh,
cocksucker,
right, I changed the wrong
Alternative form of
13.
cocksucker. Cocksuckers,
Still better than making fucking partisan tearful aspiration. That was hell.
plural of
20,
cocksucker.
17.
Cocktease, a person,
19,
usually
okay,
a
that's
woman,
very big
who teases a
difference in
man but
maturity
then
and
withdraws an implied promise of sexual
21,
intercourse. Cock teaser,
23,
alternative form of cock
25.
teaser. Cock teasers,
25.
plural of cock teaser.
Gosh. 2, 7. There
Cock
we go.
teases,
I'm back
plural
on my
of cock
groove, that
tease.
fucking
cock throwing, a blood sport in which
20.
cocktails are thrown at an immobilized rooster until it
Yeah,
is killed.
okay.
Cock
29.
throwings, plural of cock
31.
throwing. Cocktep, alternative
30.
form of cock
33, okay.
Cocktep.
35.
Cocktips,
And then
plural of
37.
cocktep.
37.
Cock up,
And then
to ruin something unintentionally, to fuck up, mess up, or
39. Boom.
screw
I
up.
still have to change all of those.
Cock warming, alternative
No, I have to
form
change
of
all
cock
these
warming.
to make sure that.
Cock watch, To obsess over another
wait, no,
man's
wait.
attributes or
I
activities,
just completely forgot about
especially.
those, okay.
Cock watch. Simple past and past participle of cock
now
watch.
burn all of these, and now it should
Cock
hopefully be
watches.
open for.
Third
In
person
move
singular
time,
simple present
not groups.
indicative
It's not
of cock
possible to
watch.
have a decimal group anyways.
Cock watching. Present participle and gerund of cock watch. Cock
Edit object. 0.4.
Gwamble. Alternative form of cockwomble.
Don't mess with the number.
Cockwombles.
Okay, now it should be fine.
Plural of cockwomble.
What?
Coxcomb test. Synonym of comb
Huh?
test, a test for whether a substance
Oh,
should be considered a
you
male
sent them
sex
both.
hormone. Coxcomb tests. Plural of
Okay.
coxcomb tests. Cocksfoot. Alternative form of cocksfoot. Cockadoodle-doo. Alternative spelling of cockadoodle-doo. Cockadoodle-doo. The cry of a rooster. Cockadoodle-doos. Plural of cockadoodle-doo.
Wait, this hard.
Cockadoodle-dos.
Wait, hold on.
Plural of cockadoodle-doo.
This might actually be
Caca.
easier than BRB.
Exultant, very happy,
because you have
triumphant.
Like, it's not guaranteed
Cock-a-lee.
death if you.
A Scottish chicken soup boiled with leeks. Cockaleekies. Plural of cockaleekie. Cockahoo. Archaic form of cockahoop.
Okay, yeah.
Cock and
you
bull
know what I will just. Boom.
Stories. Plural
Oh.
of cock and bull story.
Oh.
Cock and bull story.
Boom. 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 Boom.
A far-fetched and fanciful story or tale of highly dubious validity. Cock and Hen Club.
Boom. Boom.
A casual gathering of men and women for singing,
Background,
dancing,
okay.
etc. Cock and Hen Clubs. Plural of
This is
Cock and
the
Hen Club. Cock and Pinch. An old-fashioned
Okay.
beaver hat,
Boom.
cocked back in front
Boom, boom,
and
boom,
pinched
boom,
up
boom,
at the
boom,
sides.
Boom. 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 Boom.
Cock and pinches.
So now.
Plural of cock and pinch.
So now, like, you have to be.
Cock bod. A man who runs
You
a
have to do, like,
brothel, a
mini
pimp.
You have to do a mini
Cock
challenge.
bods. Plural of cock
Is that
bod.
gap even possible?
Cock biting. Alternative.
I don't think it is. Wait, no, it is. It is.
Form of cockbiting. Cockboat. Alternative form of cockboat. Cockboats. Plural
Oh, then
of
you still have to
cockboat.
Tightly press it again.
Cock-brained. Alternative form of cock-brain. Cock-keyed.
Every damn time.
Alternative
oh, no.
form of cock-cheese. Cock-crow. Alternative spelling of cock-crow. Cock-crows. Plural of cock.
Mm.
Crow. Cock-drunk. In an incoherent and libidinous state due
Boom,
to intercourse
boom,
with
boom.
a penis.
Boom, boom, boom.
Cockeye.
Boom.
Alternative form of cockeye.
Okay, so now it's just.
Cockeye. Alternative form of cockeye. Cockeyes. Plural of cockeye.
Boom.
Cock feather. Alternative form of cock feather.
Boom.
Cock feathers.
Boom.
Plural of cock feather.
Boom.
Cock fighting.
Boom. Boom.
Alternative form of cockfighting. Cock holster. Alternative form
I
of
don't know,
cock
I'll just do
holster.
this, I guess.
Cock holsters. Plural of cock holster. Cock moors.
Okay.
Something a child can ride as though on horseback. A hobby horse. Cock horses. Plural of cock horse. Cock knocker. An annoying or despicable person. Cock knockers. Plural of cock knocker. Cock of the rock. Any tropical bird of the genus Rupicola. Cock on. Alternative spelling of cock on. Cockpadle. Wemfish. Cockpadles. Plural of cockpadle. Cockbet. Alternative form
There
of
we go.
cockpit. Cockbets. Plural of cockpit. Cockring. Alternative form of cockring. Cockrings. Plural of cockring. Cockrobin. A male robin. Cockrobin shop. A small, disreputable printing office.
Okay.
Cockrobin shops. Plural of cockrobin shop. Cockrobins. Plural of cockrobin. Cockrock. Alternative form of cockrock. Cockshut time. Alternative form of cockshut time. Cocksocket.
Kinda.
Alternative spelling of
Over
cocksocket.
you.
Cocksockets. Plural of cocksocket. Cock sparrow. And male sparrow. Cock sparrows. Plural of cock sparrow. Cock stand. An erection. Cock stands. Plural of cock stand. Cocksucker. Alternative form of cocksucker. Cocksuckers. Plural of cocksucker. Cocksure. Alternative form of cockshore. Cock tease. Alternative form of cock tease.
IDK
Cock
Starlight.
teaser.
My god,
Alternative
and this
form-
one. Roseanne, my god.
Of cock teaser. Cock teasers. Plural of cock teaser. Cock teases. Plural of cock tease. Cockdep. Alternative form of cockdep. Cockdeps.
Okay, so now it's BRB. Silent BRB.
Plural of cocktep. Cock up. A mistake. Cock ups. Plural of cock up.
Silent BRB.
Cockabomb.
Finished.
Able
Boom. Okay, and now I'm gonna go AFK.
to be cocked. Cockabondi. An angler's artificial fly.
Stop. I did not stop streaming. Okay, bye-bye.
Cockabullies. Plural of cockabully. Cockabully. Any of various small, blunt-nosed freshwater fishes, especially gobies of the genus Gobiamorphus. Cocked. A rosette or knot of ribbon worn in a hat, especially as an office or party badge. Cockaded. Wearing a cockade. Cockades. Plural of cockade. Cockadoodle. The crow of a cock. Cockadoodle-doo. Cockadoodle broth. A nightcap of brandy mixed with eggs. Cockadoodled. Simple past and past participle of cockadoodle. Cockadoodle-doo. Alternative spelling of cockadoodle-doo. Cockadoodle-doo. Alternative spelling of cockadoodle-doo. Cockadoodle-doos. Plural of cockadoodle-doo. Cockadoodle-does. Plural of cockadoodle-doo. Cockadoodles. Plural of cockadoodle. Cockadoodling. Present participle and gerund of cockadoodle. Cockahole. Obsessed with the penis as a sexual organ. Cockaholics. Plural of cockaholic. Cockahoo. Alternative form of cockahoop. Cockney. A land of plenty, luxury, and idleness. Hada, a game played with sheep bones instead of dice. Cockalain, a satire or lampoon. Cockalains, plural of cockalain. Cocktail, ale mixed with chicken broth, sweet spices, and dried fruits. Kakalihi, alternative form of kakaliki. Cocktails, plural of cocktail. Cockalorum, a menial yet self-important person, a person who makes empty boasts. Cockalorums, plural of cockalorum. Cockles, plural of cockle. Cockaludicrous, ridiculously androcentric or patriarchal. Cockamamie, a decal, a design that can be transferred to a surface. Cockamamies, plural of cockamamie. Cockamamie, foolish, silly. Cockameru, a Russian variety of the bagatelle game. Cockanothan, idiot, foolish person. Cockanothans, plural of cockanothan. Cockandy, synonym of puffin. Cockhabert, impudent. Cockhaberts, plural of cockhabert. Cockaboo, a cross between an American Cocker Spaniel and a miniature poodle. Cockaboos, plural of cockapoo. Cockroach, alternative form of cockroach. Cockaras, a sachem or leader in certain Native American groups. Cockaresses, plural of cockerels. Cockatiel, archaic form of cockatiel. Cockatiel, plural of cockatiel. Cockatiel, Nymphicus hollandicus, a small, rather atypical cockatoo with a distinctive pointed yellow crest.
Hi, it's Levi from Kelowna's Gospel Mission. 'Tis the season. Let's give hope and make the holidays happy for our neighbors in need.
Our outreach team goes out 7 days a week, 3 times a day. Apart from the meal delivery service that we do, we also support the community by providing wellness materials, hygiene products.
Hope starts for me with healthy meals and people coming together. And when people share meals together, they share memories, good times that they've had in the past. It lightens the load of their day.
Hope starts with all of us standing together to create a stronger community.
Your support gives hope to those in need. Together, we can make this a happy holiday for all. For details and to donate, visit kelownagospelmission.ca.
Australasia. Cockatoo parrot, synonym of cockatiel. Cockatoo parrots, plural of cockatoo parrot. Cockatoos, plural of cockatoo. Cockadosh, a freshwater fish to Glopsis thomsoni I found in Canada. Cockatuches, plural of cockatech. Hecatrus, a legendary creature about the size and shape of a dragon or wyvern, but in appearance resembling a giant rooster with some lizard-like characteristics. Cocatruses, plural of cocatris. Cockadosh, alternative form of cockatuch. Cockatuches, plural of cockatuch. Cockawee, synonym of long-tailed duck. Cockawees, plural of cockawee. Cockin, alternative spelling of cocaine. Cockayne-Hatley, a village in Wrestlingworth and Cockayne-Hatley Parish, Bedfordshire, England. OS grid ref TL 260,496. Cockayne syndrome, a rare congenital disorder characterized by growth failure, impaired development of the nervous system, abnormal photosensitivity, and premature aging. Cockins, plural of cockane. Cockbag, a stupid or otherwise undesirable person. Cockbags, plural of cockbag. Cockle, to tilt up one end of, so as to make almost vertical. Cockbilled, simple past and past participle of cockbill. Cockbilling, present participle and gerund of cockbill. Cockbills, third person singular simple present indicative of cockbill. Cockbird, the male of a game bird, especially of a pheasant. Cockbirds, plural of cockbird. Cockbiting, despicable. Cockblah, to make or attempt to make another's intended goal of romantic relationship or sexual intercourse impossible. Cockblocked, simple past and past participle of cockblock. Cockblocker, one who cockblocks, one who impedes the sexual advances of another, usually a man. Cockblockers, plural of cockblocker. Cockblocking, the act or attempt of impeding another's intended goal of a romantic relationship or sexual intercourse. Cockblocks, plural of cockblock. Cockboat, a small rowing boat, especially one pulled behind a larger ship, or used to ferry goods between a ship and the shore. Cockboats, plural of cockboat. Cockbrain, a stupid person. Cockbrained, foolish, lacking in common sense and good judgment. Cockbrains, plural of cockbrain. Cockbra, a contemptible person, usually used as a disparaging term of address. Cockbulge, the bulge in pants or under a blanket, etc., created by a penis. Cockbulges, plural of cockbulge. Cockburn, a local government area in Perth, Western Australia, named after Cockburn Sound and Sir George Cockburn. In full, the city of Cockburn. Cockburns, plural of Cockburn. Cochrane Spa, a village in Berwickshire, Scottish Borders Council area. Scotland. OS grid ref NT 7771. Cockchafer, any of the large European beetles from the genus Melilantha that are destructive to vegetation. Cockchafers, plural of cockchafer. Cockcroft, a surname from Old English. Cockcrofts, plural of cockcroft. Cockcrow, the time of day at which the first crow of a cockerel is heard, dawn or daybreak, first light. Cockcrower, a person employed by the monarch to announce the hour by crowing like a cock. Cockcrowers, plural of cockcrower. Cockcrowing, the crowing sound of a cock. Cockcrowings, plural of cockcrowing. Cockcrows, plural of cockcrow. Cock, a surname. Cock County, one of 95 counties in Tennessee, United States. County seat, Newport. Cock, Druck. Cock to deaf un. simple past and past participle of cock hadef un. Cock to snook, simple past and past participle of cock a snook. Cocked hat, a hat with a brim turned up to form 2 or 3 points. A bicorn or tricorn. Cocked Hat Club, a club of the Society of Antiquaries of London, whose members decided whether any person proposed should be admitted or not. Cocked Hat Cur, the bighorn type of cur. Cocked hat curves, plural of cocked hat cur. Cocked hat double, a type of double of the called ball off 3 cushions, usually around the colors, with the aim of potting into the center pocket while keeping the cue ball safe. Cocked hat doubles, plural of cocked hat double. Cocked hats, plural of cocked hat. Cocked it over, simple past and past participle of cock it over. Cocked off, simple past and past participle of cock off. Cocked on, simple past and past participle of cock on. Cocked one's toes, simple past and past participle of cock one's toes. Cocked up, simple past and past participle of cock up. Cocks up, of a nose, having a tip that is upturned. Hadal, a surname. Hawkintress, a medieval dish consisting of a pig's upper body sewn onto the bottom half of a capon or turkey or other similar combinations. Cockintresses, plural of cockintress. Cockensey, the western half of the town of Cockensey and Port Seton, East Lothian Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NT 3975. Cockensey and Port Seton, a coastal town in East Lothian Council area, Scotland with 2 harbours, Cockensey and Port Seton OS Grid Ref NT 4075. Cocker, a surname. Cocker Spaniel, either of 2 breeds of dog, the American Cocker Spaniel and the English Cocker Spaniel. Cocker Spaniels, plural of Cocker Spaniel. Cocker up, to indulge someone, to bolster, encourage a person, feeling, etc. Cockered, simple past and past participle of cocker. Cockered up, simple past and past participle of cocker up. Cockerel, a young male chicken. Cockerel, a surname. Cockerels, plural of cockerel. Cockerham, a village and civil parish in Lancaster District, Lancashire, England OS Grid Ref SD 4651. Cockerhams, plural of cockerham. Cockerill, a surname. Cockering, present participle and gerund of cocker. Cockering up, present participle and gerund of cocker up. Cockermay, an arrangement of pit props used to support a coal face. Cockermags, plural of cockermay. Cockermay, a market town and civil parish with a town council in Cumberland, Cumbria, England, previously in Allerdale Borough OS Grid Ref NY 1230. Cockermy, pronunciation spelling of cockney. Cockermies, plural of cockerney. Cockernanis, plural of cockernany. Cockernani, alternative form of cockernony. Cockernanes, plural of cockernani. Cockernami, the bunch of hair folded up in a snood worn by a woman. Cockaboo, alternative form of cockapoo. Cockaboos, plural of cockapoo. Cotters, plural of cocker. Cockers it up, third person singular simple present indicative of cocker up. Cockerson, a surname from Old English. Cockertons, plural of Cockerton. Have, a document issued by the bond office stating that duty has been paid and goods may be sold. Pocket writer, an official in the bond office whose duties included collecting duty on imported goods and issuing the relevant documentation. Pocket writers, plural of pocket writer. Pocket bread, a type of bread in England resembling hard sea biscuit. Pockus, plural of cocket. Pave, a suburb of Swansea, Wales. OS Grid Ref S. 6394. Huffy, a surname. Hot-high, an eye affected by strabismus. Hot-high, having both eyes oriented inward, cross-eyed. Cockly, in a cockeyed manner. Cockeyedness, the quality of being cocky. Cockeyes, plural of cock-eye. Cocky, present participle and gerund of cocky. Hobbies, plural of cocky. Cockface, a contemptible person. Cockfaces, plural of cockface. Cocktie, an extremely contemptible person. Cockhags, plural of cockfag. Cockler, alternative form of cockfeather. Cockfillers, plural of cockfeather. Cockhill, a village and civil parish in County Durham, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 126242. Cockfields, plural of cockfield. Cockfight, a contest in a cockpit between gamecocks fitted with cockspurs. Cockfighter, one who engages in a cockfight. Cockfighters, plural of cockfighter. Cockfighting, a gambling blood sport illegal in most countries in which two roosters have spikes placed on their feet and are made to fight each other, usually to the death. Cockfighting pit, an enclosed area into which gamecocks are brought to fight. Cockfightings, plural of cockfighting. Cockfice, plural of cockfight. Cockfish, a male fish, especially a salmon or trout. Cockfish, simple past and past participle of cockfish. Cockfishers, third person singular simple present indicative of cockfish. Cockfishing, present participle and gerund of cockfish. Cockflesh, the flesh of a penis. Cockfosters, a suburb in the borough of Barnet and borough of Enfield, northern Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2796. Cockot, simple past and past participle of cockfight. Hawkeye, a term of abuse. Cockfucker, a term of abuse. Cockfuckers, plural of cockfucker. Cockhead, the glans penis. Cockheads, plural of cockhead. Cockhole, the ureura. Cockholes, plural of cockhole. Cockhorse, lifted up as one is on a tall horse. Cockhorses, plural of cockhorse. Cockhound, a promiscuous person, one who is eager to have sex with men. Cotty, alternative spelling of cocky. Cotty, simple past and past participle of cocky. Cockaleaky, alternative form of cockaliki. Cocky, comparative form of cocky, more cocky. Cockies, plural of cocky. Cockies, superlative form of cocky, most cocky. Cockily, in a cocky manner. Hawken, a surname. Haughtiness, the quality. Giving khaki. Hawke, a village and civil parish in Chichester District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref SU 8717. Cocking a def on, present participle and gerund of cock a def on. Cocking a snuck, present participle and gerund of cock a snuck. Cocking it over, present participle and gerund of cock it over. Cocking of a snuck, a disrespectful gesture, is snuck. Cocking of snucks, plural of cocking of a snuck. Cocking off, present participle and gerund of cock off. Cocking on, present participle and gerund of cock on. Cocking one's toes, present participle and gerund of cock one's toes. Cocking up, present participle and gerund of cock up. Cockings, plural of cocking. Cockins, plural of cockin. Cockfish, resembling a cock, all senses. Cockknocker, alternative spelling of cockknocker. Cockknockers, plural of cockknocker. Cockard, smallholder. Cocklards, plural of cocklaird. Cava, any of various edible European bivalve mollusks of the family Cardiidae having heart-shaped shells. Cockle wife, a woman who deals in cockles. Cockle wives, plural of cockle wife. Cockle bread, bread made from wild grain. Cockle boat, alternative form of cockboat. Cockleboats, plural of cockleboat. Cockleber, any of the coarse composite weeds of the genus Xanthium with a prickly fruit. Cockleber, alternative form of cockleber. Cockleders, plural of cockleber. Cocklebers, plural of cockleber. Cockled, simple past and past participle of cockle. Cockleared. Cockrow, dawn, daybreak. Cocklearts, plural of cleared. Cockleloft, alternative form of cockloft. Cocklelofts, plural of cockleloft. Cockleman, a fisherman who catches cockles. Cocklemen, plural of cocklaman. Cockler, one who finds and sells cockles. Cocklers, plural of cockler. Cockles, plural of cockle. Cockle shell, the shell of a cockle or similar shell. Cockle shells, plural of cockle shell. Cockles, without a cock rooster. Cocklessness, lack of a penis. Cockless stove, a masonry heater covered in tile, a tile stove. Cockless stoves, plural of cockless stove. Hoplet, a very small haycock. Cocklets, plural of cocklet. Cocklewoman, a fisherwoman who catches cockles. Cocklewomen, plural of cocklewoman. Cocklicker, a contemptible person. Cocklickers, plural of cocklicker. Cockeye, twilight at cockcrow, daybreak. Cockeye, resembling or characteristic of a cock the bird. Cockle, present participle and gerund of cockle. Cocklimus, plural of cockling. Cocklot, a small attic or garret. Cocklots, plural of cocklot. Covey, marked with, abounding in, or infested with cockles. Cogman, a surname. Cockmaster, one who breeds gamecocks. Cockmasters, plural of cockmaster. Cockmatch, a cockeye. Cockmatches, plural of cockmatch. Cockme, a penis, the flesh of a penis. Cockmonger, a frequent consumer of cocks. Cockmongers, plural of cockmonger. Cockmonkey, an obnoxious or contemptible person. Cockmonkeys, plural of cockmonkey. Cockmunch, an idiot or other undesirable person. Cockmuncher, term of abuse. Cockmunchers, plural of cockmuncher. Cockmunches, plural of cockmunch. Cockmayam, cockmay, cockmay, from the East End of London, or London generally. Cocky rhyming slang, a cant used by Cockneys in which a word or phrase is replaced by a rhyming word or phrase, this word or phrase then often being abbreviated to its first syllable or syllables, or its first word. The word chosen as the rhyme often shares attributes of the word that it replaces. Cocknicalities, plural of cocknicality. Cocknicality, something characteristically Cockney, a Cockneyism. Cockneydom, the home or region of Cockneys, i.e. London. Cockmace, the Cockney dialect. Cockmace, a female Cockney. Cockmaces, plural of cockmace. Cocknification, the use of Cockney words or mannerisms, especially by non-Cockneys. Cocknifications, plural of cocknification. Cocknify, simple past and past participle of cocknify. Cocknifies, third person singular simple present indicative of cocknify. Cognify, to make cockney, to vulgarize. Cognifying, present participle and gerund of cognify. Cognify. Alternative form of cognize. Cognized. Simple past and past participle of cognize. Cognizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of cognize. Cognize. Characteristic of or resembling. Cognies or cogniways. Cognately. In a cognize manner. Cognizing. Present participle and gerund of cognize. Cognizism. The characteristics, manners, or dialect of a cockney. Cognizisms. Plural of cockneyism. Cognize. To pronounce with a cockney accent. Cognize. Simple past and past participle of cognize. Cognizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of cognize. Cognizing. Present participle and gerund of cognize. Cottonland, the East End of London. Cockneys, plural of cockney. Cockneyship, synonym of cockneyism characteristics of a cockney. Cognify, simple past and past participle of cognify. Cognifies, third person singular simple present indicative of cognify. Cognify, alternative form of cognify. Cognifying, present participle and gerund of cognify. Hot knobs, expression of worry, failure. Shock, etc. Hypocrisy, patriarchy, a system disproportionately benefiting men at the expense of women. Hockbedel, the male of the lumpfish. Hockbed, a cockpit of a specified kind. Cockbench, a strike to the groin. Cockbench, simple past and past participle of cockpunch. Cockpunches, plural of cockpunch. Cockpunching, present participle and gerund of cockpunch. Cockram, a surname. Cockroll, a surname. Cockrolls, plural of cockerel. Cockerel. Alternative spelling of cockerel. Cockerel, a surname. Cockerel, alternative spelling of cockerel. Cockring, alternative form of cockring. Cockrings, plural of cockring. Cockroach, any black or brown straight-winged insect of the order Blatodia that is not a termite. Cockroach Island, an island of the British Virgin Islands. Cockroach of the sea, a lobster. Cockroach taxi, an roadworthy minibus taxi. Cockroach taxis, plural of cockroach taxi. Cockroach theory. A theory which states that unexpected negative news from a business is possibly an indicator that more negative news is incoming. Cockroach wasp. Any wasp of the family Ambulicida, small speckwood wasps that prey on cockroaches to lay their eggs on them. Cockroach wasps, plural of cockroach wasp. Cockroaches, plural of cockroach. Cockroaches of the sea, plural of cockroach of the sea. Cockroachicide, a substance that kills cockroaches. Cockroachicides, plural of cockroachicide. Cockroach-like, resembling or characteristic of a cockroach. Cockroaky, infested with cockroaches. Cockroach, a surname. Cockrots, plural of cockroach. Cockrum, a surname. Cockrums, plural of cockrum. A hamlet in Cornwall, England. Coxadephon, third person singular simple present indicative of cock-a-def-un. Cox-a-snook, third person singular simple present indicative of cock-a-snook. Cocks in frocks, plural of cock in a frock. Cocks in the henhouse, plural of cock in the henhouse. Cocks it over, third person singular simple present indicative of cock it over. Cocks of the plains, plural of cock of the plains. Cocks of the roost, plural of cock of the roost. Cocks of the walk, plural of cock of the walk. Cocks off, third person singular simple present indicative of cock off. Cocks on, third person singular simple present indicative of cock on. Cocks one's toes. Third person singular simple present indicative of cock one's toes. Cocks up. Third person singular simple present indicative of cock up. Cocks of the rock, plural of cock of the rock. Cocksai, the scrotum. Cocksais, plural of cocksack. Cockscomb, the fleshy red crest of a rooster. Coxcombs, plural of coxcomb. Cockscrow, the crowing of a cock. Cocksedge, a surname from Old English. Cocksedges, plural of cocksedge. Cockserver, fellator, someone who performs fellatio. Cockservers, plural of cockserver. Coxes, plural of cocks. Cocksfoot, any of the genus Dactylis of Eurasian and North African bluegrasses, especially Dactylis glomerata. Cockswits, plural of cocksfoot. Cockshaft, the shaft of the penis. Cockshafts, plural of cockshaft. Cockshead, a leguminous herb on a breeches caput galley with small spiny crested pods. Cocksheads, plural of cockshead. Cocky, simple past and past participle of cockshy. Cockies, plural of cockshy. Cockshit, an expression of anger. Cockchus, plural of cockshit. Cockshit, a surname. Cockshot, a photograph of one's penis. Cockshot, plural of cockshot. Cockshot, a surname. Cockshot, a kind of net for catching woodcock. Cockshit time, evening twilight, nightfall. Caucus, plural of cockshet. Cucky, a game in which trinkets are set upon sticks to be thrown at by the players. Takie, present participle and gerund of cockshi. Cocksevo, a cold or frozen penis. Cocksicles, plural of cocksicle. Cockskin, the skin of the human penis. Cockskins, plural of cockskin. Cosslap, synonym of dick slap, a slap with the penis. Cockslapped, simple past and past participle of cockslap. Cockslapping, present participle and gerund of cockslap. Cockslaps, plural of cockslap. Cockslave, alternative spelling of cockslave. Cockslaves, plural of cockslave. Cocksleeve, synonym of penis sleeve. Cocksleeves, plural of cocksleeve. Cocksly, a very sexually promiscuous girl or woman. Cocksluts, plural of cockslut. Coxman, a man who is sexually talented in using his penis. Coxmanship, stereotypically aggressive male behavior. Coxman, plural of coxman. Coxme, a man who has expert sexual technique. Coxme, plural of cocksmith. Coxai, alternative form of cocksock. Cocksake, a promiscuous person, usually female or bottom, who is frequently sexually penetrated. Cocksockets, plural of cocksocket. Cocksize, plural of cocksock. Cocksparrow, alternative form of cocksparrow. Cocksmy, a contemptible person. Cocksmas, plural of cocksplat. Cockspur, a blade for tying to the foot of a gamecock. Cockspur hawthorn, a broad North American tree with edible fruit, often grown ornamentally and used in horticulture. Crataegus cruz-galli. Cockspur hawthorns, plural of cockspur hawthorn. Cockspurs, plural of cockspur. Cockstane, a worthless person. Cockstains, plural of cockstane. Cockstand, alternative form of cockstan. Cockstands, plural of cockstand. Cockster, a cocky man. Cocksters, plural of cockster. Cockstry, a short space of time, a jiffy. Cockstrides, plural of cockstry. Pout-hi, clipping of cocksucker annoying or objectionable person. Cocksuck, simple past and past participle of cocksuck. Cocksuffer, a very annoying or objectionable person, any contemptible person. Cocksuckers, plural of cocksucker. Cocksuckery. Fellatio. Cocksucking, fellatio. Cocksucking cowboy. An alcoholic cocktail containing butterscotch, schnapps, and Irish cream. Cocksucking cowboys, plural of cocksucking cowboy. Cocksus, plural of cocksuck. Cocksure, too confident, overconfident. Cocksurely, in a cocksure manner. Cocksureness, the state or condition of being cocksure. Cocksurmissos, plural of cocksureness. Cocksurity, the condition of being cocksure. Coxswain, alternative spelling of coxswain. Coxswains, plural of coxswain. Coxsey, alternative form of coxsey. Cocktail, a mixed alcoholic beverage. Cocktail ant, an acrobat ant. Cocktail bar, a drinking establishment that specializes in cocktails. Cocktail bars, plural of cocktail bar. Cocktail cabinet, a cupboard where the ingredients for mixing alcoholic drinks are stored. Cocktail cabinets, plural of cocktail cabinet. Cocktail dress, a type of women's evening dress suitable for semi-formal occasions or cocktail parties. Cocktail dresses, plural of cocktail dress. Cocktail flu, a hangover or other negative symptoms experienced the day after ingesting alcohol. Cocktail fork, a small fork usually with 2 or 3 tines, used for eating dishes served as appetizers such as fruit cocktails and shrimp cocktails, and for picking up olives and other small snacks. Cocktail forks, plural of cocktail fork. Cocktail frank, synonym of cocktail wiener. Cocktail frankfurter, synonym of cocktail wiener. Cocktail frankfurters, plural of cocktail frankfurter. Cocktail franks, plural of cocktail frank. Cocktail frock, synonym of cocktail dress. Cocktail frocks, plural of cocktail frock. Cocktail game, a video game built into a cocktail table. Cocktail games, plural of cocktail game. Cocktail glass, a type of glass with a long stem and an open inverted cone bowl used for serving straight-up cocktails. Cocktail glasses, plural of cocktail glass. Cocktail hat, a type of small, extravagant women's hat, such as a fascinator, suitable as evening wear or for cocktail parties. Cocktail hats, plural of cocktail hat. Cocktail length, the length of a cocktail dress, typically around knee length. Cocktail lounge, a business with seating and, sometimes, entertainment, where alcoholic beverages, especially mixed drinks, may be purchased and consumed. Cocktail lounges, plural of cocktail lounge. Cocktail music, lounge music. Cocktail onion, a pearl onion or other sweet onion seasoned and pickled in brine, used as a cocktail garnish. Cocktail onions, plural of cocktail onion. Cocktail parties. Plural of cocktail party. Cocktail party. A party at which cocktails are served. Cocktail party deafness. The inability to focus one's attention on a single auditory source in a jumble of noises. Cocktail party effect. The ability or the difficulty of focusing one's attention on a single auditory source in a jumble of noises. Cocktail party effects. Plural of cocktail party effect. Cocktail party graph. A graph consisting of two rows of paired nodes in which all nodes except the paired ones are connected with straight lines. It is the complement of the ladder rung graph and the dual graph of the hypercube. Cocktail party graphs. Plural of cocktail party graph. Cocktail peanut. A salted peanut. Cocktail peanuts. Plural of cocktail peanut. Cocktail sandwich. A small sandwich served as a canapé. Cocktail sandwiches. Plural of cocktail sandwich. Cocktail sauce. A sauce served with oysters and other seafood, typically ketchup mixed with horseradish or mayonnaise. Cocktail sauces. Plural of cocktail sauce. Cocktail sausage. A small saveloy often served as a party snack. Cocktail sausages. Plural of cocktail sausage. Cocktail salve. Synonym of cocktail saveloy clipping. Cocktail saveloy. A smaller version of a saveloy made from finely ground pork, natural flavors, and a red casing. Cocktail saveloys. Plural of cocktail saveloy. Cocktail shaker. A device used to mix beverages usually alcoholic by shaking. Cocktail shakers. Plural of cocktail shaker. Cocktail stick. A short, thin wooden stick with pointy ends designed to hold decorations or fruit in a cocktail or small portions of food generally. Cocktail sticks. Plural of cocktail stick. Cocktail table. A small, round, tall table for holding patrons' drinks in a bar. Cocktail tables. Plural of cocktail table. Cocktail tomato. A larger cherry tomato. Up to the size of a golf ball. Cocktail waitress. A female server who brings drinks to patrons of drinking establishments, typically dressed in revealing clothing. Cocktail waitresses. Plural of cocktail waitress. Cocktail wiener. A small hot dog usually served as an appetizer or at a cocktail or drink hour. Cocktail wieners. Plural of cocktail wiener. Cocktailed. Simple past and past participle of cocktail. Cocktailer. A cocktail party. Cocktaileries. Plural of cocktailery. Cocktailers. Plural of cocktailer. Cocktailary. A bar where cocktails are served. Cocktailian. Of or relating to cocktails. Cocktailians. Plural of cocktailian. Cocktailing. Work as a cocktail waitress. Cocktails. Plural of cocktail. Cocktailwear. Clothing to be worn on semi-formal occasions or at cocktail parties, usually in the late afternoon. Tat is Alternative form of cocktease. Cocktease. Simple past and past participle of cocktease. Cockteaser. Synonym of cocktease, one who teases with a promise of sexual intercourse. Cockteasers, plural of cockteaser. Cockteases, plural of cocktease. Cockteasing. Present participle and gerund of cocktease. Cock-throwing. Alternative form of cock-throwing. Cockshone, a dessert made from parched corn and sugar rolled into balls and sometimes colored. Cockthub, the end of the penis. Cockthubs, plural of cocktub. Cock-up, alternative form of cock-up. Cock-uppus, plural of cock-up. Cock-why, term of abuse. Cockwads, plural of cockwhy. Cockwaffle, an obnoxious or contemptible person. Cockwaffles, plural of cockwaffle. Cockhorn, to keep one's partner's penis in one's anus, mouth, or vagina, typically for a prolonged period of time without moving to create friction. Cockhorned, simple past and past participle of cockhorn. Cockworming, the act of keeping a partner's penis in one's mouth, anus, or vagina, typically for a prolonged period without moving to create friction. Cockhorns, third person singular simple present indicative of cockworm. Cockweasel, a term of abuse. Cockweasels, plural of cockweasel. Cockwe. Peppergrass. Cockweeds, plural of cockweed. Cuckhore, a very sexually promiscuous girl or woman. Cockhores, plural of cockhore. Cockwhite, term of abuse. Cockwipes, plural of cockwipe. Cockwomble, a foolish or obnoxious person. Cockwombles, plural of cockwomble. Cockwoy, a coastal village in Dawlish Parish, Tainbridge District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 9780. Cockworm, a type of large marine worm, Arenicola cristata, used for fishing bait. Cockworms, plural of cockworm. Puffy, overly confident, arrogant, and boastful. Cocky apple, Planchonia caria, an Australian fruit tree of the Brazil nut family Lecythidaceae. Cocky's joy, golden syrup. Tahie, present participle and gerund of cocky. Kahaleki, alternative form of cockaliki. Kahaleki, alternative form of cockaliki. Cockalorum, alternative form of cockalorum. Cockalorums. Plural of cockalorum. Cock-yelly bird, any small bird. Cock-yelly birds, plural of cock-yelly bird. Cock-yelly bird, alternative form of cock-yelly bird. Kakiali birds. Plural of kakiali bird. Cladogenesis. Cladogenesis that spans two or more lineages. Coclodogmatic. Alternative form of coclodogenic. Coclodogenic. Relating to coclodogenesis. Cocos. The cockless of a finite P group of order Pn is NC, where C is the class. Coccosos. Plural of cocclass. Cocorine. A nicotinic acetylcholine receptor antagonist isolated from various plant sources. Hakoi. A subgraph whose complement is a clique, i.e. an independent set. Hakois, plural of clique. Cocklows, subject to coclosure. Cockluster, a simultaneous cluster of rows and columns. Cocklustering, by clustering. Cocklusters, plural of cockluster. Subco. Abbreviation of contingent convertible bond. An unincorporated community in Kanawha County, West Virginia, United States. Co-co bond. A contingent/convertible bond. A fixed income bond which can be converted into equity if certain trigger conditions are met. Cocoa bonds. Plural of cocoa bond. Cocoa bread. A Jamaican bread made with coconut milk. Cocoa palm. The coconut palm. Cocoa palms. Plural of cocoa palm. Cocoa peat. Alternative form of cocopat. Cocoa plum. Alternative spelling of cockhoplum. Cocodamer. A tall palm tree. Ladoicea maldivica, found in the Seychelles. Koftona. Archaic form of coconut. Coconuts, plural of coconut. Coconutty, uncommon form of coconutty.
I needed cash fast. I filled out a quick application, got approved, and walked out with money. It was that simple.
At Money Mart, we say yes when others say no.
On Cape Canaveral Peninsula. Cocoa bean, seed of the cocoa plant, used to make chocolate, cocoa, and cocoa butter. Cocoa beans, plural of cocoa bean. Cocoa butter, the fat that is extracted from the cocoa bean to make chocolate. It has a relatively sharp melting point so does not feel greasy when eaten. Cocoa butters, plural of cocoa butter. Cocoa powder, a powder derived from ground cocoa solids, which is used to make the drink of cocoa. Various chocolate products, also used as an ingredient in baking. Cocoa powders, plural of cocoa powder. Cocoa tea, synonym of chocolate tea. Cocoa teas, plural of cocoa tea. Cocoa butter, having applied cocoa butter with skin that has been treated with cocoa butter. Cocoa white, resembling or characteristic of cocoa. Coconut. Dated form of coconut. Coconuts, plural of coconut. Cothos, plural of cocoa. Cocoa wood, alternative form of cacao wood. Cockabacillary, misspelling of cockabacillary. Cockaballa, alternative form of cocobolo tropical hardwood. Cocobolas. Plural of cocobola. Cacabolo. An oily tropical hardwood of genus Dalbergia from Central America. Cacabolos. Plural of cacabolo. Hakodat. A French high-class prostitute. Cacodets. Plural of cacodet. Cockorsive, having the property that there exists a constant L greater or equal to 0 such that for all x and y in the domain, xi, xy is greater than or equal to 1/L x I sup 2/sup, where x is the operator applied to x. Photos, plural of cocoa. Cocolich, a pidgin or language continuum formed from Italian and Spanish, spoken in parts of the River Plate region of South America in the late 19th and 20th centuries. Cocolisli, an epidemic illness that spread through Mexico in the 16th century. Cocolonization, simultaneous colonization by two or more species of bacteria. Cockoloring, the assignment of a color to each vertex of a graph such that each color class forms an independent set in the graph or its complement. Coccolorings, plural of cockoloring. Cockoloring, alternative form of cockoloring. Coccolorings, plural of cockoloring. COCOM, abbreviation of Coordinating Committee for Multilateral Export Controls. Cockermat, a mat made from coir. Cockermats, plural of cockermat. Cocommentator, a joint commentator, one who provides commentary together with another. Cockommentators, plural of cockommentator. Cocommutative, describing the relationship in a coljebra that is the equivalent of a commutative one. Cocommutativity, the quality of being cocommutative. Cocompact, having a compact quotient space. Cocompactly, in a cocompact manner. Cocompactness, the Pepivine cocompact. Cocomplete, in which all small columns exist. Cocompleteness, the quality of being cocomplete. Cocompletion, a full embedding whose image is a cocomplete category and for which every functor with a cocomplete image has an extension to a co-continuous functor that is unique up to natural isomorphism. Cocompletions, plural of cocompletion. Cocompose, to compose jointly with others. Cocomposed, simple past and past participle of cocompose. Cocomposer, one who jointly composes a work with somebody else. Cocomposers, plural of cocomposer. Cocomposers, third person singular simple present indicative of cocompose. Cocomposing, present participle and gerund of cocompose. Co-composition, joint composition, co-creation. Co-compositions, plural of co-composition. Co-compound, synonym of divanva. Co-compounding, the formation of co-compounds. Co-compounds, plural of co-compound. Cova, obsolete form of cocoon. Kilkana, a tropical shrub, Solanum sessiliflorum, grown for its edible fruit. Kokonana, a mixture of coconut and banana. Kokonas, plural of kokona. Kokonceived, to conceive together with someone else. Koconceived, simple past and past participle of koconceive. Koconceives, third person singular simple present indicative of koconceive. Koconceiving, present participle and gerund of koconceive. Co-condensation, two simultaneous condensation reactions, either 3 or 4 reactants. Co-condensations, plural of co-condensation. Coca, an object V together with an arrow going from each object of a diagram to V such that for any arrow in the diagram, the pair of arrows to V which form a triangle with it also commute with it. Cocons, plural of cocon. Coconform, to conform by both a structure its dual. Coconformation, the joint conformation of two interacting molecules, especially that of a rotexane. Coconformation, plural of coconformation. Coconino, a sandstone formation found across the Colorado Plateau province of the United States, including northern Arizona, northwest Colorado, Nevada, and Utah, and particularly prominent in the Grand Canyon. Coconino County, one of 15 counties in Arizona, United States. County seat, Flagstaff. It is the largest county in Arizona and the second largest in the United States. Coconinoid, a monoclinic mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, iron, oxygen, phosphorus, sulfur, and uranium. Co-conscious, jointly conscious, conscious together or simultaneously. Co-consciousness, an awareness of things on the edge of one's consciousness that are only brought into focus under certain circumstances. Co-consciousnesses, plural of co-consciousness. Co-conspirator, alternative spelling of co-conspirator. Co-conspirators, plural of co-conspirator. Co-conspire, to conspire together with. Co-conspire. Simple past and past participle of co-conspire. Co-conspires, third person singular simple present indicative of co-conspire. Co-conspiring, present participle and gerund of co-conspire. Co-constant morphism, a morphism which yields the same morphism when precomposed with either one of a parallel pair of morphisms. Co-constant morphisms, plural of co-constant morphism. Co-constitute, to constitute jointly or together. Co-constituted, simple past and past participle of co-constitute. Co-constitutes, third person singular simple present indicative of co-constitute. Co-constituting, present participle and gerund of co-constitute. Co-constrain, to constrain along with another. Co-constrained, simple past and past participle of co-constrain. Co-constraining, present participle and gerund of co-constrain. Co-constrained, Third person singular simple present indicative of co-constrain. Co-construct. To construct together. Co-constructed. Simple past and past participle of co-construct. Co-constructing. Present participle and gerund of co-construct. Co-construction. A joint process of constructing. Co-constructional. Relating to co-construction, jointly constructing something. Co-constructions. Plural of co-construction. Co-constructive. Relating to co-construction, jointly constructing something. Co-constructs. Third person singular simple present indicative of co-construct. Co-console. Joint console. Co-consoles. Plural of co-console. Co-consumption. The simultaneous consumption of two or more things. Co-consumptions. Plural of co-consumption. Co-continuous. Commutative with small collimates. Right exact and transforming small direct sums into small direct sums. Co-contraction. The simultaneous contraction of two muscles. Co-contractions. Plural of co-contraction. Kokinokin. A dialect cluster of Colombia is spoken by the Guambiano indigenous people. Coquinuco. Synonym of Coquinucan dialect cluster. Coconut. A fruit of the coconut palm, not a true nut. Cocos nucifera, having a fibrous husk surrounding a large seed. Coconut ant. Synonym of odorous house ant. Coconut ants. Plural of coconut ant. Coconut apple. The cotyledon of a coconut eaten as food. Coconut apples. Plural of coconut apple. Coconut cotyledon. Synonym of coconut heart. Coconut cotyledons. Plural of coconut cotyledon. Coconut crab. A terrestrial hermit crab of species Burgess latro that lives on the shores of the Indian Ocean and the Central Pacific Ocean and feeds on fruits, nuts, seeds, and coconut flesh. Coconut crabs. Plural of coconut crab. Coconut cream. A thicker, more heavily flavored version of coconut milk with similarity to thick cream instead of milk. Coconut Creek. A city in Broward County, Florida, United States. Coconut doggies. Plural of coconut doggy. Coconut doggy. A capybara. Coconut embryo. The cotyledon of a coconut eaten as food. Coconut geranium. A low annual species of geranium with leaves that smell like coconuts, Pelargonium grossularioids. Coconut geraniums. Plural of coconut geranium. Coconut grater. A stool equipped with a spike attached to a handle, used for manual grating or scraping of meat inside a coconut kernel that is extracted to make coconut milk. Coconut head. A stupid or foolish person. Coconut heads. Plural of coconut head. Coconut hark. The Swedish pith of a coconut palm obtained either. Coconut hearts. Plural of coconut heart. Coconut jellies. Plural of coconut jelly. Coconut jelly. The soft meat of an immature coconut. often used as baby food. Coconut matting, a type of hard-wearing floor covering made from coir fiber obtained from the husks of coconuts and used, for example, in entranceways and hallways. Coconut mattings, plural of coconut matting. Coconut meat, the white lining within the shell of a coconut, the endocarp of the coconut seed. Coconut milk, a thick white liquid produced by soaking the white inner flesh of the seed of the coconut in water and straining. It is traditionally used in Southeast Asian cuisine in curry and other gravy. Coconut milks, plural of coconut milk. Coconut octopus, a tropical species of octopus, Amphioctopus marginatus. Coconut octopuses, plural of coconut octopus. Coconut oil, a type of cooking oil extracted from the kernel or meat of matured coconuts harvested from the coconut palm. Coconut oils, plural of coconut oil. Coconut palm, the tropical palm tree Cocos nucifera, having feathery leaves and bearing coconuts. Coconut palms, plural of coconut palm. Coconut pearl, synonym of coconut heart. Coconut pearls, plural of coconut pearl. Coconut sap, a sugary liquid obtained by tapping the stem of the coconut palm during inflorescence, from which later sugar, coconut vinegar, or palm wine may be produced. Coconut saps, plural of coconut sap. Coconut shies, plural of coconut shy. Coconut shy, a traditional fairground amusement where customers throw balls at a row of coconuts in an attempt to knock one off its support and thereby win it. Coconut snowball, a dessert consisting of a sphere of shredded coconut and other ingredients covered in powdered sugar. Coconut snowballs, plural of coconut snowball. Coconut spider, large fanciful spiders with coconuts forming the body and root-like growths forming the legs. Coconut spiders, plural of coconut spire. Coconut sprout, synonym of coconut heart. Coconut sprouts, plural of coconut sprout. Coconut vinegar, vinegar made by fermenting coconut sap or less often coconut water, used extensively in Southeast Asian cuisine. Coconut vinegars, plural of coconut vinegar. Coconut washboard, a kind of coconut cookie with a ridged design on top resembling an old-fashioned washboard. Coconut washboard, plural of coconut washboard. Coconut water, a clear liquid found inside immature coconuts, which suspends the endosperm during the nuclear stage of development. It is a popular drink in tropical regions. Coconut waters, plural of coconut water. Coconut wireless, the informal person-to-person circulation of information or gossip in Oceania. Coconut worm, the larva of the Asian palm weevil, Rhintophorus ferrugineus. Coconuts, plural of coconut. Coconutier, comparative form of coconutty, more coconutty. Coconuttiest, superlative form of coconutty, most coconutty. Coconutty, resembling coconuts, coconut-like. Co-conversion, the simultaneous correction of two sites on DNA that were segregated wrongly during meiosis. Co-conversions, plural of co-conversion. Cocoon. The silky case spun by the larvae of some insects in which they metamorphose, protecting the pupa within. Cocoonase. A proteolytic enzyme that weakens the fibers of a silkworm cocoon. Cocoonases. Plural of cocoonase. Cocooned. Enclosed in a cocoon. Cocooner. A person who is most comfortable staying at home. Cocoonaries. Plural of cocoonary. Cocooners. Plural of cocooner. Cocoonary. A building or room for the rearing of silkworms. Cocoona. A molting cocoon. Cocooning. Present participle and gerund of cocoon. Cocoonings. Plural of cocooning. Cocoonish. Resembling or characteristic of a cocoon. Cocoonai. Resembling or characteristic of a cocoon, comfortably isolating. Cocoons. Plural of cocoon. Hakatha. Alternative form of kakapa. Hakapa. A member of a Native American people living in Baja California and Sonora, Mexico, and in Arizona in the United States. Hakavas. Plural of kakapa. Kakapam. Alternative spelling of cocoa palm. Kakapams. Plural of kakapam. Kakapan. A small minecart. Kakapans. Plural of kakapan. Pakopes. Plural of kakopa. Hakobat. Who are used as a peat substitute. Hakapwam. A fruit of the tree Chrysobalanus. Ikako. Kakafums. Plural of kakaplum. Kakwestiai Colt. A commune of Prahova County, Romania. Cocorico. Alternative form of cocorico. Cocoricos. Plural of cocorico. Cocos. Plural of coco. Photos. Plural of cocoa. Coco's Keeling Islander. Someone from the Coco's Keeling Islands. Coco's Keeling Islanders. Plural of Coco's Keeling Islander. Coco's Keeling Islands. A group of islands in the Indian Ocean, politically belonging to Australia. Coco's Islander. A person from the Cocos Islands or of descent of the Cocos Islands. Cocos Islanders. Plural of Cocos Islander. Cocos Islands. Cocos Keeling Islands. Coco's rupee, a plastic token that served as currency among workers on the Cocos Keeling Islands in the 1800s under Scottish sea captain John Cluny's Russ. Coco's rubies, plural of Coco's ruby. Coco's de mer. Plural of Coco de mer. Hakasidal, Siwanacetal. Hakasoi, belonging or relating to the palms of the subfamily Caucasoideae, now mostly treated as the tribe Caucasae in the subfamily Ericoideae. Hava, initialism of customer-owned coin-operated telephone. Hava, plural of kaka. Hava, Small casserole pot for individual portions, similar to a Dutch oven. Kakas, plural of kaka. Ka-council, joint council. Ka-counseled, simple past and past participle of ka-council. Ka-counseling, present participle and gerund of ka-council. Ka-counseled, simple past and past participle of ka-council. Ka-counseling, present participle and gerund of ka-council. Ka-councils. Plural of ka-council. Cockivore, an eater of coconuts, someone subsisting primarily on coconut. Cockivores, plural of cockivore. Cockowed, the head with the Indian T of osa accenta. Cockowads, plural of cockowed. Cockoyam, new cockoyam, xanthosoma, particularly Xanthosoma sagittifolium, or the edible root of that plant, malanga. Cockoyams, plural of cockoyam. Cockozal, a variety of squash with dark green skin mottled by lighter green or yellow. Cockozels, plural of cockozel. Huff, initialism of combined oral contraceptive pill. Huff, plural of cock. Hada, misspelling of coquette bird. Hapway, a surname. Cacuyate, to create de guerre. Cacuyete, simple past and past participle of cacreate. Cacuyettes, third person singular simple present indicative of cacreate. Cacuyate. Present participle and gerund of co-create. Co-creation, joint creation. Co-creational, relating to co-creation. Co-creations, plural of co-creation. Co-creative, creating together. Co-creatively, in a co-creative manner. Co-creativity, the quality of being co-creative. Co-creator, one who co-creates, a joint creator. Co-creators, plural of co-creator. Co-creatorship, joint creatorship. Co-creditor, one of a group of creditors, a joint creditor. Co-creditors, plural of co-creditor. Coquelicot, a bird or Holly's rufficata. Cockrecos, plural of cockrecot. Cockcroft, a surname. Cockcrofts, plural of cockcroft. Cockcrystal, a crystal, often a large molecule crystal, having two or more distinct molecular components within the crystal lattice. Coccrystallization, misspelling of coccrystallization. Coccrystallize, misspelling of coccrystallized. Coccrystallant, any crystallant that is used in combination with another. Coccrystallants, plural of coccrystallant. Coccrystallization, alternative spelling of coccrystallization. Coccrystallizations, plural of coccrystallization. Coccrystallize, alternative form of coccrystallized. Co-crystallization, the simultaneous crystallization of two materials. Co-crystallizations, plural of co-crystallization. Co-crystallize, to crystallize simultaneously with another substance. Co-crystallize, simple past and past participle of co-crystallize. Co-crystallizing, present participle and gerund of co-crystallize. Co-crystallographic, relating to co-crystallography. Co-crystallography, a form of crystallography in which the crystals of a biochemical macromolecule are obtained by co-crystallization. Co-crystals, plural of co-crystal. Plural of COC. Co-CS. Plural of co-C. Hafsa, initialism of child. On child sexual abuse. Cocteau, of or relating to Jean Cocteau 1889–1963, French writer, artist, and dramatist. Cocteauas, in a style reminiscent of Jean Cocteau 1889–1963, French writer, artist, and dramatist. Cocktail, made by baking or exposure to heat. Coction, an act of boiling. Coction, plural of coction. Cocteau, an extinct Chibchan language. Coctoprecipitin, the precipitin produced by injecting an animal with a heated precipitinogen as heated or boiled serum. Coctoprecipitins, plural of coctoprecipitin. Hatu, an amine in Argeș County, Romania. To cultivate, to cultivate along with another organism. To cultivate it, simple past and past participle of to cultivate. To cultivates, third person singular simple present indicative of to cultivate. To cultivating, present participle and gerund of cultivate. Co-cultivation, the simultaneous cultivation of two or more species of microorganism or types of tissue in the same medium. Co-cultivations, plural of co-cultivation. Co-cultura, of the same culture. Co-culture, a cell culture containing two or sometimes more different types of cells. Co-culture, simple past and past participle of co-culture. Co-cultures, plural. Of co-culture. Co-culturing, present participle and gerund of co-culture. Co-curate, to curate jointly. Co-curated, simple past and past participle of co-curate. Co-curates, third person singular simple present indicative of co-curate. Co-curating, present participle and gerund of co-curate. Co-curation, joint curation. Co-curator, a joint curator, one who co-curates. Co-curators, plural of co-curator. Cogurent, of or pertaining to flow in the same direction. Co-curricula, plural of co-curriculum. Co-curricular, accompanying an educational curriculum. Co-curriculum, synonym of extracurriculum. Co-curriculums, plural of co-curriculum. Huckus. Bria ebenis, a Caribbean flowering tree. Cocos wood. The tree Bria ebenis. Cocos wood. The dense hardwood of Bria ebenis, a Caribbean flowering tree. Hakai. A Venezuelan liquor made from the leaves of agave coccui. Casa, a cochain that is in the kernel of a ka boundary map. Casicles, plural of cosicle. Pacetic, synonym of concyclic. Cocyclomatic, having the same cyclomatic number. Causidian, of or relating to Causidus, a river of Hades. Tacition, alternative form of Caucitian. Hesidos, alternative form of Causidus. Hasidas, a river of the underworld in Greek mythology. Had, acronym of Concise Oxford Dictionary. Had, an Atlantic cod gaddis more hua. Cod end, the narrow end of a trawling net. Cod ends, plural of cod end. Cod Latin, synonym of dog Latin. Cod line, alternative form of cod line. Cod lines, plural of cod line. Cod liver. The liver of codfish. Cod liver oil. Oil derived from the liver of codfish, often used as a nutritional supplement due to its high levels of omega-3 fatty acids, EPA and DHA, and very high levels of vitamin A and vitamin D. Cod liver oils, plural of cod liver oil. Cod livers, plural of cod liver. Cod psychologist, one who indulges in cod psychology. Cod psychologists, plural of cod psychologists. Cod psychology, beliefs about psychology that have no basis in fact. Psychological prejudices, amateur psychology. Cod reggae, non-Jamaican reggae, seen as an authentic and lacking in soulfulness. Cod's wallop, alternative spelling of codswallop. Cod banger, a 19th century vessel used to fish for cod using cod lines. Cod bangers, plural of cod banger. Cod liver, rare form of cod liver. Cod liver oil, alternative form of cod liver oil. Cod liver oils, plural of cod liver oil. Cod livers, plural of cod liver. How the, a person born hearing to deaf parents. How the, a passage that brings a movement or piece to a conclusion through prolongation. Codabilities, plural of codability. Codability, the ability to be coded. Codable, capable of being coded. Codiste, a village and commune of Vaslui County. Romania. Codalis, without a coda. Coda-like, resembling or characteristic of a coda. Codingaler, obsolete form of Codingaler. Coda, plural of coda. Codes, plural of coda. CODASL, acronym of Conference/Committee on Data Systems Languages. Codava, alternative form of Codava. Codavas, plural of Codava. Code, a surname from Irish. Codes, plural of Code. Codbait, synonym of caddisworm when used as fishing bait. Codbaits, plural of codbait. Codbank, a region of relatively shallow seawater where cod are fished for. Codbanks, plural of codbank. Codblups, abbreviation of Call of Duty, Black Ops. Cod, a surname. Cod bottle, synonym of cognac bottle. Cod bottles, plural of cod bottle. Cognac bottle, a bottle for carbonated drinks, having thick glass to withstand internal pressure, and a marble in the neck as a stopper. Cognac bottles, plural of cognac bottle. Kata, an old game, usually with 3 players on each side, based around guessing which of the player's hands is hiding a coin or button. Hai, simple past and past participle of cod. Coder, a gatherer of cods or peas. Codders, plural of cotter. Codis, plural of coddy. Codden, a surname from German. Coddens, plural of codding. Coddington, a place name. Coddington magnifier, a magnifying glass consisting of a single thick lens with a central deep groove diaphragm at the equator, limiting the rays to those close to the axis and minimizing spherical aberration. Coddington magnifiers, plural of Coddington magnifier. Coddingtons, plural of Coddington. Hidiwampo, to travel purposefully to an undetermined location. Hidiwampo, simple past and past participle of Hidiwampo. Hidiwamples, third person singular simple present indicative of Hidiwample. Hidiwampling, present participle and gerund of Hidiwample. Coddle, to treat gently or with great care. Coddle, pampered, overprotected and slash or overindulged. Coddled egg, an egg that has been delicately cooked in a water bath, often in a device called a coddler, either in or out of the shell. Coddled eggs, plural of coddled egg. Coddler, one who coddles treats with excess care. Coddlers, plural of coddler. Coddles, third person singular simple present indicative of coddle. Coddlesome, characterized or marked by coddling. Coddling, present participle and gerund of coddle. Coddlimly, so as to coddle or pamper. Coddlings, plural of coddling. Cods, plural of cod. Oddie, alternative form of Kadamati. Kadamati, plural of Kadamati. Kadamati, a type of gull. A surname. Code base, alternative form of code base. Code bases, plural of code base. Code block, a block of source code, often one that is delimited by brackets or in some similar way, depending on the programming language. Code blocks, plural of code block. Code blue, the condition of the occurrence of a medical emergency. Code blues, plural of code blue. Code brown, the condition of the occurrence of a hazmat situation at a medical facility. Code browns, plural of code brown. Code K, a sequence of null bytes in a process's memory, offering the capacity for the injection of custom instructions by a hacker. Code caves, plural of code cave. Code completion, auto-completion of source code. Code completions. Plural of code completion. Code coverage, a measure of the degree to which the source code of a program is executed when a particular test suite is run. Code duolo, a set of rules for dueling. Code enforcement, the act of enforcing a set of rules, principles, or laws, especially written ones, and ensuring observance of a system of norms or customs. Code face, the place where programmers develop source code as opposed to conceptually distant areas such as design and marketing. Code faces, plural of code face. Code folding, a feature in many code editors that allows blocks of code to be folded, i.e. collapsed or hidden such that they can be shown again later. Code golf, a recreational computer programming competition in which participants attempt to write the shortest possible source code to implement a given algorithm. Code grabber, an electronic device used to intercept passcodes illicitly as they are transmitted. Code grabbers, plural of code grabber. Code lifting, alternative form of code lifting. Code mix, alternative form of code mix. Code mix, simple past and past participle of code mix. Code mixing, alternative form of code mixing. Code monkey, a computer programmer. Code monkeys, plural of code monkey. Code morphing, the obfuscation of intermediate level code such as compiled Java or .NET languages by breaking it up into smaller sequences and replacing them by equivalent constructs. Code name, a name used to clandestinely identify somebody or something either for military or espionage purposes or for commercial confidentiality. Code names, plural of code name. Code of conduct, a set of rules dictating acceptable behavior and decisions in a specified environment. Code of ethics, a list of statements or exemplars used by organizations to guide their members in different differentiating between right and wrong and in applying understandings to their decision-making. Code of honor. Alternative form of code of honor, American spelling. Code of honor. Certain rules by which social intercourse is regulated among a social group and which are founded on a regard for reputation. Code of military justice. Uniform code of military justice. Code of practice. A set of guidelines and regulations to be followed by members of some profession, trade, occupation, organization, etc. does not normally have the force of law. Code of silence. Synonym of wall of silence. Code page. Alternative spelling of codepage. Code pages. Plural of code page. Code point. A numerical offset in a character set, etc., as opposed to a displayed grapheme or character, which can be composed of several code points. Code points. Plural of code point. Code position. Synonym of code point. Code positions. Plural of code position. Code red. The condition on the occurrence of a fire at the medical facility. Code reds. Plural of code red. Code review. The practice or an instance of identifying and verifying the choice of algorithms, coding styles, and compliance with the software design. Code reviewed. Simple past and past participle of code review. Code reviewing. Present participle of code review. Code reviews. Plural of code review. Code signing. The attachment of a digital certificate from a certification authority to an executable program to ensure its legitimacy. Code silver. The condition when a weapon is seen and law enforcement are to be contacted. Code smell. Anything in a program's source code that suggests the presence of a design problem. Code smells. Plural of code smell. Code style. Synonym of programming style. Code styles. Plural of code style. Code switch. Alternative spelling of code switch. Code switched. Simple past and past participle of code switch. Code switching. Alternative form of code switching. Code talker. Alternative form of code talker. Code talkers. Plural of code talker. Code up. To create by coding or programming. Code wheel. A flat circular object consisting of concentric portions printed with codes or patterns that appear at certain positions as the wheel is rotated. Used as a form of copy protection distributed with older video games. Code wheels. Plural of code wheel. Code white. An incident where a person acts violently. Code word. Alternative form of code word. Code words. Plural of code word. Code yellow. The condition on the occurrence of a bomb threat. Code behind. a technique in object-oriented programming in which the visual and back-end source code are stored in separate files, allowing designers and programmers to work independently. Code lift to copy an entire function without understanding it to use outside a secured system. Code lifted, simple past and past participle of code lift. Code lifting, present participle and gerund of code lift. Code lifts, third person singular simple present indicative of code lifts. Code vex, to code switch. Code vexed, simple past and past participle of code mix. Code vexing, synonym of code switching. Code name, alternative form of code name. Code named, simple past and past participle of code name. Code share, alternative form of code share. Code shared, simple past and past participle of code share. Code shares, third person singular simple present indicative of code share. Code sharing, present participle and gerund of code share. Code switch, to alternate between two or more languages, typically in spoken conversation. Code switch, simple past and past participle of code switch. Code switcher, someone who code switches alternates between two or more languages during spoken conversation. Code switchers, plural of code switcher. Code switches, third person singular simple present indicative of code switch. Code switching, the phenomenon or practice of alternating between two or more languages or language varieties. Kodaden, synonym of hackathon. Kodathons, plural of kodathan. Codeball, a sport combining elements of golf and football, in which a rubber ball is repeatedly kicked from a marked area until it is successfully sunk into a bowl. Code base, the body of source code used to create a particular computer program or software component. Code bases, plural of code base. Code block, alternative form of code block in various senses. Code blocks, plural of code block. Codebook, a book, table, database, or other object that stores the mapping between plaintext words or phrases and their equivalents in a code. Codebooks, plural of codebook. Codebreaker, a cryptanalyst, one who decodes messages without the key. Codebreakers, plural of codebreaker. Code breaking, the decipherment of a code. Codebearer, one of a group of people who are jointly responsible for a debt. Coders, plural of coder. Codebug, to debug together. Codebug, simple past and past participle of codebar. Codebugging, present participle and gerund of codebar. Codebugs, third person singular simple present indicative of codebar. Tauda, a device or program capable of performing transformations on a data stream or signal. Code carboxylase, Any active site on a decarboxylase which catalyzes the decarboxylation of D amino acids. Code carboxylases, plural of code carboxylase. Codeglination, polar distance. Codeglinations, plural of codeglination. Codex, plural of codec. Coded, encoded. Written in code or cipher. Coded up, simple past and past participle of code up. Codedness, the quality of being coded. Code face, alternative spelling of code face. Code faces, plural of code face. Code defendant, any of several defendants answering the same charge. Code defendants, plural of code defendant. Codefest, synonym of hackathon. Codefest, plural of codefest. Codify, to define jointly. Codefined. Simple past and past participle of codefine. Codefines. Third person singular simple present indicative of codify. Codefining. Present participle and gerund of codify. Code formational. Causing mutual deformation. Codegree. The number of edges of a hypergraph that contain all the specified vertices. Codegrees, plural of codegree. Codegroup, a group of symbols forming part of a coded message. Codegroups, plural of codegroup. Code. Yeah, acide and chili. Codad, a computer programming enthusiast. Codads, plural of codehead. Codehydrogenase, any dehydrogenase coenzyme. Codehydrogenase I, nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide. Codehydrogenase Roman II, nicotinamide adenine trinucleotide. Codehydrogenases, plural of codehydrogenase. Codia, synonym of codyne. Codias, plural of codia. Codeine, alternative form of codyne. Codina, obsolete form of codyne. Codyne, an addictive alkaloid narcotic derived from opium and used as a hypnotic, analgesic, and antitussive, often mixed with aspirin, etc. Codined, under the influence of the drug codeine. Codyne-like, resembling or characteristic of codyne. Codines, plural of codyne. Codenon, a particular narcotic painkiller. Codeines, plural of codeine. Codal, alternative letter case form of codal. Codal, abbreviation of congressional delegation, government paid trips abroad, designed to give lawmakers first-hand knowledge of matters relevant to their legislation. Code length, the number of characters in the coded version of a string. Code lengths, plural of code length. Codeless, having no code in any sense. Codelessness, Absence of a code. Codelated. Deleted along with another. Codeletion. The deletion of two genes simultaneously. Codeletions. Plural of codeletion. Code-like. Resembling or characteristic of a code. Code line. A branch group of related files in a source control system. Code lines. Plural of code line. Codeless. A list of codes. Code lists. Plural of codeless. Codeliver. To deliver multiple things at the same time. Codeliver. Simple past. And past participle of codeliver. Codelivere. The simultaneous delivery of two or more things. Codel. Plural of codal. Codals. Plural of codal. Code maker. The creator of a code or cipher. Code makers. Plural of code maker. Code making. The development of codes or ciphers. Codemex. Alternative form of codemex. Codemex. Simple past and past participle of codemix. Code mixing. Alternative form of code mixing. Coden. An alphanumeric bibliographic code used to identify periodicals and other publications. Codename. Alternative spelling of code name. Codenamed. Simple past and past participle of codename. Codenames. Plural of codename. Codenaming. Present participle and gerund of codename. Codenaturated. Denaturated along with another. Codenaturation. Denaturation coupled with another process. Codenature. To denature along with another material. Codenature. Simple past and past participle of codenature. Codenatures. Third person singular simple present indicative of codenature. Codenaturing. Present participle and gerund of codenature. Codend. Alternative form of codend. Codens. Plural of codend. Codenitrification. Denitrification, especially the release of nitrogen or nitrous oxide in which one nitrogen atom originates in the soil and the other from added urea via urine. Codenitrifications. Plural of codenitrification. Coden. Plural of codin. Codepage. A mapping to a particular character set, where there are several possible sets that share the same code points. Codepages. Plural of codepage. Codependence. The state of being codependent. Codependences. Plural of codependence. Codependencies. Plural of codependency. Codependency. The state of being codependent. Codependence. Codependent. Alternative spelling of codependent. Codependently. In a codependent manner. Codependence. Plural of codependent. Codepleted. Depleted along with another. Codepletion, the depletion of one substance in conjunction with the depletion of another. Codepoint, alternative spelling of code point. Codepoints, plural of codepoint. Codeposit, to deposit along with another. Codeposited, simple past and past participle of codeposit. Codepositing, present participle and gerund of codeposit. Codeposition, the simultaneous deposition of two or more materials on a surface. Codepositions, plural of codeposition. Codeposets, third person singular simple present indicative of codeposit. Code, the Kroll dimension minus the depth. Codeths, plural of code. Coder, a surname. Coderivative, a generalized derivative of the multivalued mapping. Coderivatives, plural of coderivative. Coderoom, a room where cartography is carried out. Coderooms, plural of coderoom. Coders, plural of coder. Codes, a diminutive of the male given name code. Codes of conduct, plural of code of conduct. Codes of ethics, plural of code of ethics. Codes of honor, plural of code of honor. Codes of honor, plural of code of honor. Codes of practice. Plural of code of practice. Codes of silence, plural of code of silence. Codes up, third person singular simple present indicative of code up. Code set, a set of pairs of text characters and associated coded forms. Code sets, plural of code set. Code share, an agreement whereby an airline buys space on another airline and markets the extra space as its own, often used to increase a route network without the costs of running a full service. Code shared, simple past and past participle of code share. Code shares, plural of code share. Code sharing, present participle and gerund of code share. Code sheet, a document listing codes and their meanings. Code sheets, plural of code sheet. Code sign, to design together. Code signed, simple past and past participle of code sign. Code signer, one who code signs, a designer who works with another. Code signers, plural of code sign. Signer. Code signing, present participle and gerund of code sign. Code signs, third person singular simple present indicative of code sign. Codesmith, one who produces code or codes, especially a computer programmer or a cryptographer. Codesmiths, plural of codesmith. Code space, a range or region that defines the lower and upper bounds for an encoding. Code spaces, plural of code space. Code stream, a stream of code. Code streams, plural of code stream. Code switch, alternative spelling of code switch. Code switch. Simple past and past participle of code switch. Code switch is third person singular simple present indicative of code switch. Code switching. Alternative form of code switching. Code talker. A military communications specialist using codes based on an obscure language. Code talkers. Plural of code talker. Code tact. To simultaneously detect two or more things. Cotacted. Simple past and past participle of cotect. Cotecting. Present participle and gerund of cotect. Cotection. The simultaneous detection of two or more things, especially of multiple biological macromolecules. Cotections. Plural of cotection. Codects. Third person singular simple present indicative of cotect. Cotermination. Cooperation between management and workers in making policy. Cotermin. To determine jointly, as of labor and management when cooperating in policymaking. Cotermin. Simple past and past participle of cotermin. Cotermins. Third person singular simple present indicative of cotermin. Cotermining. Present participle and gerund of cotermin. Cotext. An encoded form of a message as opposed to plain text. Code texts. Plural of code text. Code line. Epimorphine. Codatha. A brief coda or a brief segment between the themes of a fugue. Codetas. Plural of codeta. Codet. A village in Saskatchewan, Canada. Codevelop. To develop together. Codeveloped. Simple past and past participle of codevelop. Codeveloper. A joint developer, one of several developers of a product, land, etc. Codevelopers. Plural of codeveloper. Codeveloping. Present participle and gerund of codevelo. Codevelopment. Development done jointly by more than one party. Codevelopmental. Relating to codevelopment. Codevelopments. Plural of codevelopment. Codevelops. Third person singular simple present indicative of codevelop. Codewise. In terms of code or a specific code. Codeword. A string representing an encoded piece of text. Codewords. Plural of codeword. Codework. A form of creative writing in which the text is mixed with code from various computer languages. Codex. An early manuscript book. Codexes. Plural of codex. Codfish. A cod the fish. Codfish. Aristocracies. Plural of codfish aristocracy. Codfish aristocracy. New money families who gain their wealth from cod fisheries. Codveyor. One who fishes for cod. Cod fisheries. Plural of cod fishery. Cod fisherman. One who fishes for cod. Codfisherman, plural of codfishermen. Codlayers, plural of codfisher. Codfishery, a fishery specifically dealing with cod. Codfishes, plural of codfish. Codfishing, fishing for cod. Codford, a civil parish in Wiltshire, England, southeast of Warminster, OS Grid Ref SD 9739. Cod, to patch or cobble together, to make hastily and carelessly. Codfish, simple past and past participle of codge. Codger, an amusingly eccentric or grumpy and usually elderly man. Codgerhood, alternative form of codgerwood. Codgerhood, the quality of being a codger, grouchy, old age, or phogium. Codgerly, like a codger, old and ill-tempered. Codgers, plural of codger. Codges, third person singular simple present indicative of codge. Padde, comparative form of codgy, more codgy. Paddies, superlative form of coddy, most codgy. Codging, present participle and gerund of codge. Codlo, a thick fingerless glove used in trimming hedges. Codloves, plural of codlo. Coddy, old in age or mentality, hoary, stodgy. Codet, a person from North Shields, a town in Tyne and Wear in the northeast of England. Codeds, plural of coded. Codiaceous, of or relating to the Codiaceae. Codical, of or pertaining to a code or codex. Codices, plural of codex. Codicil, an addition or supplement that explains, modifies, or revokes a will or part of one. Codicils, simple past and past participle of codicil. Codiciling, present participle and gerund of codicil. Codicillary, of or pertaining to a codicil. Codicilled, simple past and past participle of codicil. Codicilling, present participle and gerund of codicil. Codicils, plural of codicil. Codicological, of or pertaining to codicology. Codicologically, in terms of codicology. Codicologies, plural of codicology. Codicologists, a person involved in codicology. Codicologists, plural of codicologists. Codicology, the study of codices early handwritten books. Codictatorship, a joint dictatorship. Codictatorships, plural of codictatorship. Codi, a codine derivative used in combination with a prefix such as chloro. Codides, plural of codi. Cody, a male given name transferred from the surname. Codies. The video game development company Codemasters, formerly Codemasters, Codifferential, the projected differential of an extensor field. Codifferentials, plural of codifferential. Codifferentiate, to undergo codifferentiation. Codifferentiated. Simple past and past participle of codifferentiate. Codifferentiates. Third person singular simple present indicative of codifferentiate. Codifferentiating. Present participle and gerund of codifferentiate. Codifferentiation. The act or process of obtaining the codifferential of a function or a function which obtains the codifferential. Codifiability. The ability to structure information or knowledge into a code or set of rules. Ability to codify. Codifiable. Capable of being codified. Codification. The process of precisely formulating a statement, such as a code of laws. Codificationist. A supporter of codification. Codificationists. Plural of codificationists. Codifications. Plural of codification. Codify. Simple past and past participle of codify. Codifier. One who or that which codifies. Codifiers. Plural of codifier. Codifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of codify. Codify. To reduce to a code, to arrange into a code. Codifying. Present participle and gerund of codify. Codifyings. Plural of codifying. Codigests. To digest two or more materials, biodegradable feedstocks at the same time. Codigested. Simple past and past participle of codigests. Codigestion. The digestion of two or more materials at the same time. Codigestions. Plural of codigestion. Todilla. The tow obtained from flax or hemp. Codillas. Plural of codilla. Codilla. The winning of the majority of tricks in the game of Ombre. Codimension. The difference between the dimension of a space and the dimension of a given subspace of the first one. Codimensional. Relating to a codimension. Codimensions. Plural of codimension. Codimer. Any dimeric copolymer. Codimers. Plural of codimer. Coding. A one uniform morphism. An injective morphism, a morphism that maps letter to letter. Coding theory. The branch of mathematics dealing with the art of transmitting messages reliably over a noisy channel by adding redundancy to the message. Coding time. The moment in time of an utterance or the writing of a message. Coding times. Plural of coding time. Coding up. Present participle and gerund of code up. Codings. Plural of coding. Codington. A surname. Codington County. One of 66 counties in South Dakota, United States. County seat, Watertown. Codiaphilus. Synonym of Dasyphilus. Codirect. To direct an artistic work with another person. Codirected. Simple past and past participle of codirect. Codirecting. Present participle. And gerund of codirect. Codirection. An equation for a hyperplane in the tangent space modulo a factor that is a positive constant, cotangent direction. Codirectional. Operating in the same direction. Codirectionally. In a codirectional manner. Codirections. Plural of codirection. Codirector. Someone who directs something together with one or more other people. Codirectors. Plural of codirector. Codirects. Third person singular simple present indicative of codirect. Codies. Acronym of Combined DNA Index System. Codiscover. To discover jointly with somebody else. Codiscover. Simple past and past participle of codiscover. Codiscoverer. One who jointly makes a discovery. Codiscoverers. Plural of codiscoverer. Codiscoveries. Plural of codiscovery. Codiscovering. Present participle and gerund of codiscover. Codiscovers. Third person singular simple present indicative of codiscover. Codiscovery. A discovery made by two or more people, especially such a discovery made independently. Codispersal. Simultaneous dispersal of two or more material. Codispersal. Simultaneous dispersal of two or more materials. Codispersals. Plural of codispersal. Codisplay. To make multiple active sites of an enzyme or enzymes available simultaneously. Codisplaying. Present participle and gerund of codisplay. Codispoti. A surname from Italian. Codispotes. Plural of codispoti. Codissolve. To dissolve along with another substance. Codissolved. Simple past and past participle of codissolve. Codest. An expert in the codes of civil law. Codistill. Distill simultaneously with another liquid. Codistillation. The simultaneous distillation of two or more liquids. Codistillations. Plural of codistillation. Codistilled. Simple past and past participle of codistill. Codistribute. Of cellular components to distribute, spread together. Codistributed. Distributed along with another species, etc. Codistributes. Third person singular simple present indicative of codistribute. Codistributing. Present participle and gerund of codistribute. Codistribution. A distribution of two or more things at the same time. Codistributions. Plural of codistribution. Codests. Plural of codis. Codiverge. To diverge together. Codiverged. Simple past and past participle of codiverge. Codivergence. Mutual divergence. Codivergences. Plural of codivergence. Codivergent. Diverging together. Codiverges. Third person singular simple present indicative of codiverge. Codiverging. Present participle and gerund of codiverge. Codiversification. The simultaneous diversification evolution of two species lineages, especially of a pathogen and its host. Codiversifications. Plural of codiversification. Codiversify. Simple past and past participle of codiversify. Codiversifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of codiversify. Codiversify. To diversify simultaneously with another. Codify. Jointly divine. Co-divinity. Joint divinity. The quality of being co-divine. Hodl. Obsolete form of Hodl. Podlia. A city in Brasov County, Romania. Coddled. Simple past and past participle of coddle. Coddlemon. A pheromone produced by female codling moths with UPAC name 8E10 Edodeca 810 1L. Coddles. Third person singular simple present indicative of coddle. Codless. Without cod the fish. Codlet. Any fish from the family Bregmaceratidae, which resemble small cod. Codlets. Plural of codlet. Cod-like. Resembling or characteristic of a cod the fish. Codlin. Alternative form of codling apple. Codlin moth. Alternative form of codling moth. Codlin moths. Plural of codlin moth. Codline. A small line made of 18 threads, once used for cod fishing and subsequently in place of rope for delicate work on board ship. Codlines. Plural of codline. Codling. A surname. Codling moth. A small moth, Cydia pulmonella, whose larvae, the apple worms, are destructive to apples and other fruit. Codling moths. Plural of codling moth. Codlings. Plural of codling. Codlins. Plural of codlin. Codlins and cream. Epilobium hirsutum, a water-loving willow herb native to Europe. Cod liver. Alternative form of cod liver. Cod liver oil. Alternative form of cod liver oil. Cod liver oils. Plural of cod liver oil. Cod livers. Plural of cod liver. Codli. Foley's gunnellus, the rock gunnel, a ray-finned fish found in coastal waters of the North Atlantic and Arctic Oceans. Codman. A fishing boat that fishes for cod, a fisherman on such a boat. Codman. Plural of codman. Codner. A surname. Codners. Plural of codner. Codner. A village and civil parish in Amber Valley District, Derbyshire, England. OS grid Ref SK 4149. Hodner Park, a suburb of Ironville, Amber Valley Borough, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4351. Thado, a traditional Spanish unit of length equivalent to about 41.6 cm. Kodasai, a red blood cell with the appearance of a shooting target with a bullseye. Kodocytes, plural of kodocyte. Codogenic, formed via the genetic code. Codogno, a town and commune in Lodi Province, Lombardy, Italy. Codologies, plural of codology. Codology, hoaxing, humbugging, bluffing, deception. Kodameng, the target set into which a function is formally defined to map elements of its domain, the set denoted y in the notation f, x right arrow y. Kodamanes, plural of kodamain. Kodamanus, the personal name of Darius Roman III, which he bore before gaining prominence. Codominance, a condition in which both alleles of a gene pair in a heterozygote are fully expressed with neither one being dominant or recessive to the other. Codominant, equally dominant. Codominantly, in a codominant manner. Codominance, plural of codominant. Codominate, to jointly dominate along with another. Codominated, dominated equally by two or more things or people. Codominates, third person singular simple present indicative of codominate. Codominating, present participle and gerund of codominate. A handbell used for summoning monks. Codenhexaster, a sponge spicule with 6 rays terminated in anchor shapes. Codenhexasters, plural of codenhexaster. Codenophoran, any hydrozoan of the order Codenophora. Codenopphorans, plural of codenophoran. Codenopsis, any plant of the genus Codenopsis, the roots of which are used as a substitute for ginseng. Codons, plural of codon. Codopant, any of 2 or more dopants applied at the same time. Codopants, plural of codopant. Codopt, doped along with another substance. Codopang, the doping of a semiconductor along with another substance. Codose, plural of codo. Codoxime, an opiate analog derived from hydrocodone with antitussive effects. Codbis, a part of male dress in the 15th and 16th centuries, worn in front of the breeches to cover the male genitals. Codbis, wearing or fitted with a codpiece. Codpieces, plural of codpiece. Codrower, a joint drawer of funds. Codrowers, plural of codrower. Codrington, a place name. Codringtons, plural of Codrington. Codrive, to drive a vehicle, a project, etc., jointly with somebody else. Codriven, past participle of codrive. Codriver, the navigator in the sport of rally racing who sits in the front passenger seat and gives directions to the driver. Co-drivers, plural of co-driver. Co-drives, third person singular simple present indicative of co-drive. Co-driving, present participle and gerund of co-drive. Co-drew, simple past of co-drive. Co-drawer, two synergistic drugs chemically linked together in order to improve the drug delivery properties, possibly by different mechanisms of one or both drugs. Podrugs, plural of cadra. Cadras, the last of the semi-mythical kings of Athens are ca 1089-1068 BC, an ancient exemplar of patriotism and self-sacrifice. Had, plural of Codd. Cods, plural of Cod. Codswallop, alternative form of Codswallop. Codsall, a large village and civil parish in South Staffordshire District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 8603. Codshead, a stupid person, a fool. Codsheads, plural of codshead. Codswallop, senseless talk or writing, nonsense, rubbish. Co-dual, complement dual. Co-dualities, plural of co-duality. Co-duality, the pathway of being co-dual. Coding Gower, obsolete form of coding Gower. Podware, pulses edible grains or seeds from leguminous plants. Podware, the marine parasitic worm Larniosobangiales. Podworms, plural of podworm. Cody, a surname from Irish anglicized from acute Cuididhi descendant of Cuidikech. Cuidikech is a binding meaning helpful. Codidramal, alternative form of codidramal. Initialism of Code of Ethics. Initialism of Council of Europe. A surname. However, dated form of Coban, former gold coin. Coebes, plural of Coebang. Coeber, a town in Wise County, Virginia, United States. Coeca, plural of Coecum. Coecal, alternative spelling of Kekal. Coacillian, dated form of Kecillian. Coacillians, plural of Coacillian. Coacon, alternative form of Kecum. Initialism of compact Oxford English Dictionary. Alternative form of Coed. Coed Ely, a village in Tonyrafale Community, Rhondda on Taff Borough County Borough, Wales. OS Grid Ref ST 0185. Coetalon, a village in Flintshire, Wales. OS Grid Ref SJ 2006. 658. Coed Wycombe, a modern village in Unisibble and Coed Wycombe Community, Rhondda on Taff Borough County Borough, Wales. OS Grid Ref SD 0792. Coed Fifthly, alternative form of coed-ely, Wales. Coedfrec, a community civil parish with a town council in Neath Port Talbot Borough County Borough, Wales, that includes the settlements of Skewen and Jersey Marine. Coedit, to edit together. Coedited, simple past and past participle of coedit. Coediting, present participle and gerund of coedit. Coedition, a joint edition. Coeditions, plural of coedition. Co-editor, one of two or more people serving together as editors of a work or project. Co-editors, plural of co-editor. Co-editorship, the position or job of being a co-editor. Co-editorships, plural of co-editorship. Co-edits, third person singular simple present indicative of co-edit. Coedrenew, a community civil parish in the city and county of Newport, Wales, OS Gridref SD 2780. Coeds, plural of coed. Coeducate, alternative spelling of coeducate. Coeducate, simple past and past participle of coeducate. Coeducates, third person singular simple present indicative of coeducate. Coeducating, present participle and gerund of coeducate. Coeducation, the education of male and female students in the same institution. Coeducational, of or pertaining to coeducation. Coeducationalism, the policy of coeducation. Coeducationalists, a proponent of coeducation. Coeducationalists, plural of coeducationalists. Coeducationalize, to make coeducational. Coeducation. Simple past and past participle of coeducationalize. Coeducationalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of coeducationalize. Coeducationalizing, present participle and gerund of coeducationalize. Coeducationally, in a coeducational manner. Coeducator, one who coeducates. Coeducators, plural of coeducator. COEF, abbreviation of coefficient. COEF, abbreviation of coefficient. Coeffect, a joint effect. Coeffective, effective within a cohomology. Coeffects, plural of coeffect. Coefficacy, joint efficacy, an instance of things working together. Coefficiencies, plural of coefficiency. Coefficiency, joint efficiency, cooperation. Coefficient. Cooperating. Coefficient, dated spelling of coefficient. Coefficient matrix, a matrix consisting of the coefficients of the variables in a set of linear equations. The matrix is used in solving systems of linear equations. Coefficient of alienation, a numerical measure of the lack of relationship between variables. Coefficient of determination, the proportion of the variation in the dependent variable that is predictable from the independent variable S, providing a measure of how well the observed outcomes are replicated by a metal. Coefficient of friction, the ratio between 1 the magnitude of the force of friction which a surface produces on an object moving along the surface or being pressed statically against it, and 2 the magnitude of the normal force which is produced by the surface on the object and which is perpendicular to that surface. Coefficient of non-determination, synonym of coefficient of alienation. Coefficient of restitution, ratio of the final to the initial relative velocity between two objects after they collide. Coefficient of thermal expansion, the fractional change in size of a material as it is heated through 1 degree. Coefficiently, in a coefficient manner. Coefficients, plural of coefficient. Coefficients, plural of coefficient. Coefficients of alienation, plural of coefficient of alienation. Coefficients of determination, plural of coefficient of determination. Coefficients of friction, plural of coefficient of friction. Coefficients of non-determination, plural of coefficient of non-determination. Coefficients of restitution, plural of coefficient of restitution. Coefficients of thermal expansion, plural of coefficient of thermal expansion. Coefficient-wise, for each coefficient with respect to coefficients. Coefs, plural of coef. Coelmente, relating to seal helminths. Coeor, a small bronze mortar mounted on a wooden block with handles and light enough to be carried short distances by 2 people. Coehorns, plural of coehorn. Till, a surname. Till, alternative form of silo used before a vowel other than o. Silaka, either of 2 species of deep water fish, Latimia chalami of the Indian Ocean and Latimia menadonsis of Indonesia. Coelacanth, of, pertaining to, or resembling a coelacanth. Coelacanthid, any of the extinct coelacanth fish in the family Coelacanthidae. Coelacanthids, plural of coelacanthid. Coelacanthiform, any fish of the order Coelacanthiforms, most of which are now extinct. Coelacanthiforms, plural of coelacanthiform. Coelacanthine, pertaining to or having the properties of a coelacanth fish. Coelacanthoi, any extinct fish of the suborder Coelacanthoidae. Coelacanthoids, plural of coelacanthoi. Coelacanthus, relating to coelacanthus. Coelacanths, the Comoros national football team. Coelanagliphic, in the form of cavo relievo sculpture in relief within a sinking made for the purpose, so no part of it projects beyond the surrounding surface. Selburn, a village in Tawchaf community, Powys, Wales, Oesgrid Ref SN 8411. Selder, a joint elder, one who serves as elder with one or more others. Sealders, plural of sealder. A surname. Seleucia, an ancient Hellenistic region in modern Syria, referring to the Bekaa Valley between the Lebanon and anti-Lebanon mountains. Seal Syria, or pertaining to Seal Syria. Seal Syrians, plural of Seal Syrian. Selectron, a positive free ion left behind when other electrons have joined into other ions and become negative. Selectrons. Plural of selectron. Selectrophoresis. Electrophoresis of two samples in parallel. Selectrophoretic. Relating to selectrophoresis. Selectropolymerization. The electropolymerization of multiple monomers. Selectrophorated. Electroporated by means of selectroporation. Selectroporation. The simultaneous electroporation of a marker and a vector. Coelemic. Misspelling of coelomic. Coelemu. A commune and city in Chile. Coelenterer. Plural of coelenterin. Coelenterami. An aminopyrazine that is the oxyluciferin of coelenterazine. Coelenterate. Any simple aquatic animal formerly considered to belong to the phylum Coelenterata, now divided into the cnidarians and ctenophores. Coelenterates. Plural of coelenterate. Coelenterazine. A luciferin found in many aquatic organisms. Coelenterazines. Plural of coelenterazine. Coelenteric. Of or relating to the coelenterin. Coelenterer. The body cavity of a coelenterate. Coelenterins. Plural of coelenterin. Celeste. Archaic form of celeste. Team the mineral. Coelevated. Elevated along with another. Coelement. Any annelid of the phylum Coelhomens. Coelomens. Plural of Coelhomend. Cielo. A surname from Portuguese. Cielos. Plural of cielo. Toe. Alternative form of cilia. Celiac. A lady to the abdomen, or to the cavity of the abdomen. Celiac disease. An autoimmune disease characterized by sensitivity of the lining of the small intestine to gluten, causing a failure to digest food properly. Celiac plexus. Alternative form of celiac plexus. Celiac sprue. Celiac disease. Celiac lux. Chronic dysentery. Celiac mesenteric. Alternative form of celiac mesenteric. Celiacs. Plural of celiac. Cele. Plural of celia. Celibactin. A derivative of benzoxazole produced by Streptomyces celicolor. Celicella. A peptide siderophore produced by Streptomyces celicolor. Celigenes. Worn in the heavens. Cela. Synonym of cerulean blue. Celi. Alternative form of celine. Celiadenia. Abdominal pain. Celias ibis. plural of celeoscopy. Celeoscopy. Endoscopy. Of the abdomen. Coelotomies, plural of coelotomy. Coelotomy, a surgical procedure for making an incision in the abdominal wall to gain access into the abdominal cavity, performed either as exploratory surgery or as the first step in an abdominal operation. Obsolete form of coal. Cielo, a surname from Galician. Cielos, plural of cielo. Cielo, hollow cavity as coeloblast, synonym of hypoblast. Coeloblastic, relating to coeloblasts. Coeloblasts, plural of coeloblast. Coeloblastula, a hollow blastula formed from blastomers. Coeloblastulae, plural of coeloblastula. Coeloblastulas, plural of coeloblastula.